women are very interested in South Carolina. They double down and say, I can as the woman planning to be the first
1 p.m. to 5 p.m. You can leave a message or you can send us an email at Democrat.
One of the issues that Clinton has been able to differentiate herself from Bernie Sanders on, and one of the rare ones that she's able to do from the left, South Carolina Democratic gun control, further restrictions on gun ownership, and that has been a salient issue in South Carolina, as our panel was just discussing, especially in light of the shooting of Walter Scott, an unarmed African American shot in the back by a policeman who was charged with murder. Last April, and then the June 2015 shooting at the church. I'm interested to know what effect Hillary Clinton's argument turning out for the polls today.
Right, and you have the numbers on that. What do they say?
I do. First, let's look at gun owners versus non-gun owners. Take a look at this. Among South Carolina Democrats today, 41% tell us in our exit poll that they are gun owners. 59%.
Please leave a message for.
Then we asked
Springfield Democratic Party.
Record your message at the tone. When you are finished recording, press pound. To cancel, press star.
The higher priority. 14% say protecting gun rights. And guys, here's it gets really interesting, because that doesn't surprise you in a Democratic right? You would expect numbers like that. Among the gun owners, 7 in 10, 70% of them say reducing gun violence is the higher priority than protecting gun rights. That's among gun owners.
It's so amazing because those of us who covered Democratic politics for the past 15 years know that Democrats have not wanted to talk about guns at all because they've been worried that it would hurt them in red states. South Carolina is a red state, so the fact that gun owners even there are saying that they are why Hillary Clinton has been saying the kind of
I haven't.
Jake, I remember back on your show last summer, one of this contest, we had Bernie Sanders on and had a real lengthy conversation with him about his gun record. Going on, basically, I think it sort of became the defining differential.
People on Periscope and Meerkat, we have a viewer to say all Democrats went to the field to fight for Hillary.
For Hillary Clinton is actually the Bernie Sanders left, and his explanation is that he is from a rural state. Vermont, where there is very little gun control, and also.
Thank you for calling Sonabra Solutions and the Jamie Lascar Insurance Agency. Our normal
in favor of gun control, but there are 4 or 5 votes that Hillary Clinton point to and say, well, what about when you voted for immunity for gun manufacturers or ammunition manufacturers?
Please leave a message for.
Springfield Democratic Party.
Record your message at the tone. When you are finished recording, press pound. To cancel, press star.
It's one of the areas that has been successful for her. It's kind of remarkable when you think about it.
The results show for the South Carolina primary
against Bernie Sanders from the left, given how terrified the Democrats have been. Not in the Democratic election per se, but
check out our platform at
bring in Democrats from more rural areas because they have been very pro.
This is part of Hillary Clinton seeking out, not just in the primary process, but also looking ahead to the general, the Obama.
Okay, Hillary Clinton on education. Parents are a child's first teacher. We have that. We have not reached consensus on education reform. Takes a village. Okay. But I was wanting to know how she felt about teaching. And she's like, new teachers should come in.
Say the premise of what you were looking for before, just in case.
Okay, for what we forgot. I said I knew Bernie's stances on education. He's all like, of course, he's for No Child Left Behind, and he's looking to make education on a secondary level free for everyone. Mm-hmm. And I knew this because I have converted to Bernie. But I wanted to know.
Make it sound like a religion.
I've converted to Bernieism. I feel the burn. Okay, no, I'm not going to be one of those people who say that. But I wanted to know Hillary's takes on education. Mm-hmm. And so far, I was looking and
narrowing the gap with Hillary.
It's more about.
This is CNN.
Primary education. It's nothing really about colleges and.
Yeah, so, she stated in the past that she doesn't believe in free college.
Okay.
It's more or less lowering the cost of college.
Okay, yeah.
And lowering the interest rate of the loans that the students take when they go to college.
She most wants to focus on the kind of teachers. She wants to make sure that we're bringing in the kind of teachers that will help the children.
Because right now we have daycare people that work in schools right now, honestly.
Yeah.
Honestly. I have a 13-year-old sister, and when she tells me that her teachers are like my age, it's just like, and they talk to them like they're friends.
Yeah, all of them mostly are adjunct right now because I feel like people are losing an interest in wanting to teach. They know about the struggle. It's like when you're a teacher, there's no turnoff point. You go to work, you come home, and you still have to be working on lesson plans. You still have to, all your only real break they get is during the summer. And even then, during the year, you're stressing about saving finances for the summer because you have to cover all of your bills during. So it's like they never have a break, and even when they have a break, they have something to stress about.
Do you know anybody who's a teacher?
Yeah, my uncle and my aunt are teachers.
And what are their experiences? Because it sounds like that comes from a place that you know.
Yeah. My uncle has my master's, and he's working on his doctorate right now. So he's kind of well off in the whole scheme of things.
Is he trying to be a principal?
He's looking to maybe be a principal. Yeah. So he's kind of well off in this grand scheme of that. He doesn't have any kids. He just has, so they are financially okay, but it's still during the year. It's like, okay, we hardly ever get to see him because he's always at work.
And a lot of them have to buy their own supplies too.
He is one of those teachers who will go out and buy all kinds of awards for it because the school won't grant it. So he buys out of pocket supplies, he buys out of pocket awards, he buys out of pocket sometimes things for the kids that they can't get at home.
And what the government doesn't fail to realize is that teachers are pretty much a third parent when it comes to their students because they spend so much time in school. You know, that's 12 years of 8 hours a day saying with somebody. So if anything, teachers should be treated with utmost respect, and the people that are put to be teachers should know what they're getting themselves into too, you know? So I think overall, Bernie has a better plan when it comes to
so we can track down the criminals. When it comes
restructuring the education system, not making it so
we're building what we learn.
You say like mandatory teaching type of style where it's like a curriculum that is just general for everyone. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
that's carbon. You can't do something carbon copy for a group of people who are all different. That's not what you need to do.
And school shouldn't be the first thing that you want to cut when the money's running low, you know, for your state, you know.
Like
let's cut some of the military budget, you know. I think $700 trillion is, I mean, enough. I think you can give the schools $1 trillion or so.
Well, you need to tell it to the Republicans who are definitely looking to keep that whole budget.
And it just baffles me how people just are not for free education.
Yeah.
You know, like who doesn't want to give the opportunity to go to school and learn, you know?
Especially for the people who are
you can't have us too smart, you know?
Really eager to learn. This would be a great opportunity for them. But the only thing I'm concerned about is the competition. Like I made sure, I had to work for my scholarships to get them. And I had to work while I was in class. It's like if everybody is gonna be able to have this right to free education, then are they gonna work as hard? Are they gonna make
see, that's the mindset that a lot of Americans have. A lot of Americans is like, I went through it, so if I went through it, then you need to go through it too.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree. I wasn't saying that you have to go through it. I'm just saying if it's given to you, and I need you to, that's why I was saying with the standard has to go up. If there's going to be, you have to meet this standard in order to get this free. It cannot just be given.
Down a little bit more than a half an hour from now.
Because I don't necessarily want you to go through the struggles I want to, but I want you to appreciate the education that you're getting.
There are some hard numbers.
I think in that sense, then it should be like how it is with financial aid, where if you fail the class, then you have to reimburse. Reimburse the class.
Okay, I'm with it. I don't. Of course, Bernie hasn't outlined this.
Kevin for president, man. I'm just finding these answers out so quick. It's just like
I'd love to see like a breakdown of exactly how he plans to implement this.
Let me see. Primary nights like Super Tuesday. This is the last one.
All right, Brad. Thank you so much for joining us on Blab. You can definitely come to DINtv.com and come chat with us. I have the pretty Siobhan here and the smart, educated Kevin here. So
you left smart
and beautiful, melanin, educated, strong black woman.
I would educate.
Strong black man.
Nominating process.
And our strong Russian here. Correct. So you guys come and talk to us. You know, we're really excited about the primary and the results that are coming in. You know, there aren't any percentages out as of now because I think it's closing so soon. They don't want to like put any numbers out there right now. So there aren't any numbers out right now, but we should be getting some in around 7 o'clock. So you guys definitely stay tuned.
Yeah.
Because that's going to be in real time. So you're going to get a real time reactions from people from all around the world on DINtv.com. So definitely come to DINtv.com. I know a lot of people missed the Republican debate that happened a couple of days ago. So what we can do is see what we're not voting for. So let's go ahead and take a look at the highlights that were the Republican debate 2 days ago. Let's see.
Obama won South Carolina.
All I remember was the calamity. I've never seen three grown men talk over each other that much. Everybody I knew that was watching it, aside from DINtv, was just astonished by how they could not get it together. I'm like, you are putting your best face forward or best foot forward for America, and this is how you choose to do it.
Start to pick up big.
Well, at least we know that they're human, right?
Who knows? Bernie Sanders says he's in it to the end to stay in the race.
We're dealing with boys, frat boys in a frat house who are just arguing politics right now. That's what I feel like when I'm talking about Republicans. But I have a link here with the video so you guys can check it out and see a couple of the highlights that happened a couple days ago.
The only person on the stage that's ever.
And you guys on Meerkat and Periscope, we're actually about to watch the highlights of the Republican debate that happened a couple days ago. So if you guys want to see that yourselves, just follow this link here at www.dintv.com. You're able to see us in HD and also see what we're looking at and hear the other people that are on DINtv.com also. So definitely do that. So I'm going to go ahead and play the video now and let's get it started.
Let's get
Well, you're the only person on the stage that's ever been fined for hiring people to work on your projects illegally. You hired some people.
I'm the only one on the stage that's hired people. You haven't hired I've hired tens of thousands of people over my job. You've hired
1,000 people
You've
from
had
another
nothing
company,
but problems
from another
with your
country.
credit cards, etc.
Let me say, let me finish this statement. This is important.
You haven't hired one
He
person
hired
in your life.
workers from Poland, and he had to pay $1 million or so in a judgment.
wrong. That's wrong.
That's totally wrong.
Look who decided to grace us with their presence.
Trump, Polish
Look who decided to grace us with their presence. Look at that. Mr. West. Wake up, Mr. West.
West is in the building.
Where is he? I don't hear him. West?
Yeah.
Wake up, Mr. West. What's up? Do you know that's from the Kanye song?
Yes.
Yo, you know what I was listening to all day today? Nah, don't try my man like that. That's you feel the burn, Wes? Do you feel the burn? Oh yeah. It was Bernie Mac.
Oh, the voice.
The voice.
The voice. Yeah.
I had to get off.
I'm like, what are you talking about?
Hip hop, like schooling me on hip hop and shit. Okay.
Okay.
But Wes, what are you looking for? These results, like, who are you rooting for right now? Because we have Bernie, we have Hillary, and then we have Willie Wilson.
Exactly.
Willie Wilson, he's actually one of the other candidates. He's the third candidate that's on the ballot in South Carolina right now. So he is the wild card, apparently.
He gonna take all the votes from. Oh shit!
No, like,
is he a real person?
Yeah, yes. He actually is. I'm gonna actually post the article for him so you can check it out.
Stop
lying. And I'm gonna bring up that video I put up earlier of him so you can hear his voice.
You're not gonna like him at all. I already know. I told everybody on DINtv that he reminds me of a Al Sharpton Ben Carson hybrid.
Man, Al said he leaving.
Listen, play a video for him. He's gonna die. It's literally going to be like everything he hates about the coloreds.
About the coloreds, he said. Okay, I'm gonna post it right now, you guys.
But what's wrong with colored people, man? Like,
I'm asking you that.
Nothing. Like, I don't say nothing wrong with color.
No, I know. I'm just messing with you, bro.
What's up, y'all? It's your boy Kev on the stage.
I put on the one I had originally. This one was shorter, so I thought it'd be easier to deal with. Nope, I'm gonna go ahead and put on that part.
Shorter is easier to deal with. Sure. Girl, you tongue tied?
Cause you starting with me already.
Shorter is sometimes better if you think about it.
I'm talking about clips. Clips
here. You want like a stack. You don't want to have like the whole meal.
All right, here it is again for you. You get ready.
All right, this is Willie Wilson.
You got the 10-second intro.
On the land If we have a white Republican, give me your thoughts on Donald Trump.
I'll tell you one thing. No, I don't agree with him on this stand against.
Wes is loving it. He's changing his vote as we speak right
I'm
now.
not a person that don't agree with divide.
I just got to the Star Spangled Banner.
Oh, okay.
Believe that, right? How about respect for his business and the people that he's employed?
His assistant director's name is Big
I
Boy.
don't know him personally.
It just,
I can stand out for.
I don't make Big Bro.
Oh, big bro.
Bill. I would
Girl.
never agree with anything.
He's a straight shooter. I mean,
Y'all gonna turn the volume up.
slings from the hip. I mean,
I
is that good for this country?
You can't hear it on your end?
Contest, you think?
He's
No,
speaking
so-
for the country.
You can't turn it- you have to turn it up on your end.
A portion of the country.
Y'all ask
Otherwise, he will not be a lead in
You
politics.
got, or open it in another tab
Right.
because we can't control your video when it's in your browser.
That is saying something, right?
That is
He
and like
is
now, all I hear
leading
is
the
like
poll,
the drunkard.
like the rest
Yeah,
of
'cause
them
that's what I hear.
down in the poll.
You
Reminds me if I go to the corner store and it's that dude that stands outside the shop. Like, yeah, you don't got no $10.
And the numbers show that, you know.
So you getting $1, yo, you have more money in your hand. You can't get any more?
You never know.
All I need is $1.35. Go ahead, my man. Yeah.
Wes over it. That's Wes. Wait, anytime Wes says on now that he over it already. He's done
Oh,
the
you
conversation.
already got West down in a nutshell.
Yeah, that's that. He's a dinner.
I you have definitely turned that coin.
Yeah, any person that comes on din more than 2 times is a dinner
Okay.
because we're like a thing. You
All
know?
right.
All right, so we have our international correspondent, Kirill, giving us some.
It's actually a message from Bernie campaign.
Let's go ahead and read through that. It says, when I first decided to run for president, my greatest fear was that if I were to run a poor campaign or did not do well, that it would be a setback, not just for me, but for the ideas driving our campaign. A lot of people said we had no chance. Our ideas are too big, the billionaire class is too powerful, but we kept at it. We came to a virtual tie in Iowa and had a big win in New Hampshire and made huge progress in Nevada. What you're doing is working. Every contribution, every phone call, every door knocked on DINtv.com is bringing our political revolution one step closer to winning. Okay? So that's a letter from Bernie Sanders to DINtv.com. We do appreciate the love, Bernie, that you have for us. But for Wes, we could definitely give you the link to Willie Wilson's campaign website just so that you can, you know, check it out because I know you like reading
up on things.
He just look evil. He looks so evil.
Don't say that.
He does. He just gives me this. He doesn't look evil to you, Wes. Oh, Wes is not in the. Wes disappeared.
Wait,
all right.
Wes disappeared.
So you guys, so we're still waiting for the results to kick in. We have 24 minutes left until the first results start rolling in from the South Carolina Democratic primary. Okay, so we have a couple of things lined up for today's show. Just to give you guys a rundown, we are going to be covering the results, talking about the different stances that the candidates do hold, and also talking about the history of the different candidates and hearing other people from around the world who joined DINtv, their opinions on the candidates and the race that's happening right now. I had a brain fart just now. All right, so you guys, so Wes, are you back in?
I'm just gonna say this.
Uh-oh.
I niggas need to vote for Trump.
Stop! No.
Just vote for Trump. Like everybody's so busy trying to deny. Al Sharpton talking about he gonna leave. He gonna take all the Africans with him. It's just crazy. Like
most Africans now don't even know who Al Sharpton is.
Shitting me. They're always on TV. We need is an example to be set in our community. We need somebody who can show us how to operate and build on our own. The Democrats have not ever done that in the history of.
I agree with you, man. Like Bernie is definitely going to do that. Bernie is going to do that, and I'm glad that you realize that. You realize that Bernie's going to do the change.
Bro, Bernie can't. Bro, I'm telling you, his theories don't even work.
Is he having a stroke right now? Is that why he's talking like this? Are you having a stroke, Wes?
I'm disappointed in y'all, man.
Wait, y'all. Why?
That's what's so sad. Like, we in this country been here for 400 years. We still don't know the difference between slavery and free enterprise.
I don't know. Like, for me, I just go by people's like stances and what they say until they've proved me wrong the first time. Because I give everybody the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I mean, but if he proves us wrong the first time, then we still got a whole 3 years.
That's him.
Yeah.
That's him. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's on him.
Yeah, it is.
And that's going to be a huge thing for him to get over in his career. Because after the presidency, he's going to be like, what, 80 something?
Yeah,
So.
This is his last hurrah.
Yo, you know, if I want Trump just to be in office so that he like fucks up everything, and West is just like, damn, man.
No, but West is already.
Kevin, you know what I'm gonna say? You know what I'm gonna say? I told you so, because I'm telling you right now, regardless of who gets in there, the economy is going to shit. So who do you want in the driver's seat? That's the real question.
Though. This just.
I'm not joking.
But it's happened. It's gonna happen.
I mean, of course, everybody's gonna.
It's gonna happen within this next candidacy that's happening right now.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen day one. Whoever take office day first, you're gonna see it happening. It's going to happen. This is not a joke.
And West works for Anonymous, so he knows something.
He knows. He works for Anonymous. You said?
Hell yeah.
I am very much so aware that the economy is the worst. I'm very aware that the economy is the worst right now, and it's next to nowhere we can get out of this hole we're in, and how we're gonna come up with different things to re-stimulate the economy. That's like the possibilities are none.
Exactly. But, you know, Periscope and Meerkat, we have a huge Trump supporter here. His name is Wes, and he is loving him some Trump. He is a Trump thumper. When I tell you,
wait, what's another way to say a Trump thumper without saying Trump?
A Trumpster.
A Trumpster. He's a Trumpster.
He's a trumpeter.
A Trump gangster. Trumpster. That's what he is. And you guys, we need your help. We need to purify him and cleanse him.
Y'all can't, because I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I'm pro-profit. Y'all need to understand that. If Trump wasn't running,
he's pro-corporations, you guys. You heard it here first on DINtv.com. He is pro-corporations. He's pro-profit.
Slavery. Pro-profit. Get it right.
He's pro-sweatshops. As long as it's making him a profit. They don't need to sleep. They can make more. They can make more clothes.
No regulation.
If Wes is president, you're gonna have to make your own drawers, own clothes.
Bro, we're gonna have to do that anyway.
The thing my mother taught me to sew.
I almost sew some good ass thongs too.
Okay. That was very specific in the undergarment of choice.
I bring receipts.
Oh, okay.
All right. Y'all win, because I don't wear drawers. I'm good. You know.
Oh, free balling.
Exactly.
You heard it first on DINtv.com.
We're not gonna go there.
Okay.
You know Kevin already.
I don't want to go there.
We don't want to go there.
But maybe this will bring about some of the things that you should have been taught while.
Well, you got her all flustered now, Wes. She can't even talk. You're talking about not wearing any underwear now.
No,
it's just
focus. I'm saying this will bring to the forefront some of the things that a lot of people weren't taught as children. So where you won't be able to afford fast food and things you might need, it might bring more importance to learning to cook. Where you weren't taught to sew, this might show you how to hem some. You might teach yourself to hem some pants.
Listen. I don't mean like we're gonna be in our own house making our own drawers. Hell no, we're gonna be retooling a lot of these buildings to be able to mass produce this. Like, it's
and then being paid what? Or it's gonna be like you have to work just to work.
Will I still have an Instagram?
It ain't like that. It ain't like that.
Will I still have an Instagram? Wes?
You vote for Trump? Yes.
No, he wants to know if you have an Instagram.
First of all, Bernie has an Instagram, and I've liked all his pictures. And
did you really?
Yes.
Oh.
Bernie's daddy.
Oh, please don't say that again.
Bernie's daddy.
No, you can't call a man daddy.
Why?
That's not a thing that people do. That's something out of a porno.
Let me ask you a question.
That's where your mindset is, sweetie.
Why is it that we always supposed to be looking for a white daddy, but when we get one, when we get the real nigga president,
I ain't looking for no white daddy here. Okay.
Nobody daddy.
Let me stop. All right. So Burnout Crusader says on Twitter that today Black voters in South Carolina made a statement about Hillary Clinton versus Bernie. She actually retweeted this article about how Bernie pretty much called out Hillary, saying that she's trying to gain the Black vote because she's been endorsing Obama heavily these past weeks. When she first came out,
she already has it.
I mean, before when she came out, she didn't say Obama who. You don't hear her say anything about Obama, and now she.
Yeah, but she has it. Her husband had it. She has. I feel like this is something that has been inherited since her husband had the.
She lost.
Vote.
I mean, her husband had it. That's
the minority.
Yeah.
I mean, not the minority, the millennial vote.
Y'all don't hear how sad that is, though. Like we inheriting, like we ain't even thinking about who these people are, what kind of ties these people have to.
You know, it's a funny thing. A lot of
just giving them our vote.
Had a stake in this whole political realm. She has been Secretary of State, so she's in the political realm, and her husband was president. So it kind of happens. It's just like a rollover plan.
And
I don't think as many black voters. Wes, do you agree with me in the sense where it's like I don't think black voters go towards Hillary like they did for her husband?
I think I got some neighbors who just telling me Hillary gonna be president. I'm like, you vote for her, you just stupid.
Hell no.
You just stupid.
They remind me of like the PNP and JLP party in Jamaica. Like these people like vote because of generational.
JLP, break it down for me.
It's too much to break down. Just Democrat Republicans for Jamaica.
Okay,
basically. So what it is like they have this. They have an issue with the new generation and old generation. Old generation's very like because my grandmother's grandmother voted for this person and this party. That's why I stick to this party. Whereas the new generation is like this corruption everywhere. We need to stop this immediately.
The new generation it's the information age. They looking at their parents like y'all are some idiots. Y'all are fucking retarded. What is wrong with y'all? Why did y'all never not have the gumption to go get up and learn something? That's how it is. It's the same over here. It's the same in Jamaica. It's the same in Haiti. It's the same in South America. It's the same in Africa. Everybody got this same problem. It's just like nobody for the past 2-3 generations, nobody wanted to do or know nothing but just say yes, sir. And it's so sad. Like, come on, we really got to start looking at what is in our best interest. And both of it, and to be honest,
Trump is in our best interest.
Free enterprise is in your best interest. If Trump weren't running, I would not be involved in this process. I sit back and I would not. No, I would sit back and I would see who becomes president, and I would wait till they pass their tax laws, give it first 300 days to see what tax laws they pass, and I'll move forward as such because it really doesn't matter. But if you want to be involved in the process and we want to give our votes away to make a difference, we have to look at what's in our best interest, and that's going to be free enterprise. And if you really look at it, Hillary might be pandering for votes for black people by agreeing with Obama, but Bernie is doing it even worse by promising free shit. That's what makes it sad. And we'll run the line for free shit.
Right. First of all, Bernie has always been for the people. Okay, he loved him some chocolate and melanin. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, ask Bernie this. Ask Bernie this. How many black people have he put in a position to be able to create more for themselves and others around them?
I mean, we have been trying to call these people all day
you don't
to get some information from them, but ain't nobody got no time for us today. We go straight to voicemail. We have been trying to put in. We're supposed to put in this legwork.
We're supposed to be getting a couple of calls after around 8 o'clock. After around that time, because a lot of the campaign offices that run for Democrats are busy right now.
Of course,
with the tallying and all that type of stuff too. So. Maybe after 8, I got some promises from people. Okay. So hopefully when we call or if they call, we get some answers.
Yes.
Because we actually did this interview during the caucuses, Nevada caucuses, and we talked to people from Colorado and different campaign offices, and it went pretty well. So it's definitely a new mechanic that we're using right now that helps the interactive experience.
I mean, we could bring it up if we had the timestamp. We could bring it up from YouTube if we had the timestamp.
Yeah, we could, but that's a 3-hour video.
And he's like, I'm not going through all of that. You saw he readjusted his body to that way. He just
but back to the campaign. Let's go ahead and see exactly what they're talking about.
Don't even let me finish my statement. Just rude.
As independent voters in particular, aren't so excited about a third Obama term as are.
Remember what we were talking about yesterday, Wes?
They still talking about a third Obama term?
You might be saying Massa Obama again.
Yeah, listen, I'm telling you, these white folks gonna turn this thing so far upside down. You gonna think it was 1800.
You think so?
I'm telling you, I know so, because I'm gonna be right there with them. Turn this bitch upside down. Anybody got time for that, man? You crazy?
Until they throw you to the wolves.
That's what people don't understand. Like on the conservative side of things, people are not like that. It's not that divided over there. They just want to make sure that you understand free enterprise. You are out to do and provide the best for your kids, and white people love you. But if you want to have this idea in your mind that, oh man, somebody out to get me and the government owe me something and fuck white people, ain't nobody got time for that. They just gonna look at you and throw you to the wolves. But if you know how to get in line and say, I got your back, you got my back, it's all good. Because it really don't matter. It really don't matter.
Campaigns for the DNC.
Okay.
They go about trying to alter that. Well, let me just say something. Obama. And
I don't know what to say. Wes is always saying these stuff. It's just like, I don't know.
I mean, I feel like you can't really battle with him about money.
Wes makes you feel like I'm just. Wes makes you feel like I'm just like I have hot sauce in my bag, and I'm just like, no, I like don't get that impression at all. Like, I love everyone.
Foreign policy, a key difference.
He makes perfect sense about the economy. I just cannot. I won't. Even if he was the best person in the history of ever, I cannot see myself voting for Trump. I will try to make the economy what I need it to be with Bernie. I will try to make the money I need to make with Bernie.
Okay, let me tell you. Let me explain.
No chance. No chance.
Oh yes, Kirill.
No, Kirill.
If no Bernie, you'll be Trump. 100%.
I agree with that.
If it comes down to capitalism versus communism, Trump will win that.
Maybe
You trying it? You really
Bernie
trying
is
it?
not a communism, even close.
states unlike South Carolina. Maybe Massachusetts.
Why are you guys like giving up on Bernie?
I know, like you felt
Giving up. I've never had
the wave
nothing
of sadness just came
Wes.
over. The wave of sadness just hit you.
Yeah, because just like Bernie is the change that's going to be America, you know? And Bernie's going to be the product. I mean, Wes is going to be the prodigal son. He's going to come back. And, you know, Bernie's going to welcome him with open arms. Yes, my brother. You know, I know you were talking so much crap, but you know what? I love you. I love you, bro.
I embrace you. Oh, God.
And Wes, a tear's going to fall down Wes's eye and just be like, damn, I should have listened to
Wes
Kevin.
is just going to be like, well, am I making money from this whole hog thing?
Yeah, how much is this hug
How much
costing
is
me?
this hog costing?
You gotta watch your pockets with Bernie. He'll go in your back pocket on you, man. That ain't no joke.
Where are you getting these? You just get, is this a feeling that you have? Or is this like,
Okay, listen, you gotta understand.
okay.
We're all talking about all of this. How you gonna do anything if your tax rate is 60-70%? Now, mind you, he wants to tax. Now, mind you, he wants to tax the stock market. He wants to tax transactions on the stock market. So
That's the first thing he's going to say. He's going to go to Wall Street and start taxing them.
yeah, but if you read that, first of all, the plan on that, the report that they got on that, it's a speculation tax about speculation. So the report is a speculation. They have no clue if it'll work and how it will work. So that's already a disaster.
Isn't everything a speculation?
Everything, even I mean, I
No, numbers are facts. These guys are speculating on something new. They're trying.
So
to
what's Trump's stances in regards to the economy? Like, what does he feel like should be happening right now when it comes to the economy?
We need to be cutting taxes,
Mm-hmm.
building walls, creating jobs. It's that simple. We need to start handling our debt first of all, and our deficits, our trade deficits.
But isn't that what everybody says they're going to be doing? We're going to.
No, Ronnie, I think 60% for Wall Street is a hell of a lot, girl. That's in the millions, girl.
It's a tax.
I'm fine with that.
Listen, it's a tax on transactions. So therefore, if you and it predicts that it will cut the transaction volume in half. So everybody who has a 401k, an IRA, a Roth, an SEP, a 403b, everybody who has a plan, those are invested in the stock market. You can forget your returns, and when you raise corporate taxes, you can take those returns and they are gone. They're going to the government because the corporations who run those processes are not going to give up their profits first. They're going to give up your profits. They're going to give up everybody's retirement.
I feel like, and I feel like Bernie knows this. He knows the gameplay when it comes to these loopholes, and he's going to make sure that when he sets these taxes and their like requirements, he's going to make sure that there's no escaping it. You're not going to hop to another country and start taking your business.
How would he implement that plan if he is also saying that he wants the middle class and the lower class to thrive? There's no, like, that would be superiorly contradictory.
What do you mean?
He's like, we want to save the middle class. We want to make sure that people in the lower class have an opportunity to reach a middle class standing. And those kind of people need to strive towards like 401k plans and Roth IRAs. Like, this is what they need. So if he's going to put a tax on that, and then it's going to come to a point where the businesses are giving the tax money instead of our money, instead of their direct money,
every day you read
then that cuts the middle class altogether. And
that's
that would
that's their direct money that's going in your 401k because you're working for that money. You get what I'm saying?
It's not.
Right, but it's
the
being
tax goes to
invested.
the government. The tax is going to the government. It's not going to the corporations. Listen, these companies,
Let's make this.
Yeah. When it comes, the whole purpose.
Why you calling West this? I want to hear what you
I'm talking about. I'm talking about them.
The whole purpose of these companies are to stay in business. They are not out to make you money. They just so happen to make you money because they are in the process of making business. So if you're going to tax them, they're going to raise the corporate tax rate. This isn't even the same tax I'm talking about on Wall Street. First of all, they're going to raise the corporate tax rate. So any return you were probably getting, that's definitely going to shrink. If you were getting 6, that's probably going down to 3. And so when they tax the stock market, first of all, trading volume is predicted to slice in half. Therefore, you won't have as many opportunities to make money. So automatically, whatever your return at 3 was, it's probably going down to 1.5. And whatever other payroll taxes and social security taxes they add on top of that, you can forget it. All your 401k is gone. Because first of all, when you do that, most of the companies in the stock market are going to go bankrupt. That is real. That is
because they don't have the money. They don't have the collateral or money to begin with.
It's not a joke. It is very real. So when you start really ratcheting up taxes on especially on speculation, everything is a speculation. If you're doing just real estate and you're talking about actual dirt in the ground, that's a speculation. If you're talking about paper money, that's a speculation. If you're talking about stocks created on the computer, that's speculation. And those transactions are what drive our economy. And so when you start really ratcheting up those taxes, and then you're going to think about the taxes on your end. It's like I asked you before, if they're paying 0 now, what good is raising the tax rate? They're still going to pay 0. They're still going to pay 0. Taxes have gone up in this country. They've gone down in this company, and they still continue to pay 0. There is no way around that. But the way they do, the way that will hurt you is this. Very simple. All the prices that you see now, they are going to go up because now they have the incentive to raise prices. Why? Because we have to pay more tax to the government, quote unquote. It's a really bad plan. You're putting more money into the hands of the people who don't know how to use money. The government has a spending problem, not a debt problem. How do we eliminate the spending problem? Take the money away. Stop giving them our tax money and put it back into the economy. That is what's going to make us grow. We need to create up a system where that it doesn't incentivize people to keep money in bonds and stocks. So therefore, we have to reduce those asset prices, which will be easily done by cutting the debt.
That DJs. I'm just like when you watch Breakfast Club, like when you're sitting down listening. Go ahead, Wesley. Sorry.
Trying to make sure I'm hearing everything he's saying. But like, I'm skeptical now because anybody who wants to have a one-time 25% tax on wealth makes me skeptical. It's like, why would you want to tax yourself? I know it will erase a national debt, but aren't the Republicans always in favor of keeping their money?
But it won't. What happens?
No, they're not in favor of sharing it. Not keeping it, but sharing.
When you cut taxes, in theory, what happens in theory, when you cut taxes, you give the government less money to spend, but they still have to spend the same amount of money. So you would increase the deficit. What you have to do is you have to reduce the debt, which is, in other words, cut the interest on the debt. So the amount you pay per month or per year goes down. You have to reduce asset values. And for all the debt that you wiped out, you're going to have to print money and get it into the system because there is like 300 times more debt credit in the system than there is actual cash. And that is going to be part of our problem. So when we get rid of the debt, the value of our dollars go up, but everything else goes down, making everything cheaper, but we have more purchasing power. And that is how you're going to get money back into the system. But if you raise your interest rates, you're going to create a situation where it pays to keep money in a savings account, in bonds. But that's not what we need. We need to go negative. So people who are keeping that is putting their money, they have to pay out every year per se. And so if you're willing to pay money in a bond every year to the government or to the Federal Reserve or whoever you need to pay it to, most people won't do that because they want a return on their investment. So it'll pay you more. It'll pay you more to start investing in businesses rather than paper. We need to set up that kind of environment as opposed to just trying to ratchet up taxes on people because that has never worked. You only end up being a slave to the system with no jobs and no companies, and they will be handing out food to people. I guarantee it. And you want to talk about the middle class? Okay, the middle class is only determined by the same amount of people making a relative range of money. So if the middle class now is 50,000 to 75,000, but you want to ratchet up taxes and everything else goes to hell, now everybody is making a medium of 20,000.
Okay, what I'm not understanding is wait, let's backtrack. What is the problem with
Bernie to begin with?
No, with having your money in savings and bonds and creating like
because you know, like when you get a job and they're like, oh, we'll put like 20% of what you're putting into your 401k. Like,
well, in theory, there's nothing wrong with it.
I'm trying to figure out. In theory, okay.
There's nothing wrong with it. When the environment is right, there's nothing wrong with it. When we have great interest rates, an interest rate of 5, 6, 7, 8%, there's nothing wrong with putting your money in a savings account to get paid on that. But our interest rates are damn near zero. So you put money in a savings account, you're getting nothing on it. But yet and still, people will keep money in a CD. They'll keep money in bonds, 2-year, 5-year, 10-year, 30-year notes. They'll keep money in savings accounts. They'll keep money in their stocks. And we need to set up an environment where they are forced to pull that money out or they have a negative return.
He wants independence.
In order for the interest rates to go up?
I think Wes's like end game is like he doesn't want to rely on the government, period.
I told you the government's job is the government's job is to protect the people with the armed forces and regulate the market so that nobody cheats nobody else. You want to set up an environment so whereby the states can govern and everything can go into the economy, into our primary resources. We need people to start putting their money into real estate, into businesses so that we can make our own draws. You know what I mean? We don't have that capacity.
I don't know that.
Are we understand? Like I say, it's more than just your favorite candidate because they sound good. No, man, you need to go really read this paperwork and see what they plan on doing, and then you have to be able to understand how it will affect everybody. Because it's okay if you can do all right, but if the whole country is hurting, you're gonna feel the bleed too. You really will. And like I say, Bernie is just disastrous. It's a danger.
You feel like he's disastrous because he's not saying how he's going to make it so that he could pay for wide education for everybody and how he's going to pay for all of the different things he plans to implement?
I know how he's going to pay for it, but most people don't know. Like
tell me how he's going to pay for it.
Easy. He's going to ratchet up taxes to make it seem as though they're getting money in. And we're still going to be running an even larger deficit because now more people are going to want to go to school. It's just that simple. Nothing changes. It all stays the same. You raise up the taxes, you raise up the deficit, you just spend more money. You write more checks, you have them print more money, they buy more bad assets. It's all the same. Credit increases, debt increases, interest rates go up, nobody cares. That's why you see
Okay, so if this is common sense for you, then why do you feel like this isn't happening or this isn't something that the politicians already know?
Because they all went to the same schools. It's just that simple. They've all gone to the same schools, have the same education, the same lack of understanding. This is the same reason why only 1% of the people control most of the wealth. They really get it and understand that how the economy works is based off of our spending. If we, the people, have the money, we can set up better environments for people to learn and grow. If the government has it, they tell you when and where you can go and how you can go. It's just that simple. Everybody knows small government is necessary to a successful country. But when you have places like Venezuela, Nicaragua, Ecuador, who just straight gouge the people and tell them how much money they can make, everybody makes the same amount, whether you a doctor or you a garbage picker, it just does not make sense. There's no incentive to actually grow and innovate. Why would anybody want to go out, be a scientist, spend 12 years in school to be a scientist, and they have no incentive to do it so because they're going to get paid $20,000 a year and still have to stand in line for food, have rolling blackouts, and no hot water. It makes no sense. So, and the real problem with Bernie is, I keep saying this all the time, 25 years in politics, he's only introduced 3 pieces of legislation. None of them coincide with the agenda he's pushing. He has no support, no endorsements from anybody in Washington. So if he is elected,
Clinton just won.
How will he get these things through?
Breaking news, you guys. Clinton has won the South Carolina primary. Woe to big business. Woe to big corporations. You guys have won. You guys have won.
What the easy was all of that just now? Woe to me.
Yeah, because woe to them. Like, apparently they bought enough votes at this point.
I wasn't expecting that. One time for you. Yo, is there a way we can turn this up a little bit?
Yeah, definitely. Let's go ahead and listen in and see what's going on here.
That they think will propel them into Super Tuesday.
All right, Breon, a lot of happy people over there. At some point soon, presumably, we'll hear from Hillary Clinton herself. Jake, This is an important moment for Hillary Clinton, especially if it's a precursor to what could happen in those southern states on Tuesday.
And what a difference it makes. 8 years ago, Hillary Clinton got her clock cleaned in South Carolina. She lost by almost 30 points to Barack Obama. But now she is the heir apparent to Barack Obama and doing so much better with the African-American community than she was back then. A staggering victory for her.
That's right. And it is obviously a numerical victory, but it is a psychological victory,
huge.
Which matters a lot in this race when she has been trying to outmaneuver Bernie Sanders rhetorically and in terms of message and theme, but now she's been able to do it in the state. Look, the Democrats inside Hillary Clinton's campaign have said for some time South Carolina is their firewall, and it was. Tell us why, though, we were able to project it so early. It's because it was that much of a firewall, right?
Well, right. So the way in which we go about this, as you know, we send people around the state of South Carolina to dozens of precincts, and we not only do we interview them they tell us who they voted for, but then we also observe in sample precincts the actual raw vote coming in. So even though the state has not yet, and the state party has not yet reported the raw vote totals, and we can't see actual vote yet, we, because of our exit polls and because of our sample precincts, where we actually...
So congratulations, Hillary and Trump going to meet going to fight in for November.
Make it sound like a death match.
Yeah.
She has now won 3 of these 4 early contests. That is a big deal, and that is a complete shift from where we were last time. And you're right, they pointed to Nevada and South Carolina as a firewall, and it's proving to be. And when you win 3 out of the 4 early contests and you build up that kind of head of steam moving forward, and there are these structural challenges for Sanders moving forward, it's just a really formidable position now that Hillary Clinton finds herself in.
And let's also just talk about the fact that the education of Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton that has taken place when it comes to dealing with the concerns of the African-American community and the Black Lives Matter movement. Remember how...
Guys, Sharon and Kevin, we're not hearing you. We hear CNN, at least from my end.
Can you hear us now?
Ferguson or near Ferguson.
Wes, can you hear us?
Yeah, you're good now.
Oh, okay.
Maybe we're speaking out of microphone.
Hey, you guys. So it's been projected that Hillary Clinton has won the South Carolina primary. So kudos to big corporations. Monsanto, you did it. Your hard money worked. You bought your voters. You bought your people. So, I mean, kudos to you, How do you feel about this win, Wes?
As if Bernie Sanders...
It don't matter. She's going to look so bad. It's going to be embarrassing.
I'm losing track.
Like by the time Trump is done with her, I think black people should be embarrassed that they gave her her vote.
Very specific answer to the question.
She just looked evil to me. She doesn't look evil to you.
She do.
She just looks so evil to me. Like her eyes are just dark.
She looks confident to me. Like she has this in a bag.
Y'all better really do some research on her.
Yeah, we're gonna end up in FEMA bags soon.
So if it comes to Hillary and Trump, what you doing, Kevin?
What am I doing?
What are you gonna do?
Setting it off.
Guys, all these credits, let's say, you should be paid back. So
For Bernie Sanders.
you're ready.
However, it is
definitely. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and try to make some calls. See what the Democratic campaigns are saying about this horrible win. Hold on a second.
Going forward, unlike the Republican side, which is...
And I'm still, people on Periscope, if you know how to Periscope and Meerkat, if you know how to contact Willie Wilson, please let us know. I'm looking here and all I see is his website.
Oh, yeah.
His website and the people who tweet and love him.
Talking about the education.
Maybe I'm going to see if I can contact the one who tweets and love him because we still know nothing about him. He didn't win, but we still want to know.
I should also point out it was Chris Cuomo during the town hall in South Carolina. In good shape. I'm a pencil neck geek, so that's how you can distinguish us. A huge win, David Axelrod, Gloria, for Hillary Clinton.
Can I just say it is a huge win, and I would also
a huge win.
Those in the Hillary Clinton.
Huge. You notice all these Hillary supporters have that same ugly ass hairstyle with that black and blonde highlight with the short cut, like K plus 8. Like
it's changed something though.
What?
This notion that he should shut it down.
It's white appropriation. I just can't stand it.
People in rural America are doing well off. So if everybody has to get short haircuts with blonde and black highlights and
how Flynn doing? How Flynn's doing?
That's not rural America.
Oh, so it doesn't matter then, I guess.
I'm talking about like rural.
So this is the majority that speaks.
You know I'm just being funny. I'm not doing this with you, Kevin.
For me, I'm like Bernie's here to fix Flint. He's here to fix all these problems, you know.
He's sitting in office now. Why he ain't fixing it?
Like a 25.
We want him to go in go underneath people's sinks and fix their plumbing.
I mean, since he's so for the people, he should be out there being for the people, right?
Yeah.
Right now he has a campaign to run.
People.
Right now he has a campaign to run, so he can't really do much with his Senate.
Damn, give him a break. Wes.
You gotta give him nothing, man. He ain't getting more vote either.
That's what you say now. I'm gonna make him vote for
That's your goal for 2016.
not my goal.
Okay, I hear you. But my question is, how you plan on doing that?
Don't worry about it. I'm subconsciously doing it. You don't even know. This is some inception type shit.
For one moment, please.
Looking at safe and see if that thing's still turning. You in real life right now, Wes?
I got a better chance of you voting for Trump than you can convince me to vote for Bernie.
That would mean that I would.
But you tell me what you're gonna do when it comes time to vote, and if it's a situation where it's Hillary against Trump.
I will be standing in front of the voting office and telling people to vote for Trump.
Up 20 or 30 points.
Really?
Mhm.
Will you yourself vote for Trump?
Hell no.
Oh shit!
Sorry, what's in this room right now?
I can't.
Just principle.
I can't.
I can't.
cannot.
Oh shit.
I mean, what do you guys feel about that? Do you feel like we should vote for Trump? Because at this point, we're talking about him, and it's Hillary that's winning. You know, Hillary to me is just.
Hi, Yolanda Barnes.
Hi, Yolanda. What do you feel about Hillary? You know, she did win South Carolina. The witch is at it again. She is casting her spells and winning. You know? How do you spell money? MONEY?
HILLAY. Okay, so Hillary is rolling in it, guys, and she's shoving it in the delegate's face, and she's taking over. So you either get with it or get lost.
That might turn on.
So I see all 10 of you guys on Meerkat. What are your thoughts on the win? Do you guys feel like Hillary should have won? Do you feel like she's rigging the system? Do you feel like she's taking money from corporations and bribing people to vote for her?
He's telling you what to think right now. This is how you plan to get West to vote for for Bernie?
Yeah, Wes is already voting for Bernie.
Oh, okay, he just doesn't know it yet.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Got
it.
Like he's gonna vote for Trump. Yeah,
I would. The sad part is I'm a registered Democrat still, so I might go down and vote for Bernie because I want him. Like I said, I want him to win. It's gonna be so easy. We're gonna mop the floor with Bernie when it comes time for the general. It's gonna be so easy that I want him to
on
win.
Periscope and
I think he underestimated
user here
Bernie.
saying that he hopes that Bernie wins because when it comes down to it, it's just going to be a shoe-in for Trump. Do you agree or do you disagree? Let us know. Come directly to www.DINtv.com and share your perspective. We will talk to you and you will enjoy it and we will enjoy you.
Come on, Americans. Let's not be the stereotype and not actually speaking about our own values. Let's actually talk about them on DINtv.com. Okay? You guys are a part of the movement. Don't be a spectator. Be a part of the movement. Come to DINtv.com. Stop shit and come over here. Okay?
Unfortunately, Kevin, the majority of people, they're born and they are brought to be spectators, to be passive viewers, to enjoy Kardashian and other SS stuff, Kanye West and all this garbage. So this is the fate of all these people, and if they behave this way, they deserve it, unfortunately.
Yep.
I mean, I want them to go ask when Kim Kardashian is sitting sweet with this economy, when the economy hits shit, and she's in her Beverly Hills mansion. I want to see who's gonna retweet her shit.
They're still gonna do it because she's still a social icon.
I won't. I don't even retweet the bitch now. I talk about her, but I don't even talk about her like that. Like I don't. I'm more Team Kylie.
Okay. So let's just retool the conversation. When Kylie is sitting up in her mansion, lips all plump, body all together, weave on fleek, and she retweets something about how wonderful she's living, and our economy is still in the toilet, and you're not getting the money that you need to. Are you gonna still retweet her?
My ass will be at home. Chilling, like I'm not worried about her like that. Like
he gonna be retweeting her.
Retweeting her for what? That's not money in my pocket.
No, he gonna be retweeting her.
What you just described, Siobhan, is what's going on now. Sitting in the Beverly Hills mansion while our economy is in the toilet. This shit ain't happened yet. ain't nobody gonna be able to retweet nothing. Everybody.
I think they feel like they've done their like social job because they are encouraging young people to vote.
You making it sound you gonna all go in the factory, clock in, clock out,
I feel
Homer
like
Simpson style.
the people.
You know how many people gonna be building this wall?
How many? Tell me.
It's gonna be a lot.
You gonna build it? You a Trumper? You gonna be trumping out there building the wall, laying those bricks?
Be supervising.
You gonna be supervising. Watch, I bet you gonna have all these.
He gonna have the whip.
You gonna have all these colors building this wall, girl, and then have all these Caucasians on these horses watching us build this wall with a whip. And Witt's gonna be like, damn, I want to be this dude, and he whipping me right now building this wall.
I'm gonna tell you what's so sad. It's not even sad, but it's not even true to what you say, because there are more white people who want to build this wall than there are black people. Black people aren't even paying attention to why.
No, I know, West. Come on, let me get my joke in, please.
I told you what I'm gonna do, though. I told you I'm gonna go.
No, that's why I like
the fields in South and Central Florida. And I'm investing in some cotton seeds, some hemp seeds.
Okay, nope. Yeah, you did say that. Okay, now we're gonna listen in to Den Live and see what they're talking about.
I'm here for the hemp.
Hey,
not for the cotton.
Make this more.
Okay.
Yeah, we listening to this lady. I'm not listening to this man. Bringing back cotton fields in residential cotton fields.
What you wearing right now, Wes? What you wearing?
Like a son of a bitch.
What texture is your shirt right now? Cotton, right?
Yeah.
You sitting soft, warm, fuzzy? You good?
I'm good, yeah.
All right. So we are evoking emotions from people when we pick that cotton, you know?
But the problem is the cotton wasn't grown and picked here. It's gonna have to be picked, grown, and sold here.
By an aide, and then all of the staff
focus on what she's saying. Focus. That's what we got to do right now.
Everyone.
I like this talk. I like getting West.
What does that say? I can't see it at the bottom. Y'all know where.
The volunteers at the heart of our campaign to the support.
Well, I got the media to fund my campaign. Checkmate.
Damn, man, I've been saying that to people. That man is smart.
Apparently, she's been writing a lot of her tweets.
Satan is pretty smart too. He's been at it for eternity.
Look at this. Y'all gonna pay attention to me?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
As one South
See,
Carolina.
Hillary is. Oh, what is that? It's a horrible picture. Hillary has a hand in this election right now. She is making her social presence known. She has been said to have been constructing some of her tweets. Breaking news.
He congratulates.
I hate that I just reported that as breaking news.
Makes clear that this is just one contest.
She's going sometimes like person by person and tell them thank you.
Breaking news. Who the hell is Willie Wilson? That's the breaking news from me.
Damn, they finally got Trump on Periscope.
Let me be clear on one thing tonight.
Is he on Periscope right now?
You right now? Just came through.
Hold on, let me see if I can embed the stream right now. Paris.
Oh man, I just said
delegates on one.
Is he still there?
It just ended.
So far in this campaign.
I was about to embed that shit and watch it on DINtv.
Well, let's
see, you guys, when breaking news happens, if you have a link, post it on DINtv. We will stream it and we can watch it in real time. That's what DINtv is. It's a news station for the public. You come in, bring your news, we research it together, and we come up with a decision.
Screens here, so unless some of these supporters are looking
break the internet.
We've seen no reaction.
Who, Trump?
I don't even know what happened
crash Periscope.
in Carolina. That, of course, is by design from the Sanders campaign. But the reality here is, well, the Democratic Party is seeing this, and tonight represents a shift in this campaign. It certainly has a long way to go, but tonight is an important night.
I got a good one for
All right, Jeff, we'll get back to you. We have a key race alert. The first numbers coming in from the election.
Okay, let's hear the numbers.
To our viewers right now. This is the first real numbers coming in. Now, only 1% of the numbers are in, but you can see how decisive, at least right now, very, very early, the Hillary Clinton win is in South Carolina. But only a few.
Wow.
For Hillary Clinton.
People on
That is crap. I call it
right now.
All right, you guys.
Early numbers are saying that Hillary got 87.5%.
South Carolina.
And Bernie got 12.5.
Bernie Sanders, do you commit a lot?
Oh my God, those millions are putting into work, man. She's putting those millions to work.
I didn't think she would win by such a large percentage.
That's bull crap. That support Bernie are college kids.
Well, yeah, he has
college.
And we're the future. I mean, we're waiting for all these old people to die out so we can start like.
But if we have no economy, what are we gonna be doing?
I mean, I feel like this generation, we're okay with just like being with us.
The Journal this morning.
God damn, he got killed. He need to go ahead and jump out of that race.
Wow.
I thought you wanted him to stay in the race so that he'd be like a shoe-in.
I do, but I don't want him to get embarrassed like that. Damn.
Oh, you care now?
But the
That's
sad
a
part
lot,
is,
man. That's horrible.
here's the sad
She's
part.
about to speak right now.
Here's the sad part. He like I said, he raised most of his money from the people. Like he really took the money from the people. It's tens of millions of dollars. Last time I checked, it was 73 million he raised altogether.
That's what I'm not understanding. Like he has more people behind him than Hillary. How is Hillary getting these type of numbers? Something's not adding up. Something's not right. The dragon lady is.
I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to explain it to you. Bernie ain't spending the money. This is his last hurrah go around. He done collected tens of millions of dollars from the people. He gonna creep off into the night with his money. That's how socialism works. The money goes all to one person, and they keep it.
What this 78-year-old gonna do with tens of millions of dollars?
He gonna live a comfortable.
His annual income was what 250?
Yeah,
250 a year.
174.
174.
Yeah.
Wait.
Like, what is that?
I want to say it was at least 200.
He's not stressed for money. He's not.
Yeah, he's not stressed for money.
Money is not like something that it's his end goal.
Because he knows Bernie like front to back clearly.
I know Hillary, that dragon lady.
Stop calling her the dragon lady. She is about to run this country.
She thinks you're a predator. She thinks she should round us up.
No, that is not the truth.
Right, let me roll that video up for y'all.
Oh no, I don't want to see anything that's racially charged.
Oh man, you ain't done the. Oh man, you tripping? You trying to vote for this lady and you ain't done no research? Oh yeah. Y'all hear what y'all get then. Hell yeah.
Don't put me in her box. I know what
Wait a minute.
I'm not going for no Hillary.
I did not say I was. I said early on, I thought because she had been so involved in the political realm that she'd be perfect for the presidential seat. And then I started doing some research. And now my views are aligned more with Bernie. I'm sorry that I'm not aligned with Trump. I'm just not. So that's all I have to, like, that's pretty much all I have to say on that matter.
I am not sorry that I am voting for, I almost said Trump.
I am not sorry. Sorry, I'm not sorry.
Not at all. I don't know. Like, I just have to go by people's word. That's what I go by. Like, I always give people the benefit of the doubt. Like, honestly, like, what Bernie has said to me, his past has not contradicted what he's.
I feel like you're ready to do a mouth spot. Bernie has said to me,
no,
there was no pop.
That you won't get that out of me.
Oh, okay.
I don't do that.
All right, Wendy Williams.
But what I was saying is that basically every one of the candidates has said something and then gone back on their word. Trump, he's pro-choice. Now he's pro-life. Like, now he's not religious. Now he's a Christian. Like, Bernie has.
When was this though? Like, see, if you really been tracking Trump through this entire campaign,
Trump's stance on abortion has recently changed. Recently, in months, not like years. It's like during his campaign for presidency, he has switched stances when it comes to pro-choice and pro-life.
I wouldn't say that.
What would you say?
That he's been saying the same thing since he started. Like, that's one thing that I find really consistent. No matter what people say, he's been saying the same thing. Like,
since for black voters, Clinton got 84% and Bernie got 16%.
That's a bull crap. Well, maybe it's real because she this past week she was endorsing Obama a lot.
Yeah,
Massa Obama, he doing that. That's what basically.
Why is that such a good a good cosign? I don't get it. He ain't done nothing for nobody.
Because he's black.
Damn. So it's Ben Carson, and he's
like
smart.
Black. People don't relate. Black people don't relate. I don't know. Some black people don't relate to Ben Carson because he doesn't display any stereotypical.
I think
black
this is the super race predator thing you were talking about.
Man,
let me see.
You know he's from Detroit, right? Like, he's from Detroit.
It's not a video. It's like a thing that from 1996.
But let me see this. I'm gonna post this, guys, and you guys will watch.
Clinton made an about criminals back in 1996. We have to bring them to their heel.
In 1994, Bill Clinton wanted to pass a crime legislation, and it was 3 strikes, Bill. So
do you watch Young Turks, Wes?
You get a life sentence.
Man, I hate them people.
Hillary Clinton was
why? Because they endorsed Bernie.
Lobbied for it.
No, they are the worst.
She gave a speech in '94 defending this piece of legislation. Now she had
they're super biased
to it, and some of it were.
No, they're super stupid.
Parts of
I don't want bias, but when you just blatantly retarded,
in this clip, she's going to be talking
that's
about
just retarded all
not
over
just
again.
all kids, not just black kids, but when they talk about super predators, they almost always meant young African American kids. And so here's Hillary Clinton talking about what should be done with them.
Not just gangs of kids anymore. They are often the kinds of kids that are called super predators. No conscience, no empathy. We can talk about why they ended up that way, but first we have to bring them to heel.
Bring them to heel. Very rarely was the term super predator ever used in reference to white kids. Perhaps sometimes in reference to the Columbine kids, but almost always when
or to catch a predator, because it's mostly like
who are in gangs. So I'm giving you the full context. It wasn't just that she was talking about super predators, and it wasn't just regular old kids walking down the street. But was it racially used, that term? Yes, it most certainly was. It was used over and over by Republicans, adopted by the Clintons to scare everybody. Oh, watch out for the super predators. They have no conscience. They have no empathy. We got to bring them to heel. So is that quote accurate? Hell yes, it's accurate. That's why we went and got the video for you guys. So I remember when we first ran the story based on a story by Michelle Alexander, who's one of the leading African-American scholars in this country. People couldn't believe the quote. Well, here she is saying it. If it wasn't clear enough, here it is again and again.
Thank you.
Not just gangs of kids anymore. They are often the kinds of kids that are called super predators. No conscience, no empathy.
She even looked like
about
those
why
movie
they ended up
characters
that
that
way,
don't like
but
black
first we
people.
have to bring them to heel. Not just gangs of kids anymore.
How
They
dare
are
you
often
speak to me?
The kinds
Look
of kids
down.
that are called super predators. No conscience, no empathy. We can talk about.
I know. I would have. She reminded me of that lady that stole that during Black
heel.
Friday when she stole that.
Bring them
Yeah,
back.
that toaster.
By the way, let's be
aggressive.
after 94. So when they were talking about this, it was
I would
almost
need to see this whole
completely
video in
for African-American
context because it's not.
If you
It's
think
not
this is a family
targeting
that
African American.
was
It's not targeting
so
anyone here. All
great
she's
to
saying is super
African-Americans,
predators. The
Which
definition
was a
of super
term that
predator.
was used during in news media.
You just heard her yourself.
If somebody says gangster,
You're
what
Yeah.
goes in your mind?
Someone who is very criminally active.
Girl, bye.
Criminally
Go feed
active.
that to somebody.
I'm trying to give it to you, but you acting like you ain't hungry.
It is not too late.
I'm
to
asking
jump
for a
off the
steak and you're giving me a brisket. I didn't ask for all of that.
It ain't too
Well,
late
you
to
better
jump off
take
the
this
boat.
cut of meat and keep it moving, because at least you eating.
Cut of meat. I mean, there's
It
nothing
ain't
even
too
on the
late.
cutting board yet.
But
jump
I
off
just
the
gave
boat.
you brisket. Like I just gave you some nice hearty brisket, and it's moist too.
You heard that, Wes? That's for you.
Y'all tripping. Y'all better jump off the boat. I know that.
Jump off the boat.
Oh my
Jump
gosh.
This is not the Amistad, Wes.
Wes's comments are so racially charged. It's
Always.
ridiculous.
I'm trying to tell y'all, man. Y'all not listening. Okay. Okay. You buy into that shit if you want to. Well, she changed. She's better. Okay.
I'm not saying. I'm just
keep
saying.
doing
In
your
order for me
research.
to say that she was talking about black people, I would have needed her to say it directly. And in that clip, it only said she was only defining.
I
what
can't
the
stand this girl. I can't stand this girl with red hair and a black dress on. You know, because it really gets on my nerves. It really does.
You know, she was
I
a
see
board
what
of
you
Walmart
did
back in the
there.
day.
I see what you did there.
Back
But
in the
no.
day. Yeah, she used to work for Walmart back in the day. No, nobody don't know that. Like I say, if she win, it ain't gonna matter. Trump gonna put it all out there for you.
Okay.
All right. So you get my point, girl?
I see what you did there.
Okay.
You didn't really sway me on my perspective, but
Well, I'm not surprised you weren't swayed. You know,
Why?
you are Siobhan. You don't agree with nothing I say anytime. But you guys, I see all 6 of you guys outside the site. We would love to hear your input on DINtv.com.
Yes, please.
We have a lot of cool users right now that are talking and giving us their input on racial tensions and blacks, whites, north, south, east, west, all this different
Kanye West.
all this stuff that's happening in the political race. You know, let's talk about race. Let's talk about topics that people find a hard time really being able to converse about. And we're with a group of people that are able to have intelligent conversations without being emotionally involved in the conversation. So you guys should definitely come on and click that login button. We see you out there watching. So just come in, join us, talk to us, throw some emojis at us. You see those little icons below our screen. You can actually throw different things at us and stuff. So
I almost
definitely.
Millie rocked and I stopped, guys, because I'm trying to get over this habit I have.
What do you rock? What do you mean?
The Millie Rock dance.
What is that?
I Millie Rock on any block that one.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm trying to stop doing that.
I know. I heard Millie Wop, like
No, Millie
Wop,
Rock.
Millie, that's what it's called.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right. Besides racial tensions and the economy and education. We can talk about health.
Yes, let's talk about
health. Bernie's super healthy.
You retarded.
We can talk about health.
Hillary needs some Botox ASAP.
How is that going to improve her health?
It's going to improve my health. I won't stop being so nauseous every time I look at her.
That was not very nice, Kevin.
Her policies aren't really nice either. So
let me tell you what's going to happen. Trump going to get in office. Everybody, all the politicians that's in there now, they're going to vacate. So it's going to be a lot of job openings. They're just going to leave because they know it's about.
You going to apply?
I might. And y'all going to start seeing y'all favorite politicians in the courthouse and probably going to jail. Just get ready for that. So for all these people y'all got hope and faith in, their asses are going to be locked up.
Okay, well, I hope your prophecy comes true.
Okay, so here is Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders sparring on healthcare. You guys tell me when you get bored of watching it, but we're going to have a discussion about it.
Hey guys on Blab, Periscope, Meerkat, we see you guys watching there. Come on the site. Come talk to us. You know, don't be shy. We're completely open to all your input.
Sanders favors what he calls Medicare
we'll
for
bite.
all.
We
Now,
promise.
you said that what he is proposing
We
would
might.
tear up
Depends.
Obamacare
I might.
and replace it. Secretary Clinton,
Wes
is
might,
it
but-
really fair to say that Bernie
I'll be there to help
to kill
to
Obamacare?
hold Wes in the reins a little bit because Wes
I
can
am
be a
absolutely
little
committed to universal
trolling.
health care. I've worked on this for a long time.
You know how to
People
push
may
those
remember
buttons.
That, I took on the health
Got to.
insurance industry back in the 90s, and I didn't quit until we got the Children's Health Insurance Program that insures 8 million kids.
And it ensures that money is
Respect
place. It's like
Senator Sanders' intentions.
The Illuminati
When you're
does that
talking
for you.
about healthcare, the details
They got
really
their own hair team.
matter, and therefore we have been raising
Y'all think this
questions
is a joke.
about the 9 bills.
Go watch Rihanna Rooms 1 through 8.
years, as to how they would work and what would
You
be
ever
the
seen those?
impact on people's health care.
Watch it.
He didn't like that. His campaign didn't like it either. And tonight he's come out with a new health care plan. And again, we need to get into the details. But
Bernie.
the Democratic Party in the United
That's
States
my boy. Looking at her like she's
since Harry
stupid.
Truman to get the Affordable Care Act passed. We finally have a
What's
path
wrong with this little girl
to
talking?
universal health
She's a
care.
woman.
We've accomplished so much
Your secretary
already.
That's yet to be
They do
proven.
not
I haven't
want
seen her
to see
uterus
the
or her
Republicans
vagina, so I don't know if she's a girl or a
I
man.
want to see us start over
She's just a
again with a
Democrat running for
contentious
president at
debate.
this point.
I want us to defend and build on the Affordable Care Act and improve it.
If they can say they don't believe Obama was born in America, I can say I don't believe she's a woman.
Okay.
Secretary Clinton didn't answer your question.
Because had Caitlyn not been Bruce, you would think Caitlyn was
Bernie
Caitlyn,
Sanders,
right?
who has
No.
fought for universal health care for my
I
entire
will. She looked bad.
life. He wants to end
She looks better than
Medicare
Chris.
and Medicaid
I don't
and the
agree.
children's health insurance.
When do you ever agree with anything I
That is
say, girl?
nonsense.
I agree sometimes.
What the
That I don't
Medicare
agree
for
with.
All program does is finally
I think with
provide
makeup
in
then,
this
yeah.
country health care for
They have
every
my
man,
first and
woman,
last name all
child
up on this
as a
website.
right. Now, the truth is that Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Harry Truman, you know what they believed in? They believed that health care should be available to all of our people. I'm on the committee that wrote the Affordable Care Act. I made the Affordable Care Act along with Jim Clyburn a piece of legislation. I voted for it. But right now, what we have to deal with is the fact that 29 million people still have no health insurance. We're paying the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, getting ripped off. And here's the important point. We are spending far more per person on health care than the people of any other country. My proposal, provide health care to all people, get private insurance out of health insurance,
Out
lower
of
the
it.
cost of health care for
Lower the
middle-class
cost of
families
health
by
care.
$5,000. That's
By
the vision
$5,000
we need to
bucks.
take.
Senator, well, if I
So you're just gonna repeat everything you said?
But you're gonna pay more.
I have to say, I'm not sure whether we're talking about the plan you just introduced tonight, or we're talking about the plan you introduced 9 times in the Congress. But the fact is, we have
the shade.
Affordable Care
You
Act.
bitter, petty
That is one of the
bitch.
greatest accomplishments of
She's
President
so
Obama,
bitter.
of the
She's so
Democratic
bitter. Like,
Party, and of
See,
us.
that was that shade she just threw. Like, oh yeah, you introduced it.
that was too long though. That was a long ass delivery.
Americans get insurance. We've
Don't
seen
you agree, Wes? Do you think the delivery for that shade was way too
keeping
long?
people
It should have
from
been
getting
shorter.
Insurance. We have seen
What's
women
wrong?
no
I thought
longer
I
paying
gotta
more
go
for
away.
our insurance than men, and we have seen young people up to the age of 26 being able to stay on their parents' policy. Now, there are things we can do to improve it, but to tear it up and start over again, pushing our country back into that kind of a contentious debate, I think is the wrong direction.
I have to talk about something that's actually working in our state. No one is tearing this up. We're going to go forward. But with the
Yes, because they always be trying to shut off people once Hillary stops. You know this?
Have no health insurance. That even more are underinsured.
Even do that to you. Get you all wrinkly and shit.
And deductibles. Tell me why we are spending almost 3 times more than the British, who guarantee health care to all of their people. 50% more than the French, more than the Canadians. The vision from FDR and Harry Truman was health care for all people as a in a cost-effective way. We're not going to
giving you examples and structure.
I helped write it.
No solutions. You're just telling me because he's not blonde. He's not blonde with a swoop in the middle.
Andrea, instead of I think instead of attacking
yes, so Trump will tell you what we're going to do is it's going to be huge. It's going to be a huge success. It's going to be huge. And we don't win anymore. We don't win the fight on healthcare. We don't win. That's a real problem.
That driver of cost at the center.
He throws these little shots and then he smiles.
Hey, we
don't win anymore.
In the middle.
We don't win anymore, you know? The economy's huge, and we're going to win the economy hugely.
We need to build on the Affordable Care Act.
Bigly. We're going to win the economy bigly.
And that's exactly what we were able to do based on the foundation of the Affordable Care Act. What Governor O'Malley just said is one of the goals that we will be looking at to make sure we do get costs down. We do limit a lot of the unnecessary costs that we still have in the system. But with all due respect, to start over again with a whole new debate is something that I think would set us back. The Republicans just voted last week to repeal the Affordable Care Act, and thank goodness President Obama vetoed it and saved Obamacare for the American people.
Senator Sanders, let me ask you this, though.
That was Hillary Care.
Detailed plan.
She's going to say.
Just 2 hours before the debate, you did. But let me ask you about Vermont, because in Vermont,
they always do. You notice every time she's finished talking, they never let him talk.
From this kind of idea of it,
Medicare
for all, single payer, because they concluded it would require major tax increases, and by some estimates, it would double the budget. If you couldn't sell it in Vermont, Senator, how can you sell it?
You guys on Meerkat, Blab, and Periscope, you guys definitely come check in on DINtv.com. We're actually revealing some of Bernie Sanders.
Second of all,
and
Hillary is what the real point is.
Hillary, so you guys should definitely come on DINtv.com.
All of the issues you've raised, the good questions you've raised. You know what it all comes down to? Do you know what we can't do what every other country, major country on earth is doing?
It's because
we have a campaign finance system that is corrupt. We have super PACs. We have the pharmaceutical industry pouring hundreds of millions of dollars into campaign.
How does super PAC look, Hillary?
And lobbying.
Real fat, right?
The private insurance companies.
Packing a lot.
What this is really about is not the right way to go forward. It's Medicare. It is whether we have the guts to stand up to the private insurance companies and all of their money and the pharmaceutical industry.
All of that
That's
sounds
what
really
this
nice.
debate should be about.
He's never flustered. He's never like gone off the track. He knows how to answer every single time.
And
they don't even let Martin O'Malley speak.
Industry that spent,
Who?
many millions of dollars attacking me, and probably will so again
President
because of what I believe we can do building on the Affordable Care Act.
Who is no longer in the race,
to point out
Exactly.
that
He's the one with the most
there are a
sense.
lot of reasons we have the healthcare system we have.
Are you playing
today.
the guitar right now?
I know how
y'all
much
can hear that?
money influences the political decision making.
We hear you trying to play the
for
guitar.
Huge campaign finance reform. However,
I'm
we
just messing. I'm
started a
just messing with you.
system that had private health insurance. And even during the Affordable Care Act debate, there was an opportunity to vote for what was called the public option. In other words, people could buy into Medicare. And even when the Democrats were in charge
After my campaign, of
of the
course.
Congress, we couldn't get the votes for that. So what I'm saying is really simple. This has been the fight of the Democratic Party for decades. We have the Affordable Care Act. Let's make it work. Let's take the models that states are doing. We now have driven costs down to the lowest they've been
Hillary
in
has that
50
stupid
years.
mentality. Now that I think
we've got to
about
get
it.
individual costs
You know that
down.
mentality where you gonna
I'm
do
planning
or
to
say
do
whatever the
so.
fuck you have
Hey,
to say to
YouTube
somebody
fans,
to
I'm
get
Luke
the-
Russer. Thanks for checking out our
His voice was too
MSNBC.
official.
No, too much. Okay, so she has that super mentality where it's just like, I'm gonna do whatever I have to do to get that leg up, that come up.
Okay, but aren't all politicians in a sense like that?
Not all of them, because Bernie is a politician. He's not doing that.
Okay.
So I mean, he's outside the mold, and
That's why he just got killed by like 75% too.
I mean, when you're working with a rigged system,
and Hillary is speaking right now, guys.
Okay,
that is a lie. Who is this black woman?
probably some paid spokesperson from Hillary's camp.
That is the political terrain that Bernie Sanders has to run on. He has to be able to accrue delegates in all of these states. You can't win a state. You got to also win delegates. And majority.
Well, how can he win the delegates? He's already won the people. How do he win? How does he win delegates?
That's how you take a lead.
That's how they set these precautions so that the person that they want to win wins.
Into this.
So they set these roadblocks and these obstacles for them to jump over just in case the person that they want doesn't make it through. That's why Hillary has 80 what? 86?
Percent.
Yeah. And Jim Clyburn is
ridiculous. That number is
led her to victory. So when we're talking,
sounds sketchy as hell.
She had to humble herself, not just after New Hampshire, and that's why this.
A lot of people that don't even vote.
She had to humble herself out
Clearly has the president behind her. I mean, let's not make any bones about it. President Obama hasn't come out and endorsed Hillary Clinton, but he's done everything but endorse Hillary Clinton.
So what do you do if you're Bernie
is he the
Sanders? So let's just talk a little bit. There are two candidates in this party. So I think if you're Bernie,
you think I could handle a panel like that if I went on there?
It'd be a real problem, and I think it's impossible to overcome it.
Yes and no.
Because I feel like I couldn't be as Kevin as I can.
You definitely have to.
But I can switch it on and off though.
Talk about trade. You can say
I'm just clever. I'm like really clever. So like it'll be like
about war and peace.
That sharp knife type of shade where it's like you don't even know when you cut. You're just like, damn. 2 minutes down the line, you're like, this boy really tried it.
Stop the bleeding. And you think he made a mistake early?
I feel like you'd have to button up a bit. Yes.
But he let
it. I'll give you everything. I'll give you
and
everything.
then you definitely get annoyed. I feel like with how much they talk over you because they're very similar in the same respect. It's like,
honey, I know how to gauge that.
These Democrats are
Listen here, Becky. Shh. I'm speaking.
To raise money.
How politically correct of you?
Fuck political correctness. This is 2016.
Man, that's trying to make do it. You just simply let them speak, and then you just say, "Hey,
listen here, Becky.
Let me ask you something real quick. I got a question for you. How about, can you answer this for me? You know, just give them those softening statements."
Hi, Don.
You ruin people.
Excuse me, Becky. You know how they say like, if I blue try to talk proper, they're like, so Becker,
Rebecca,
what do you feel about
Good
morning.
Hi, Kevinder.
You know,
my God, Kevinder. He's using your name.
Like, you know how in Jamaica, like when people try to talk proper, they add S to everything. So like, hello, my name is Kevin.
That's so funny. Don't try to.
I think I'm gonna close these Willie Wilson tabs since I have no direct way of contacting him.
Casper's on my ghost right now. On my computer right now.
Where is Casper? I want to see Casper. Nectar, come to us directly. We want to talk to you.
So we expect Hillary Clinton to be speaking any moment, so stay tuned.
She says she will be speaking any moment now. People on Periscope and Meerkat, Hillary Clinton is about to take the podium very soon. You should come directly to DINtv.com and weigh in on this with us. We will pause, let her talk, pause, let her talk. It's going to be good. Come and join us. People in Blab, you do the same. It'd be greatly appreciated.
That's going to make it tougher for him.
Meerkat, Periscope peeps, you guys, we see you watching. Why don't you just come to DINtv.com and come talk to us, you know?
Yeah, Kevin's going to take his clothes off.
I mean, depends.
I'm about to post something for y'all.
Okay, post it for us.
There's going to be a lot
Make sure it's PG rated.
No, it don't have to be PG. We all adult here.
Ooh, okay. She want that dick pic.
Wait a minute. Oh, here he goes with the numbers again.
Okay.
Ain't no numbers on these.
What is chart for?
This is the
dick chart.
I'm gonna do
8 years.
So social media evolves now. Dudes sending charts of their penis now.
Let me just say,
by the way,
what's the past 8 years?
So let's take a look at this stuff here. Let me look at a bigger version of this because it's too small for me to see.
Thank you, Malik Fall, for watching us right now. Meerkat, we see that you have just tuned in. We are interactively watching and discussing the South Carolina primary here on DINtv.com. You can come directly.
So food stamps has been going up. Student loans have gone up crazy. I can't hear you from here. My bad.
with people.
I don't know why we can't hear ourselves
and chat with us.
But you,
All right, you guys. So we have a couple stuff to do on this chart. It looks like student loans has been going up like crazy. Food stamps as well. The labor force is going down tremendously.
trying to talk to Oklahoma, Colorado.
Money print has gone up tremendously.
Trying to get delegates.
And then we're printing more money, we're giving out more food stamps.
You're looking at
and the debt is increasing. All of that says
Let's Bernie Sanders.
The money printing going up shows me that the government doesn't have the collateral to match the money that they have. Is there print the money? They have to print
more money.
Print this fake money. Because basically that's what it is. Because they don't have the backing to back it up.
Yeah,
So
okay.
it's fake money that they're putting into the system to help regulate the economy, and it's gonna blow up in their face. Well, our faces.
well, then the dollar just won't be as. So
That Ching Chong Wong gonna come in and take over.
Ching Chong Wong, he said. You see, the political correctness has gone out the window.
People don't know I'm not being racist because I love Asians. I love.
And that's what people know.
One of the things
They
I
know
talk
you
about
personally.
anime all the time.
I know.
Oh shit! Pokemon just literally announced that they're making a Pokemon Moon and a Pokemon Sun. I'm flipping the fuck out right now.
Guys, if you want to talk about Pokemon, Kevin is here and ready to discuss.
If you want to talk about Bleach, Full Metal Alchemist, if you want to talk about Naruto, if you want to talk about Death Note, I'm here for it. If you want to talk about tech, I'm here for it. I know everything.
Build on a win.
And I do watch K. I'm
Oh,
teaching
look
K-pop.
at what's his face talking.
Campaigning.
Oh, I thought that was Wilson. I lied. That's not Wilson.
That's why they cut to the other scene just now.
Electable.
For Willie.
Must be able to
I'm looking for Willie. There's no Willie.
Looking for Willie, little Willie.
push. I mean, there just wasn't evidence that he wasn't electable out of Iowa. Where
for Willie, girl.
Really close, and
I'm not finding Willie.
You haven't found it. What's hard to search for? It's pretty easy to find, girl. You just have to know where to look.
That is a real concern.
You know where to look?
I'm not sure it's fair to say that any of these are.
People on Periscope and
Wes,
everything.
Wes, where do you look for?
with Kevin?
Where do you look for Willie? Being as your name is a direction, you must be really good at direction.
Sure,
Where should Vaughn find Willie?
the nature of politics.
Everything is sexual with Kevin, apparently, guys. If you want him to stop, write to me on Periscope or Meerkat that you want Kevin to cut it out.
Better candidate. I mean,
Don't write it all. If you don't want me to stop.
You have to have
I don't know why people take everything and say sexual. I'm not being sexual. I'm just asking you, like, where would you find him?
The advantage
On his website.
occupying the day.
Oh, what's his website? Tell us.
I already closed all the tabs. His site is down for us.
Close all the
But
tabs.
you can go
You can
ahead
open
and
one more
DINtv.
tab.
You
One
can
more
go on
time.
to DINtv to find out where Willie's site is, okay?
Oh, where that site at, girl?
I'm so done with you.
World Wide Web.
Wait, I thought was the Hillary.
God bless us. God bless America. Where's Hillary Clinton so I can stop talking to Kevin and watch her speak?
So she can suck your soul out of your body. Go right ahead.
Oh my God.
That's what her campaign does to me. Sucks the living soul out of me.
You really like this woman, don't you?
I like her. Ooh, Siobhan?
Yeah.
No, what are you talking about? I'm not defending Hillary. I'm just wanting to hear what she has to say.
I want to hear Hillary. I want to hear Hillary and Bernie's stance on this whole Apple encryption stuff.
He's making Bernie better.
I think that will.
Yes.
I want to hear Bernie's
That's
stance
gonna
on
be in the next debate.
encryption
It has to be.
because I want to understand as to if he. Because I really haven't heard anything tech about him. Like when he talks about like. Because pretty much that's what encompasses this generation now. It's technology, you know. So I want to hear. What he has to
got
say
a
about
flip
it.
phone, bro.
Bernie got a flip phone.
I mean, that's probably the safest thing to have nowadays because these smartphones, now people hacking into them. You can't hack into a Razor, a Nokia, Snake 2 all day, every day, highest score all day.
Oh, damn.
We don't even get started with Nintendo 64 now because y'all will start crying. I make dudes cry in Nintendo 64. But anyway.
Okay. Well,
Tell your brother.
my brother will mutt you on all gaming systems.
Bye, Felicia.
My brother.
Bye. Because I'm telling you right now, I will
And
beat
my
him with
person-
Clefairy and Jigglypuff.
Person, you know who you are. You would mutt Kevin, and if you are out there watching, come here and tell him that you mutt him.
I will teach him a lesson with Jigglypuff and Clefairy that he will never try this stuff again. I'll beat him with Jigglypuff.
There you have it, guys. He
Done.
just went back to Pokemon on us. Like, This is Hillary is here now. Like this isn't the day and age of.
All right, you guys. So let's tune in and see what Hillary is.
Let's listen to her. Let's listen.
Yeah,
to her.
yeah.
Thank you so much, South Carolina. Thank you. Thank you.
You on crack? You just
Thank you. Thank you so much from
Assassinator.
one end of this state to another. I am so greatly appreciative because today you sent a message in America when we stand together.
Stand together. Wes, this is no way me endorsing Hillary. I'm just helping her along with her speech.
Okay, so.
Don't be like that, Wes. I thought we were better than this.
Through 4 early states, and I want
I
to
did too.
congratulate Senator Sanders on running a great race, and
she's congratulating Sanders for running a great race. Like he's over with at this point.
We are going to compete for every vote in every
We're going to see the king.
We are not taking anything, and we're not
very
taking
soon.
anyone for granted. I want to thank all the local leaders, legislators, mayors, pastors, organizers, volunteers who have worked their hearts
Coloreds.
for this campaign. I thank
Thank him, though.
I'll do it for her.
Thank you all, you colors.
So many years.
Probably what's going through her brain.
I especially want to thank 2 of your former great Democratic governors, Dick Riley and Jim Hodges.
Something doesn't seem right here.
Thank your champion.
I'm looking at that rally. I'm not seeing too many colors, but that's just saying that most people that voted for her.
That's what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
No, it was of the people who voted between Bernie and Hillary. 84% of them, of the black people that voted for him, 84% of Hillary. That's what I was saying.
Oh, okay.
On the record.
So it could be like 84% of 10 people.
Pretty much.
Okay.
And to the almost 850,000 people who have contributed what they could, most giving less than $100.
She keeps plugging that.
Now, every day since Iowa, more and more of you have stepped up. Today, grassroots donors are powering this campaign.
Oh, shut up. You really
What's he learn? What's he learn?
And to the millions of people watching across our country, please join us by making a donation to HillaryClinton.com.
Some of them preachers on Sunday.
Those people bother me.
Here's why. Because together,
You heard that? You heard about? Oh, never mind.
all the barriers holding our families and our country back,
Mute ourselves.
we can build ladders of opportunity and empowerment so every single American can have that chance to live up to his or her God-given potential. And then and only then can America live up to its full potential too. This campaign
She sound like you having a hard time listening to that.
is for parents and teachers and
She's praying. She's catching the spirit. Give her a
He
moment.
can't hear you.
They can. I am.
Oh, okay.
They showed me
I'm having a very hard time.
classrooms in
Yeah.
communities.
It's like we can't hear ourselves. That's what it is.
We're going to work together to give our children the education they need and deserve here in South Carolina and across America.
For the 1%. Our kids. She's talking about you guys. She's talking about our kids in private school. Our kids in Ivy's League. They're going to be fine and okay. You guys keep paying your taxes. Keep funding my business. And to hell with you guys.
Women and people of color.
Hillary's gonna come out with a fashion line.
I think she just said people of color. Did she just say people of color? Is that what she just said?
Young people, the tools you need.
Y'all weren't even listening.
She didn't say nothing about no colored people.
She just said people of color.
To start that small business you've been dreaming of. And this campaign and our victory
I know this lady.
is for
Didn't I tell you she was gonna mention colored?
Yeah.
presiding elder of the AME Church, who looked
Class A, Becky.
at division in our country and asked me the other night, how are we ever going to strengthen the bonds of family and community again? Well, we're going to start by working together with more love and kindness in our hearts.
She will do nothing. Once she elected, she will do nothing.
I completely agree with our international correspondent. I mean, he has a huge perception of the world.
Yes.
So for him to agree with me with Hillary is fundamental.
Yes.
Hillary is a mess.
But she's doing something right in this election. And that is getting these delegates in her favor. Come on, Bernie. Help us to help you.
Again.
Then that would be me asking Bernie to play Dirty Her, so I should probably not say that.
Be tearing down barriers.
Bernie gonna turn around and say, "Well, you can help me by donating."
Show by in this.
I don't think Bernie's ever said that. Like, you guys can help by donating to my campaign. I don't think I've ever heard him like plug his campaign like that.
Truth about what makes America great. Prescription drug companies that increase.
I feel like every
for no reason.
Little cabinet of people
Greed
should have like
and then
a dirty person who can get the little sly things done for them.
They already
Bernie
have that.
needs one.
It's called the NSA.
Bernie needs one dirty person to help him out a little.
No, he don't. He needs to be like Jesus, have his 12 disciples and just travel the world and help us.
Taxes. Companies like Schools and Auto Parts Company in Wisconsin that we taxpayers help to save with the auto rescue.
Me taxpayers? Oh wow.
She pays taxes on her thousands and hundreds and thousands. And
You mean hundreds of millions, girl? You know how much the Clintons are worth?
I'm trying to make her humble like the rest of us. She got hundreds.
Humble's not in her vocabulary.
All right.
What you need to do is get back to the workers' quarters. That's what she's gonna tell me if I walk into her house.
Oh my God! Not in them shorts.
Or back to
She gonna let
Clinton's
you
room.
stay. She gonna let you stay in the house.
Back to the master room, Clinton. I'm listening.
You're the worst. You are the worst.
And
you get your Monica Lewinsky on.
Then we will stand.
Just been milked that 15 minutes. Real good.
Break down all the barriers.
You heard it here first.
It's important.
I just need 1 minute. Just 1 minute of
Street again. No
spotlight.
place could be too big to fail.
All I need.
I get you.
You're too powerful to jail. But
I can't believe people buying that.
a single issue country, my friends. We need more than a plan for the biggest banks. The middle class needs a raise.
She and Bernie are all about preserving the middle class, but how?
Jobs.
She's making it seem like Bernie's a one-issue candidate, and he's not.
Yeah.
You know, and that's messed up. That's really messed up. She's playing dirty.
Well, yeah.
She's picking up them singles. That's what she's doing right now.
By building
Stupid mentality.
Yeah.
So let's make
She a hoe.
manufacturing.
I'll call her a hoe. Hoe gets that. Wes gets that. You get that inside joke, right?
I'm with you. I'm glad you're starting to see it though.
For Hillary. Only because it's Hillary.
And
you guys ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Tell you we can't make things in America. I know we can, and I know we will.
Catherine, thank you so much for joining us on DINtv.
Let's break down the barriers that.
Hi, Pete Carmona, Pedro.
Especially.
We are right now watching and discussing the South Carolina.
It'd be awesome if you actually participate as a user on P. Carmano, if you can come on DINtv.com. And for our other hosts that are watching on Periscope and Meerkat, you guys could definitely come on DINtv.com and interact with your fellow hosts, Kevin and Siobhan. Thank you.
Pay for equal work.
Thank you, Mr. Third Eye, for watching and streaming.
Third eye, you know, I'm so into the penile gland like awakening stuff.
Let's listen a little bit more. But
okay.
Even we don't expect anything.
Every zip code. Let's break down the barriers holding back our young people, especially the student debt that makes it hard to imagine ever living the life you want. And we are going to give special support to our historically black colleges and universities, which play a vital role in this state and across our country. Now, breaking down all the barriers mean we also have to face the reality.
You sure you want some super predators in your vicinity?
More than a half a century after Rosa Parks sat.
Oh, she gonna give a black speech.
And John Lewis bled. Still plays a significant role in determining
This Becky don't go sit down
America and who gets left
in her $100 million jet that she's about to fly on,
communities of color. Reform our
drinking her champagne.
criminal justice and immigration system.
She's basically saying Rosa Parks did not fight for the injustices that are happening.
Every American.
I can't believe I've never heard a white woman do that.
I want to say
I hear it all the time. Go to Twitter.
extraordinary women who crisscrossed this state with me and for me. 5 mothers brought together by tragedy. Sabrina Fulton, mother of Trayvon Martin, shot and killed in Florida just for walking.
She is name dropping in this bitch like crazy.
Mother of Jordan Davis.
Wow.
Someone who thought
She's good though. She's good.
car.
I don't think any of the black people are believing this crap, honestly.
We just witnessing like House of Cards, the 4th season.
Eric Garner, choked to death after being stopped for selling loose cigarettes on the street.
Eric Garner?
Who's Dominic Douglas?
Died in police custody.
Hi, Dominic.
They all lost children.
No, he disappeared. Why
Almost
why he ran?
That's Pedro's friend.
Yet they have not been broken.
I see Brian here too.
Instead, they have channeled their sorrow into a strategy and their mourning into a movement. And they are reminding us of something deep and powerful in the American spirit.
Peter,
By now,
Wes is waiting for you.
all
He said
know
he's so excited to speak to you today.
our city's children.
Wes, Peter says he's excited to speak to you.
You see, he's already stirring up trouble.
Money. But there's another side to the story in Flint. It's a story of a community that knocked down and refused to be knocked out. It's hundreds.
Yes.
Across the country.
Wow. They don't know. They don't know what's going on. They just crowd mentality.
Raising funds for water deliveries and showing up in Flint to distribute supplies. It's the United Auto Workers and General Motors donating millions of dollars. We know there are many other Flints out there, communities that have been left out and left behind. But for every problem we face anywhere in America, someone somewhere is working to solve it. Our country was built by people who had each other's backs, who understood we all have to do our part, and that at our best, we all rise together. Imagine what we can all build together when each and every American has the chance to live up to his or her potential. Imagine a tomorrow where no child grows up in the shadow of discrimination or under the specter of deportation.
What's the name of the guy from Hey Arnold?
Where every parent can
The
find
black
a
one.
job,
Harold.
Harold.
You look like Harold today.
Imagine a tomorrow where hard work.
Hi, Pedro.
Families are supported.
Who's that behind you?
When we
Tell them to put some clothes on. We're on air.
other, despite all that divides us. So please, join us in this campaign for our country's future. Go to HillaryClinton.com or text JOIN, JOIN to 47246.
You're passing off the offering plate right now to the crowd.
Go on one of my first trips to South Carolina.
So Hillary Clinton kicked Bernie Sanders' ass, right?
Yeah.
We're not going to talk about that.
Pretty much?
Basically.
No.
Wow.
She bought enough votes. She did her money.
She kicked his ass. God damn.
Using them super PACs.
Super PAC kicks his ass.
13
Damn.
happens to be one of my favorite passages.
She may have won the battle, but the war is still on.
Love bears all
Straight up.
will
believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things.
I just can't believe this speech. Well, no, she's not.
Burninites.
These are words to live by, not only
Burninites.
Burninites. That's what you call Bernie supporters.
I know it sometimes seems a little odd for someone running for president these days and this time to say we need more love and kindness in America. But I'm
Have they released the demographics?
Yeah, 84% of blacks voted over to Hillary than.
So
wow. So wow, she won the black vote.
But this is CNN that's reporting this, so obviously there's bias in it.
years can be ahead of us.
Okay.
84% of 10 black people is like not a lot.
We have to stand with each other. We have to hold
It's more than 20% for sure.
each other up. Move together into the future that we will make. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless America.
God bless America, Hillary. God bless America.
I like your painting behind you.
Thanks.
The
It was
flowers.
a gift. It was a gift.
A very impressive win
I wonder if Bernie gets to speak.
tonight.
Bernie's on a jet right now. He has no internet. It was reported that he will not be able to speak or communicate with anybody because he's gonna be on his jet. I'm being serious. I'm not like.
Okay, I'm waiting for the serious face. I'm sorry. Continue.
And basically he's not gonna be able to communicate until he lands.
Barack Obama by 28 points. That was considered a landslide.
Where's the state that's super
Landslide
Tuesday is happening?
in South Carolina over Bernie Sanders. She just delivered her remarks, and there was a absolute veiled reference to Donald Trump when she said these words. She said, "Despite what you hear, we don't need to make America great again. America has never stopped."
We don't need to make America.
All right, you guys. It's been a pleasure. I'm going to go ahead and join as a user, but you guys can talk with Peter. He is awesome, and he is well educated when it comes to politics. And check out his show on Wednesdays at 8 called Politics.
2 Corinthians.
Oh, all right.
You know, it's very
Dig it.
This is the second time I've heard her talk about responsibility, and it's a differentiation. It's a way of talking about the business world that is different than Bernie Sanders.
Hello there.
It's a way.
Hi, DINtv.com viewers.
Really, I mean, she is talking about holding businesses accountable, but it's not
Celebrating Hillary's win.
And I suspect.
Are we celebrating? Are we?
Well, we'll talk about that.
Okay.
Election candidate as she pivots.
With my green juice and I'm trying to get sick, but the devil's a lie.
And I think it's also fascinating to talk about what Wolf was just saying about how
76% Clinton has won the South Carolina primary by. That is absolutely insane. Those numbers are nuts for a 2-person race.
Exactly. And they said it was like slated for her to win, but not this greatly.
Yeah.
Like my whole feelings are hurt. I wanted to see that there had been some kind of
endorsed her, which
presence in South Carolina for Bernie.
I just
Hillary kicked Bernie Sanders' ass.
That's exactly. Hey Pedro, hey Wes, hey Kevin, hey Kirill, and Meerkatters, Pescovers, and Blabbers. Nice to see you all again. I feel like it's been a minute, but
He does not stop today.
There you go. Just a second, guys.
look at that. But see, what God has blessed, no man can put asunder. Shout out to Whitney Houston and Bobby Brown.
Wait a minute. That's what you got that from?
Because she's, I mean, I think it's from the Bible, but I never.
Yes, I know. It's from the Bible.
So they were like, you guys are such opposites. How do you maintain your relationship? She's like, well, God has blessed, no man can put asunder. I think that this Hillary Clinton win in South Carolina is going to be, I mean, obviously it's a game changer, but it has huge implications because I think what we were seeing earlier in the campaign was the rhetoric was that the millennials were for Bernie, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the establishment was for Hillary Clinton. Then we saw this past week many influential Black people, the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation, John Lewis, and a couple of other high-profile African-American endorsers endorsed Hillary Clinton for the Democratic presidential nomination.
Like Morgan Freeman. I don't know if you guys said that before. Yeah, that's unplugged. But yeah, Morgan Freeman.
Oh, he did that commercial. Yeah,
he did two commercials. I actually have it here. I'm gonna plug it.
Yeah.
Well, that's just it's interesting because when you think millennials, you think liberal, you think progressive, you think forward thinking, right? I think people that are in the millennial age group think equality, and then you think African American. Like, it's interesting that what I'm saying is it's interesting that millennial ideals and African American ideals aren't aligning.
I feel like because
it's not because the millennials. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I say there's a large presence of Christians in this running, and they're usually conservative.
That's true. That's true. Black people love them some Jesus. And I say that as a proud Jesus warrior. But
yes, Lord.
You think that has to do with it? But I wonder if that's because Hillary Clinton has made her religion such a big deal. Hey, Brian, welcome back to DINtv.com. Or do we think it's because...
And I approve this
I'm going to pause this for 10 seconds, Pedro.
We'll clear it first, and then we'll put it back.
Oh my God, this Illuminati pawn. I can't with her.
So, yeah, like Bernie Sanders isn't making his religion a big deal, but like people don't know. A lot of people don't know. He'd be the first Jewish... He's the first Jewish person to win a primary, and he'd be the first Jewish president, but he's not making a big deal, whereas Hillary Clinton is being very outright with her Christian beliefs.
Do you think if he made it a big deal, it would get him some voters?
Well, I mean, maybe not with the blacks, because you're right, a lot of blacks are Christian. And I can say blacks. Censors.
Or you can do like Hillary and say
But Hillary can say people of color.
But that's a real phrase. People of color, because people of color don't just imply black people. People of color are brown, black. It's anything that's not white. And I think really it's white.
And colored people.
Colored is, I don't have the actual answer for you, so I don't want to sit here and make something up. Because I don't like to sit here and sound ignorant. But I do know that people of color encompasses more than African American. Yeah, exactly.
Latin, Asian.
Colored,
yeah.
The way, maybe I do know. Colored, the way it was used in American terminology in Jim Crow in the 60s and the 70s, even in slavery, even in sharecropping days, was meant to be a negative term, and maybe not negative, maybe just a grouping term for African Americans. So colored
is for everybody though, because it wasn't just black and white. There were Indians here, there were already Spanish here, there were people that came from other places. So just to say it was for black people, that really don't make sense, man.
Unless you look at the historical context, in which case it absolutely does make sense, because in the historical context, all you have to do is read a paper from the 40s or the 50s, and they would say colored and Negro, and it's the same thing. It's the same terminology. They're interchangeable terms, and they refer to African Americans. Whereas people of color does not refer to African Americans again. It refers to all minorities. Further, you can look to a country like South Africa, where they have 4 categorizations of their society. It's white, black, Indian, and colored. And colored is like everything that's not white, black, or Indian. So there it's defined. In America, it was defined as African American. That's why it makes a difference. But we're going to go back to Pedro's
video.
It's a Hillary Clinton campaign. So we got that queued up for you.
Have you seen the video before or no?
I haven't.
I haven't seen it.
Okay, you just play it and you see why. I mean, you'll see. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to click it now. Here we go.
I'm Hillary Clinton, and I approve this message.
Her church taught her to do all the good you can for all the people you can.
Thank you, Rusty is fat,
as long as
for liking us on Aircast.
After law school, she could have joined a high-priced law firm. But instead,
Rusty, I'm sure you're not
she worked to reform juvenile justice in South Carolina.
Depends on what he's talking about.
Racism in Alabama schools, registered Latino voters in Texas.
What are you drinking, Peter?
To families in Arkansas. Her life's work has been about breaking barriers, and so with her presidency. Which is why for every American who's not being paid what they're worth, who's held back by
that's a commercial. That's a commercial where Morgan Freeman is, and then his voice to that campaign.
Bernie's was better, honestly. Bernie's was a lot better.
Well, I haven't seen Bernie. Are we comparing their commercials, or I mean? Yeah, I don't know what Morgan Freeman is doing a voiceover. Maybe I don't understand.
What you mean? No. You can. I mean, I'll tell you what.
Explain it to me. I really don't know.
Can I explain it to you after this one? This is another one.
Okay.
Yo, look how
I'll cue this up for you.
Let's just watch festival.
She says their names.
Trayvon Martin, shot to death.
Johnston
Hamilton, unarmed.
Sandra Bland.
Did nothing wrong.
And
These are the same names she mentioned in her victory speech just now.
These are the same names in the same speech.
Pandering to an African American audience. Yes, that's what I mean.
Against those who would undo.
I still don't understand the significance of Morgan Freeman. I understand his voice is like iconic.
It's for the Caucasian.
No, yes, of course.
Wait, let's watch it. Okay, it's over. Okay.
Look at the one for Bernie's though. Bernie's is so much better. Like it's actual realness. Like it's not like manufactured. Like black person Q1.
But well, actually, I respectfully, I'm going to find it and post it on the DINtv.com feed. But I haven't seen it, so I can't really speak to it. But I do know that both Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton did have exploited commercials that focused on Black Lives Matter because Bernie Sanders had Eric Garner's daughter.
Some of which one looks more exploited. Oh, this is not the one.
No?
I don't see any black people.
Yeah, I don't see black people.
That's like when we first started. Hold on.
Okay. Well, we're gonna still watch this. This targets farming America, agricultural America.
Why is that on America?
Yes.
And that makes sense because I don't think he's doing well with them.
He's doing good with millennials. The young vote. He has the young vote in there.
Oh, but they're not helping.
No, guys. I have to admit that the previous two advertisements absolutely. They just engineer it.
Thank you.
Every note, every sentence, frame, just counted engineer it, guys.
Yeah.
Bernie guys, they just too much maybe celebrated their previous victories. I don't know.
Hollywood.
Yes.
This is
Hollywood.
Hollywood.
This is the one that Kevin originally wanted us to see. This the one Kevin originally wanted us to see. It wasn't that one.
It really, this one touched me.
That I have.
This one really touched me. I like this one.
Family should be important to everyone. Mostly, I like being a mother.
Oh, this is Eric Garner's daughter.
6 years old.
This one is so sad.
That's my baby, my only child. She likes to read me books, sit down and talk with me about her school.
But there's a lot of sand in the car.
Recently, she just learned about Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King. She asked me, did Rosa Parks not give up her seat for a white man?
How apropos for February.
Yes. She said, but those in that white days with mommy, and I had to explain to her that it's not really over. This is what mommy is. I'm an activist, and the same thing with the King for our rights.
Very perfect for Black History Month.
Hashtag BLM, Black Lives Matter.
Black lives have always mattered for Bernie. Always, but it didn't matter for anybody else.
No one gets to see their parents' last moments.
So I'm a supporter. I
was able to see my dad die on national TV.
So sad, man.
That's disgusting.
They don't know what they took from us.
Stop killing my brother.
He wasn't just someone that no one cared for him or no one loved him. He was loved dearly. Alyssa misses my dad. She tells me,
it's a long commercial.
If you're watching us on Periscope, you're glad that you're this very heart-wrenching Bernie Sanders campaign commercial narrated by Eric Garner's daughter.
I'm just trying to get the truth out there to tell his side of the story.
In New York for selling loose cigarettes.
He was being the loving, caring man that he was, and he was murdered.
Join us on DINtv.com.
Every Tuesday.
For a whole year, I've protested it every Tuesday and Thursday. I feel like a representative for people throughout this whole nation because I'm doing this. I'm speaking out. Me being his daughter.
I love this.
And that's what I want to do. I just want to tell my truth. I'm never giving up. I'm never going to forget.
Pedro said it's too long for a commercial. I agree. I don't think this commercial actually airs. I think it's meant to go viral. Actually, let's show this. I think this is the long version of the commercial. This is just like the full video of it. Yeah. Let's see. Right now, it only has 209,000 views, and that's on Eric Garner's site. And you know what?
I definitely need to leave no reason.
That might sound like a trash.
It is not acceptable to me that we have seen young black men walk down streets in this country
be beaten and be killed unjustly.
There's no other person that's speaking about this. People are dying. This is real. This is not TV. We need a president that's going to talk about it.
The African American community knows that on any given day, some innocent person like Sandra Bland can get into a car, and then 3 days later she can end up dead in jail.
I believe Bernie Sanders is a protester.
When a police officer breaks the law, that officer must be held accountable.
It's touching though. Even the music, the background music.
To go up against the criminal justice system, he's not safe.
I want to see in America where when young black men walk down the street, they will not be harassed by police officers. They will not be killed. They will not be shot.
We'll be right back with you. Periscope's Meerkats and Blabbers. We're over here crying. DINtv.com.
That's how I'm from Bernie.
So, Kirill, does that address your previous points about Bernie Sanders' commercial not being as well put together or emotional as Hillary Clinton's?
No, this clip, it's very emotional, but
right.
First, they must make it shorter, like 4 times.
Yes, that was like a novel.
They just lose because it's too long.
Yeah.
They have awesome content, but that content just poorly edited.
Yeah.
That's it.
You sound like someone who works in media.
That's because
I want you guys to hear the one that I just give you the link, which is it's Spike Lee. It's Spike Lee giving or endorsing Bernie Sanders. It's quickly.
Okay.
It's just already added.
You said something about the clip we just played, right?
No, I'm just trying to watch some clips.
Oh, okay.
All right.
You start. Just a second.
I gotta scroll up. Lord God.
Oh, I see it. I got it. Here we go, guys. This one better not be 4
Bernie Sanders
minutes.
is getting a very big time endorsement from Hollywood that could help him with black voters in the Palmetto State. Spike Lee is throwing his support behind the Vermont senator. The acclaimed director was featured in a radio ad the Sanders campaign released today. Take a look.
Wake up, South Carolina. This is your dude, Spike Lee. And I know that you know the system is rigged. For too long, we've given our votes to corporate puppets. Sold the okie doke. 99% of Americans were hurt by the Great Recession of 2008, and many are still recovering. And that's why I'm officially endorsing my brother, Bernie Sanders. Bernie takes no money for corporations. Nada. Which means he is not on the tape. And when Bernie gets in the White House, he will do the right thing.
Pretty catchy. The Sanders campaign has been criticized for its inability to rally.
That was an appropriately timed advertisement.
He will do the right
Although, so let's talk about these commercials, and maybe this is why Bernie Sanders lost, because I'm sort of seeing it now. Hillary Clinton's commercials were emotional and showed appropriate images from iconic African American events and things that concern us. The content was there. I think that the Bernie Sanders commercial for Erica Garner was meant to tug at your heartstrings. I think that the Spike Lee endorsement was like, how do I say this?
It's like a shout out on the radio.
It was a shout out.
Yeah,
it was very informal. It almost seemed improper. It seemed like he's throwing in terms that like I think black people use, like the okie doke.
Yep.
My brother Bernie Sanders. It's condescending. That's what it is. It's condescending. The whole time I heard this, I was like, I feel like Spike Lee didn't write it. I felt like someone on the Bernie Sanders campaign who thinks that this is how black people talk wrote the script for Spike Lee. And I'm sure that's not exactly how it went down.
And let's touch on that tidbit, do the right thing, because he made the movie Do the Right Thing. So let's make sure we put that in there.
Correct. Hashtag do the right thing. And Kirkland. Wes, what do you think about all these African-American endorsements of Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders?
I think we need to wake up and start focusing on what's real, because let me post something for you, what's really going on.
Okay, post it for us. My thing is, I don't even know whether or not the black vote is that important at this point, where they have to go to the lengths of making these heartfelt
what's going on in Minnesota is they are letting in these migrants, and they are causing real havoc, and it's just now starting. And if you look at these people, they look like you.
Yes.
So what do you think's gonna happen next year? Shitting me. What do you think's gonna happen next year when all these people start pouring in, these people of color, and they start pouring in and they start wreaking havoc? What side do you want to be on? That's the real question.
Well, one, to directly address your comment, actually 2 years ago in Robbinsdale, Minnesota, I think it was at Robbinsdale High School, they found that like the high school was essentially a breeding ground for ISIS trainees.
Okay.
I don't know how it was related. It was something like there's a bunch of Somalian refugees that for some reason emigrate to Minnesota, and they're very vulnerable there because they have such a bad distaste for Somalia, obviously, but also have a distaste for the United States because they can't get in legally. And so they're like in that middle zone where they feel countryless, and that's how ISIS targets them.
No identity, so let me give you one.
So these people, I mean, if I were to say they look traditionally Somalian, and so are you saying that all immigrants are going to be like this? Is that Donald Trump will stop that? Because first of all, he's proposing building a wall in Mexico and tightening immigration, but like these people wouldn't climb over a wall. Like, what I don't understand what your point is. How
we didn't end up in just from Mexico.
Yeah, exactly. Like what's the point of bringing this up?
This is because, like I said, this is what's really going on. These aren't commercials. These are people letting you know, listen.
You don't think that the death of Eric Garner or Sandra Bland or Trayvon Martin or Mike Brown?
Okay, that's fine. You can count those 5 people on your hand, but when we're going to start bringing in thousands of people and they're going to be causing hundreds of problems and they're going to start looking like people here that are already causing problems, you're going to really have to be in line with the economy, because once they start picking people out, saying you look like this, and somebody come from overseas and they look just like us, but they don't sound and speak like us, you better have your pants up on your ass, because this is real. This is really real. Like, this is not no commercial trying to tug at your heartstrings. They're letting you know these people are causing problems and they hell bent on doing it. So you need to vote for somebody who's going to want to look out for your best interests and enforce these immigration laws, because we already have them in place. They're just not enforced by our current administration.
You don't think that anything about this advertisement, if you're joining us on Meerkat or Periscope, you can't see this, but it's an ad by Minnesota for Trump 2016. And it is an ad showing what looks like 10 Somalian immigrants who were granted immigration visas, but they want to cause harm to America. But do you think that this ad is misleading and completely focuses on Trump's base, which are white Midwesterners who are afraid of foreigners and brown people? Because this ad, you have 10 faces of African men,
color,
of the scary black man. Last time I checked, most violence in this country comes from white people. Last time I checked, most gun violence comes from white people. Last time I checked, most of the mass shootings are done by white people. But Trump would never say that. You're literally falling into the lap of that campaign. It's fascinating.
So you want to feed into the rhetoric of, let's go after the 300 black people that are killed by the police per year, as opposed to the 300 black people that kill black people in Chicago a month. That's what you want to fall into. Really.
Okay, here's the difference, Wes. This is I'm not doing this today. Police are people who receive special training and classes and licensing, and they are held to a standard higher than the average person. They are given a badge. They are given a gun. They are given a baton. They are engendered with certain rights by the laws and the Constitution of the United States to take on their duties. They are held to a higher standard, much like doctors are, much like lawyers are, much like politicians are. People in the public sphere are held to a higher standard. A 16-year-old kid shooting a 14-year-old kid in Chicago, whether or not they're both black, they're teenagers and are not held to a higher standard because they are children. It's easy because America has trained you to think that black people are not childlike, that black people age faster and are more. But
what are you doing over there, Wes?
Police are
that ain't me.
Oh,
held to a higher standard. That's the difference. I agree, though. But black on black violence does not give anyone the right to kill anyone.
They have guns. They have these people. We have the same thing. We have more guns. We have more batons and sticks and bats. So
what are you saying?
again, if there's a problem, you think there's a problem with, let's do the math of 300 out of 12% of 350 million. That number is so minute that we need to focus on that same number in our community, not just one, not just two, but in every country, in every state. There's more than multiple cities. And so the problem is not the police. The police are doing their job and they're doing it great, in my opinion. They're not doing it great enough. They're not doing it great enough because if they were, there would not be guns unaccounted for. Now you think, why you think these people want to come over here so bad? They know that guns are very easy to get here. And
but that's your party, bro. That's your party are the ones who are supported by the NRA.
It's a nod toward Trump because Trump is in favor of making sure that the not Somalians, but the people, what's the people in the Muslim country? Can't remember. ISIS. No. Like he was against the Syrians, immigrants coming over here, and he's over. I'm trying not to say the wrong thing. He's not, he's just gonna tell me that Donald Trump isn't racist. So I'm trying to make
no one thinks Donald Trump is racist. He might be a little bigoted, and that's just because he's wealthy. I don't think it's anything to do with him being white. I think that when you reach that amount of wealth,
well, I guess I can't be politically correct now because I think he's racist.
Well, and you're
what makes you say that? What makes you say that?
Because of the way he's formulated some of his sentences. I'm going to pull them up right now so that I'll have receipts. You talk, and I'm going to be researching.
I just want to know what makes you say that.
Just because of some of the things he said.
She's going to tell you.
I feel like he generalizes a lot. Like he doesn't. He generalizes everything, and I feel like it's one thing that racist people do. They take one experience from one particular person from a race, and then use it to encompass their whole perception on that race. And I think, like, his statements about Muslims, like, is an example of, like, him being racist for him to be, like, generalizing like that.
I think that a person can, I'm actually going to disagree with you, Kevin, and I'm actually going to agree with Wes, believe it or not. I think that there's a strong distinction that we need to make in this country between stereotyping and racism. It is very easy to stereotype. It's very comfortable to stereotype, but that does not necessarily make you a racist. It may make you ignorant, but it does not make you a racist. Racism is like a whole different construct that is, like, deep inside of you.
Exactly.
And stereotyping is ignorant. It doesn't make it okay.
But here's the thing about this.
So can we say borderline racist?
When it comes to Muslims, hold on. When it comes to Muslims, it's not a race because there are white Muslims from over in Africa just the same as these came over from Somalia. Muslim is not a race. We are talking about a religious construct of this religion. That's what we're talking about.
On that flyer that was just posted, where was there a white Muslim?
Exactly.
Does that? I'm trying to let you know that this is what these people are looking at, and this is what people are dealing with right here in America. As we are already killing ourselves, these people are wreaking havoc on white people.
And so now it matters.
We call it religious lust. Religious lust. Religious lust is the term used for hating on a religion. So it's basically like,
so like when they start spraying this on TV and they start showing these immigrants coming over here looking like you, speaking a different language, having their religion, and you want to walk around with a beard and an afro looking like the people that just came over here, you will be targeted.
Are you literally saying in 2016 that if a person decides to walk, if I, Peter Davidson, decide tomorrow to grow an afro and a beard, that I should be targeted by the police because I will look like a Somalian? You need to learn something about American history.
If it hasn't started yet, trust me. If you're not, because I don't, bro. I got a beard on my face. I have nobody fuck with me. White people love me. But when they start putting this on TV, and when they start putting this on TV,
does the white people that love you validate you, by the way? Oh, no, it sounds like it does.
No, they don't. Because I've been dealing with white people my whole life. Like, seriously, grow up, dude.
Peter,
okay, you're saying, but when they start putting these images out there, you feel
just the same way that they put the white cops killing black people on TV, and it has the whole nation up in arms and all. It's all racial tension. When they start putting these Muslims on TV and they show you what they're doing over there in Europe, how they are literally beating the shit out of these women and raping them, and they start showing you how that's going on, and then it starts to creep and starts to hit home. What do you think gonna happen? The police and the people you got to worry about. The people you gonna have to worry about are these citizens who are gonna be pissed off because I'm one of them. So it's time for everybody to wake up and feel like, and honestly, you need to.
Well, maybe we're gonna stick a pin in this. Actually, David.
My question is, who is that? Who sponsored that image that you put up here that you posted for us to see?
Ooh.
Find it and see. It don't even matter. That's the thing. It could be a random citizen. Listen. It could be a random citizen on Photoshop. It could be a random.
You recognize that would never happen. That these campaigns are run by PACs and super PACs and paid by the candidates themselves. That would never happen. They would never get the national traction that they have. But I want to stick a pin in this because if you're joining us on DINtv.com, it seems that we're talking about Black Lives Matter, which we're actually not. We're talking about Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders and her decisive win in the South Carolina primary. And we have commentary from CNN. So let's check on that, and then we will be back. Thanks.
She's a cheater.
Is just to hold on to the black vote. And
Kevin, we're standing by for Sanders' speech. He's already in Minnesota. Minnesota is one of the states that will be deciding who they will elect for the presidential and Republican and Democratic presidential nominations on Super Tuesday.
Okay, I mean this is a good.
Super Tuesday is March 1st, and we have Florida, home of Senator Marco Rubio, and former candidate Governor Jeb Bush. We have Texas, which is of course the home of Senator Ted Cruz, Alabama, Arkansas, Colorado, Georgia, Massachusetts, which is typically liberal, so I bet they'll go with Sanders. Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, Vermont, and Virginia. Virginia's always iffy. They used to be very Republican, and then I think went with Barack Obama the last two presidential elections.
They're usually iffy, so Hillary went to the right place.
And I've been saying this for a while now.
Birds of a feather flock together.
The United States is white conservatives any longer. You now have to build a coalition because the country is, to David's point, getting browner.
There's nothing I'm hearing.
Super Tuesday is going to be very exciting.
That causes me.
But what do we think? And Kevin, I asked this question to you as a Bernie Sanders supporter.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of his decision to? He campaigned significantly less in South Carolina, I think, because his campaign saw the writing on the wall and realized it was a waste of their time and resources.
Mm-hmm.
So he started traveling to the states that have that impact Super Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that he should have stuck it out, or do you think it was a smart decision to
not by the results that he sees now? Obviously, his team was right with him moving on from that particular state, because it would have been a waste of time for him to be there and then have those results read out. Like, why would he be there to receive that type of welcome? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think that's why he went to Super Tuesday, because that's really where the big dogs are going to be and where the big results are going to happen. So,
you think he still has a fight in this race?
Definitely, the millennials love him. We love him.
But they're not turning out. Clearly,
they're not turning out, and they're just.
Honestly, in regards to these results that were just taking place with 86% lead over Bernie Sanders, those numbers sound preposterous to me. So obviously, what 74?
It may have gone down from when you last.
Okay, because when we first started, it was 87%.
Yeah, it was 86. Yeah.
So I mean, those numbers just sound iffy to me. It sounds like there's something going on here in the background that we don't know about.
She's a cheater.
Yeah, basically, and I feel like Hillary's winning off of the old regime in regards to the structure of how the delegates are set up to begin with. That's how she's winning. I feel like she doesn't have the popular vote. I don't feel like what they're saying. People are the people that are voting for her. I'm not seeing that reaction from those people in real life. If you get what I'm saying, CNN, NBC, Fox News are the only outlets that really endorse and really speak out about Hillary. All the outlets that the millennials watch, like YouTube, Young Turks, all these other outlets, don't endorse Hillary. The people that talk on social media don't endorse her. It's just iffy to me. It doesn't make any sense to me. The numbers aren't matching the real life reactions that I'm seeing.
That's interesting, but the numbers that you're seeing in your space aren't matching.
Not my space and the internet. I said on Twitter. When I go on Twitter, I don't see a huge reaction about Hillary. Vote for Hillary. Oh my gosh, she's the change. I just mostly see.
Is this because of the people that you're following, or the content that has been geared toward you, or this is in general?
Well, this is general because when I'm on the tags right now. I'm on the Democratic tag. I'm on the Republican tab too, and Bernie's the most of the talk on this Twitter right now.
Well,
a lot of people want to just hear what Bernie has to say with Hillary's huge win, because that's a huge win. That's a huge.
I hope that you and other millennials then Because I see what you're saying. I think it makes perfect sense. But I think what I've read in the past anyway, especially when it came to I think
Just look at her speech. Her speech today validated everything that I thought. She literally did the most basic thing a Becky could do: name drop.
Not
Becky.
Okay. Do you think though that I think that there needs to be a reinforcement to millennials, especially I would say 18 to like 25-year-olds, and this is going to sound crazy, but you may agree with me. If it sounds wrong, let me know and I can try to rephrase it. People need to know that like marching and showing up is not the same as retweeting a hashtag or creating a hashtag or retweeting a tweet. I think that's where I think people think that they're in solidarity with the cause because they like post "Bring Back Our Girls" or "Free Kesha" or. But like you're not helping. What's helping is if you.
Wes said this yesterday.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, of course.
In regards to your statement, the fact that you feel like a tweet can't change the world is what's wrong with it right now, because people aren't incorporating the internet and not showing how powerful the internet is. You know, it's one person's tweet about Free Our Girls that leads to people that tweet trending because it touches a whole bunch of people, and then you get the majority who gets to hear about the cause because the celebrities pick it up and then they hear about that cause, you know, from that one tweet from that one person.
I absolutely agree. I just think
that's a change. That's a huge change. I think that had it not been for that trending, I don't think people would have been aware of it, honestly.
That's true. I just think that, I mean, I agree, but like men lie, women lie, numbers don't, JC. And the numbers right now are telling us that Hillary Clinton won 74.4% to Bernie Sanders.
They do say that. They do say that.
So I agree. Twitter is important.
I just feel like those numbers.
What does it say about this statement from Facebook? This post. Okay. They polled Hillary at 16, Bernie at 32. Most Southerners, black voters, and recognize Hillary because she's underdog. Same thing in 2008 with Obama.
How is I mean, I don't recognize Hillary as an underdog.
I have no idea. Maybe you can.
I wouldn't consider her that.
Maybe you can explain.
Let's dissect that entire statement because I don't know who this Gerald Digib is.
Okay.
I believe the polling numbers are correct. Most Southerners are black voters. No. The South is just proportionally populated as the rest of the country. So they're still about 13%. So the majority are not black people. Let's just start there.
Okay.
Hillary, because she's the underdog. When has Hillary Clinton ever been the underdog in this campaign? Hi, Michelle. We're trying to get you on DINtv.com. Just keep on reloading.
Maybe I could relate to that question, that answer too, because it's like maybe a lot of people feel like Bernie gains a lot of traction and they think that he's going to win. So people who don't really read into the news or stuff like that.
I think it goes back, I think what Siobhan that was saying, it's all in the circles you run in and what you click on, because I get nothing but Trump coming in my feeds. Like I can't wake up to a Cruz or Rubio or Bernie or Hillary.
Isn't God good?
I just got Trump. I literally have to go out and find out what other people are saying. You know,
well, he dominates the news anyway. So
yeah, exactly. And so it's really about what you click on, because you're not gonna literally go out if you don't like Trump. You're not gonna go out and follow Trump.
Right.
Yeah.
If you don't like Rubio, you're not gonna follow him. So it really is. If you're seeing in your circles that everybody likes Bernie, it's because you're really running in those circles of everybody who is.
But the thing is, like the blogs and stuff that are Democratic in general. You get what I'm saying? So,
but they probably skew younger, which is cool. Mm-hmm. Bernie Sanders has the youth vote.
Yeah.
I just hope that it reflects.
You don't realize that's what really matters is the young voters, because
I agree.
They're gonna literally become adults. Like at one point, like do people forget? Like we grow, we become adults at some point. Like
no, you're right. No, I agree. I mean,
common sense ain't too common in America.
I kind of agree, and I just want to go back to this statement before I continue to eviscerate it. They're saying the same thing with Barack Obama in 2008, that people voted for him because he was the underdog. And they actually did a lot of polling that a lot of black people voted for the first time. Remember, even Michelle Obama, I'm sure she had voted before, but she said it was the first time she was proud of the country. People voted. That's called, oh my God, it's like a political science term that's like super duper basic. It's basically like populational representation or something like that. But it's when you vote for someone because their views kind of align with yours, but more so because they look like you in some way. Okay. So like women would in theory, in this theory, naturally gravitate towards
Hillary.
Jews would naturally gravitate toward Bernie Sanders. Black people naturally gravitated towards Barack Obama in 2008 because they'd never had that option before. So it's this political construct about like.
And then people were going on record as saying, "Hey, I voted for him because he was black."
And that, I'm not mad at it.
Are you? Are you really not? I felt some kind of way about that. I'm like, oh my God. I respect your honesty, but I feel like you should have looked at some of his policies so that later on you can't complain that he did nothing.
Well, that's the thing. There were no policies to look at because he was just all talk. Like he really didn't tell anybody what he planned on doing. He just made these general broad sweeps.
Wait,
and then
I feel like Wes, aren't you a supporter of Donald J. the Trump?
Exactly, and I know exactly what he plans on doing because it just makes sense, and it's on his website. So.
Because what
I feel like Obama won is because he was the first president to actually acknowledge like celebrity endorsements, and when he did that, that's what celebrities would use Twitter. Because remember, everything was be the change, time for change, like all over Twitter, all over Facebook, like, and you had all these celebrities like wearing the make a change. Like P. Diddy was like traveling around. He did like a political tour.
Vote or die.
Vote or die
campaign. Yeah.
President Obama was really I think African American celebrities were they had was that Rock the Vote?
Yeah, Rock
or Vote or Die. It was one of those campaigns.
Yeah,
he
had
a
lot of
Caucasian celebrities endorsing him too. No, absolutely, but I think more African American celebrities were vocal in that campaign because there was an African American candidate. And now
that plays a huge part in it.
Yeah, it's just representational politics, and then. What's happening now, to go back to what we're talking about, which is Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton and how we got here, for anyone in Periscope, what the hell are they talking about?
I'm sorry, guys.
Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton won the South Carolina primary and won with the majority of the African American vote and got a lot of major African American endorsements, including the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation and Congressman John Lewis, who's a legend in his own right. Because, and I think it matters now to Black people because either Hillary Clinton or Bernie Sanders, if they become the Democratic nominee and eventual Democratic president, knock on wood, will be part of furthering Barack Obama's legacy. So at this point, it's also like protecting the legacy of the first Black president. I think that's.
I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to tell me what he did, man. I'm not seeing it.
Oh, okay. Well,
I mean, we can pull up some things, but that's still not going to sway you in the thinking.
No, I definitely. It's not that. No, see, you're looking at it the wrong way.
Okay.
You're trying to sway me. Provide information. That's all I need. I don't need you to try to sway me. Just provide information.
Just get me.
Oh, this is we got to say from hi Michelle. Michelle wrote.
Michelle has a brain. Thank you, Michelle.
Okay, read. Yeah, the reading. Yeah.
Be nice. Michelle,
just see the post from Michelle.
Michelle Gaze wrote for those of us on Periscope, Beercat or Blab. One of our viewers, Michelle, wrote, the thing is, this woman is the reason for private prisons. Why do the Black voters not remember this? She was a criminal. She lied under oath. She also threw her own child under the bus as well. I'm a woman and a mother. My brothers are mixed race and are asking the same question. Huffington Post feed on Facebook is nuts with WTFs, and frankly, this is the most I don't know. I'm going to say abominable display of the DNC I've seen in nearly all my 47 years. Michelle, that's a really good point. In fact, I'm going to pull up this article for you guys. I emailed it to myself because I wanted to bring it up. There's an article called, I think it was either in the Huffington Post or like the Atlantic, and it was called, Should Black People Forget About What Hillary Clinton Did in 2008? Because for those of us who remember, she was obviously running against Barack Obama during the same primary season, getting whooped up on in primary after primary. And
the HCAC said humans are easy to control.
That's it. That's it. That is very true. Well, in this article, Hillary Clinton, her campaign would put things out into the media like, oh, we hope Republicans don't ask Barack Obama for a birth certificate because many people think that he's not an American. Or we hope that Republicans don't say anything negative about Black people. But it's like saying it, but it also gives Republicans ideas to use against him. And it was a really contentious issue at the time. And she ran essentially a dirty little campaign in 2008. And the article was asking if Black people should forget about that when they're supporting her in this 16.
We played the clip earlier of her saying that they need to come to heal. And I was saying that the clip they posted online was very short, so we can really tell whether it was directed towards Black people or not. So I said I will wait for the whole clip to be made available before I even say anything about it. Did you see the clip?
I saw a clip, and maybe this is what you guys are talking about.
The Black Predator thing, right?
Black Predator.
Yes, I did see
Black
that.
Predator.
She said, "Oh yeah, but wasn't that was really interesting to me because it was in 1994, and it's so fascinating when people hold things against you."
Oh, she said she saw it the first
22
time.
2 years. Oh. And was it incendiary then, Michelle? Because I'm sure, or did it have as much of an effect? By the way, thank you so much for interacting with us. This is
thank you so much.
Thank you.
And hi, Brian. I know he just walked away from the camera, but thank you for coming.
And HCHC Advertising, what's up?
He said Hillary's a war criminal. Listen. Talk about it. I feel like this is a Kevin, Michelle.
I agree with HCHC.
HCHC, should we call you HCHC?
Do people forget that she helped build ISIS? Like, hello, people.
Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy. Welcome to DINtv.
Hi, Jeremy.
I think if we have
Hillary's a sleeper cell, she's waiting to be activated at this point.
we build a coalition featuring Kirill, Kevin, Les, Jeremy, and Michelle, and probably Brian. And I'm not a big Hillary fan, but I can't join this coalition. And
right, I can't join. I can't join. No.
If the 6 of you join this coalition, maybe you guys can help Bernie Sanders on Tuesday. Maybe the Sanders campaign should be following up with you guys.
What I was saying that the Sanders campaign needs is someone shady. We need one shady person to get in there and start, bribing some delegates. I know he's trying to run something clean.
Who says we need that? Who says we need that?
I said that's what I say.
Because I feel like you say that because you know the old system, and Bernie's going to bring in a new system where we don't have to be
right. But in order for him to bring in a new system, he has to make the bill. I can't.
Wait, this is interesting. Kevin, you're an avowed Bernie Sanders supporter. Jeremy just wrote, Sanders doesn't have the balls to take on Hillary in a major way.
I think he stood up to everything she said to say, because Hillary has said some really crazy comments to him that could have really left him stammering, and he's pulled through every single time with a great and even better comeback. So I think Hillary needs to go sit down, count her corporate money.
Corporate money.
But
go somewhere with that.
Do you think that Bernie Sanders essentially needs to pull and let's rewind back to Thursday night. On Thursday night, there was a Republican debate.
Right.
The moment Bernie changes his aesthetic, it's going to be all over news.
That's what we're saying. Like, it's the same way that Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio sort of trumped up their efforts, no pun intended, to act like Donald Trump at the Nevada Republican debate on Thursday. And they both, first of all, the three of them got the majority of the coverage. Like, no one was talking about Ben Carson. No one was talking about John Kasich.
Which was hilarious.
So, Jeremy, would you believe that Sanders needs to step it up in that way and just sort of
No, I don't think so.
Oh. I'm sorry, I'm reading the feed.
Michelle is going in. Okay, let's go back up and see what she's saying.
We were actually talking about this earlier with Bernie about his pull in the election and stuff like that. And I honestly feel Sanders has gotten more done. Exactly. And
people don't realize that.
Michelle, you make a really good point on that, because out of all the candidates, Bernie has always stood true. Even if he was not running for president, he's always been looking out for us people, like the colors.
How are you going to convince Jeremy? Because Jeremy...
Yeah, he's like, Bernie is just another politician. And he could be calling Hillary out on so much more.
So, on my point that for Bernie, just one chance to get ahead, to become more tough and just to really attack her, because there is a lot of compromise, a lot of stuff to bring up. So
he won't, though. He's a good guy, and that's what I respect him for.
He wouldn't. Unfortunately, he wouldn't.
Nice guys finish last. At some point, you got to let the nice guy show.
If you play with the thieves, you cannot be honest in this game.
I agree.
He's going to change the paradigm. We think this way is because we're used to this way. He's about to change this way of thinking, where we won't have to play dirty.
But he's going to have to change it outside of the White House.
How can you hate outside the club when you can't get in?
I mean, what are you talking about? I don't think he's been hating at all.
Oh, this is interesting.
For me, I feel like he's always fought for equal rights for everyone. Like, look, he's.
You see the comment from Michelle?
Yes, my husband teaches high school science.
It's not only you, Michelle. It's
yes,
a lot
we just talked about teachers.
We were just talking about teachers too, and like we need to clear our Congress. Like, what does all these businessmen know about?
Well, we need term limits.
Like lawyers.
Professional term limits are necessary.
Teachers in Congress. We need doctors in Congress. We need psychologists in Congress. We need all types of people who have different perspectives of the human genome. You know, like lawyers and businessmen don't have our best interest. They have the money's interest at heart. They have they want to make money. That's their thing. You know.
Peter was like,
we need more doctors in Congress to treat other congressmen.
Like lawyers aren't like morality. Like you don't think morals like when you think of a lawyer because you guys go by whoever's paying you. And
no, I think lawyers think about we think of like a bottom line and end game, and like you have a job.
Yeah, it's very.
It's not so much about like as a lawyer, you're an advocate. You're hired to do a job
for someone, no matter what their position is. If it's bad, if it's good, it doesn't matter.
Well, that's a choice you have to make, right? Like I would never work for Big Tobacco, but I know that some people. A check is a check. Like I would never work for the NRA, but a check is a check to some people. And if you're making, if you're someone in Michelle's position who's saying that it's tough to survive for a family of 5 on the teacher salary, and the NRA offered her husband some cushy lobby position, Michelle, do you think your husband would take a problematic job, something with like Big Tobacco or pharma? Because not a chance in hell. Michelle, I like you. Thank you.
Michelle, my question for you is, do you believe in Bernie's proposal to have free education, secondary education for everyone? Because we talked about it earlier, and I said, I don't know. Okay, she said yes. I'm saying, I don't know if this would work because with everybody wanting to get the free education, where's the competition?
Ooh.
What Sanders?
Jeremy is out here. Sanders' is sole purpose
Jeremy is not drunk at all.
Back to the day. No, he's hungover.
No, he's not hungover either. He is very, very much together at this moment.
Do any of our periscopers or meerkatters have he's crazy hungover. Bernie Sanders' sole purpose
this election,
I had it and I lost it. Oh my god.
Is to herd the sheep back to the Dems. Energize the activists.
The young activists, that's the thing. I think he's having a great deal of success with the young people and very, very far left people. But sort of moderate Democrats do not have that same luxury. And he's not
drinking that blood in that cup.
Let's see. I'm reading Michelle's comments. I'm lucky enough to be getting my education for free. It's a ticket to work program as part of the SS Social Services Disability. Right?
I'm not sure what the acronym is for.
No, it is.
I definitely
Social Security disability insurance. Okay.
I'm lucky to be.
They're much more smarter than we are when it comes to mass. It's like, of course, these people plan generations ahead. Their plan is going according to plan, man. It's right on track right now when it comes to their population control and how they control us around here, basically.
So if you guys had the opportunity, clearly they're not voting for Hillary, but how do you feel about the Republicans in this race? Because we have an avid Trump supporter here.
And I mean, if you're not a Trump supporter, what are you doing? Because like, I'm not even a Trump supporter, but like the man is, if he's not the nominee, I just don't understand what they're going to do. That party is in turmoil.
They are. It's a Republican Party that everybody knew it was from the beginning. Racist Caucasian people. That's what's becoming right now.
And Hispanics trying to front.
Free education.
Oh my God.
Marco Rubio.
Oh my gosh, Peter, you make a huge point because that's a huge thing in the Hispanic culture. Honestly. Literally, Hispanics come over here and they feel like they're white. And they think that they're white, especially in Miami here.
Well,
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
It's really bad.
I hate to generalize, but that is the truth.
It's like, sweet, learn the language first. But Jeremy's going. Michelle and Jeremy are going off, and I'm loving this.
It's not Miami. It's not America, Kevin. Miami. It's a North Cuba.
Yeah, Miami is simply Miami is like absolutely not a part of America.
Kurogata emoji for that comment. That's awesome.
No, don't give him emoji for that.
I missed this comment. Jeremy said free education is meaningless when it's still a shit education. So because Bernie Sanders is implying is it'd be free for what community
Like college,
colleges
yeah,
and two-year universities. Is that right? Hate number Trump was funny. I don't know. I think that who started out at a small 2-year college that probably could do. Marco Rubio.
Yeah.
Has a very interesting past.
But did he have to work for those scholarships, or did he have to pay out of pocket? But I think the thing I don't want, like I said to Kevin, I don't want anybody to have to fight or suffer like I had to, or because I had to stay up and apply for these scholarships. I had to make sure that I had these credentials in order to get this scholarship. So I just wanted them to appreciate this. And if you're being handed this education, how do you really appreciate it?
I was going to say, because you said you don't want people to have to stay at the way you did, but it doesn't. Look at where you are now. Like, didn't that help make you who you are?
Yeah, but I still don't want anybody like that. Kevin brought up slavery. He's like, do you want to have to pick the cotton again and all of that? Like, I don't want them to have the same struggle as I did, but I don't also want them to be handed anything if they're not going to be appreciative of it.
I came up with the perfect plan for free education.
Okay,
if you provide free education on the college level, if the person fails the class, like let's say the second time, then they have to reimburse for the class, just like financial aid. Like if you get financial aid, they give you the money. If you fail the class, you have to pay back the class that you failed.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it should be the same way. And I think people will appreciate the free money and also know that it's not like free money. You have to put the work in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Michelle says,
I've been disabled for 10 years. This will let me get off that disability and work in a profession that is higher demand than most other professions in the Phoenix metro area. Awesome, Michelle.
That's awesome.
I think that I believe it too. I really feel like people, like the way the laws are structured, it's not for us. I don't feel like it's for us. It's not looking out for me. It's looking out for these bigger people, these bigger corporations who don't want to go into bankruptcy and then file for corporate welfare and do all this type of stuff. And I don't even want to get started.
Well, I think that we actually just need sort of an overhaul of a lot of our systems. And I think further to Michelle's point about getting a degree from one of the best schools in her field and getting off disability and going into a higher demand career. I actually sit on the board of an organization based in...
voting for corporate mongering parties.
That helps. I sit on the board of an organization out of Broward that it's called LEAD, like Legal and Education Empowerment for Developmentally Disabled Persons.
Wow, that's a tongue tie.
Who are you telling? And the point is that LEAD wants to help people with mild forms of developmental disabilities be able to join the workforce in a meaningful way, because what you have is people who are literally sheltered through the school system and have every advantage, and then when they turn, I think it's 24, they're left to go in the world without any marketable skills. And there was actually a story on Humans of New York, if anyone follows Humans of New York on Instagram or Facebook, where a teacher in New York said that she taught special education, and they're still being forced to teach Common Core and literature to special needs kids, and it's that doesn't help them once they graduate, because the kids that are learning Common Core and literature are going to go on to college and get degrees and then not use their degrees the way the rest of us don't use our degrees. But these special needs kids need vocational work.
Yeah. The school I went to, they gave them vocational training so that they could actually do something while they're because some of these people are 21, 22, 20, still in high school. So
I'm telling you, as I said, remember we were talking about before, Siobhan, when it comes to the educational system overhaul. I feel like education we should be learning the basics. Math, 1 + 1 is 2. Once you know the basic logic of it, then it should be branched out to people's interests. You have people that are more interested in art, so gear their education towards the art. Give them clay building classes, sculpture building, poetry. Let them find their niche in that area. And then you have people that are more ones and zeros. They like numbers, they like analytical stuff. So you gear them towards the math and the arithmetic and all that type of stuff. Nothing's better than giving a child the tools to do what they love to do, because then you got happy people in happy positions in professions loving doing.
Did you read Jeremy's comment? Are you guys on the same page? He just wrote too many kids in school because it's just what I have to do. And I tell everyone, if I could do it again, I would never have gone to law school. I hated it. But I was I don't know what the hell I'm going to do with my life.
Yeah, we were talking about this before you got here.
Is that I have an island family, so it wasn't what I had to do. It was you have this platform in which to better yourself. So why would you not take it? That was how I was. And so I went to school and I made sure I did everything because I knew it was going to be consequences when I got home if I wasn't doing what I was supposed to do. And then I just naturally started loving school. If I could be a career student, I would. If I could afford to stay in school all my life, I would. no matter the stress, no matter whatever, I would do it.
That's dope.
Because look at the art schools. Look at the art schools that are around. People who go to art schools is because they love art and they have classes that teach them stuff that they like to do.
Well, do we think that a Sanders presidency would support an initiative like this? Because
definitely.
That's what Kevin was saying.
I think he would, because honestly, Bernie listens to the people. He knows what we want. He knows what we want. That's the thing.
Who is we?
We the people.
You're not a Bernie supporter?
I mean, I'm saying. Kevin said he knows.
We is everyone.
I'm being serious. I'm not trying to be funny.
We is everyone. I don't want Bernie to only work for Democrats. I want him to work for everyone. You know, and I feel like everybody secretly inside just wants to be happy. You get what I'm saying?
Like Beyonce and Pretty Hurts.
Listening to all the students bitch about work and studying, and it's like, well, why the hell are you here then? Because it's a program set. Like, I go to school, I have a degree, I'm going to have a job. And when people go through those steps and come out of college and it's like, shit, I have a degree, I can't find a job, I'm still at McDonald's working $8 an hour, going to school for 4 years.
Hey, it's going up to 9. What? Okay, that's not a big feat.
Well,
he's the sheepdog.
Michelle wrote, my husband had a kid last year. Kid was going to go to law school. Thank God he didn't. My husband taught astronomy. Kid changed his mind and is in school for astrophysics.
Awesome.
Classical culture, and Brian wrote, classical culture, like music, and teaches child to think of their role in the future of mankind's role, which is awesome. This is like an awesome discussion.
Okay, so now that we talked about Bernie, we have to talk about Hillary. And Hillary, with education, is trying to make it so that better teachers are brought into the school.
Goodbye.
I think that's
Hillary
really
Clinton,
good thing too.
To be fair, Hillary Clinton has made education a forefront of her political agendas since her time, I think, as First Lady in Arkansas.
Okay.
It's been a huge, because Arkansas is one of the lowest performing schools in the country, public schools, especially when Bill Clinton was governor. Mm-hmm. So she made it part of her initiative as First Lady of Arkansas, carried it on to the White House, and I think would make the Department of Education a huge issue in Clinton presidency. Do I think that it would have the same impact of what we're talking about in a Sanders Democratic Socialist way? No, but like, is that...
Give people a chance. I feel like everybody deep inside, if given a chance, they'll do the best that they can, honestly. That's what they want. I think that's what they just want. They just want a chance. And Bernie, I feel like Bernie takes the benefit out of the doubt and just wants to give everybody that one chance.
Well, Jeremy said he's going to do what he's told, and there's a reason why he lasted so long in that S-hole of a system.
Wait, who's Jeremy? I'm confused.
Jeremy is HCHC. Where have you been? Keep up.
He needs to change his name so we know who he is.
Because he's representing HCHC advertising. Hello, it's cross promotion.
Are you contributing to Hillary's campaign? Are you one of those big guys, those big corporations, mister?
Look at Kevin coming for him. Look at him. Pedro, how important do you think it is to have good teachers introduced
Michelle said she gave her antidote. That was mostly for me. Thank you, Michelle. I love it.
What's the question, Siobhan?
I say, how important do you think it is to have better teachers introduced into our educational system?
I think it's very important. I was listening to a podcast, and like the only thing that I heard constantly was that it's not the fact that we have bad students; it's that we have bad teachers.
Mm-hmm. That's what it is.
So I do support that, but then again, I feel like with that being said, it's like, what do you do better, like, for the teachers? Like, besides pay, maybe you can pay them high, like, better, like, well, maybe maybe let's say, you know, that can happen because of money, but how about giving them like a tax break, like a better tax break on the income taxes? Maybe they'll get a lot of taxes taken out of them. How about like something so silly as to like have them go first in the airplane? Wait, no, let me finish my thought. Like, how about just let them go first in the airplane, like there's, you know, army people do. I don't know. I feel they have to be like elaborate when it comes to like how can we help?
Give them better incentives, he's saying, so that they feel more valuable because their job never ends.
Or provide their tools for them so they don't have to pay for it. Like,
teaching is the hardest job.
Yeah.
Like, why do you have to pay for markers to teach a child? That should be provided by the government. Like,
you have a board here that has been mandated to be in your classroom, and you can't give them a marker. They got to go out of pocket to buy a marker.
It's true.
It's just all too much. And I want better for teachers because I have family members who are teachers.
You know, in New York State, or maybe it's New York City, the minimum salary for teachers, public school tenured teachers is $100,000.
And that's how
which is amazing. It's absolutely
amazing. I don't care about
amazing.
how high the cost of living in New York is. That is a wonderful salary.
It's phenomenal.
I don't know. Like, nah, you can't say you don't care about how much the living day-to-day is.
I'm saying
No,
because some people might say that $100,000 is not much at all because they're living in New York and it's so expensive. I'm like, I don't care how high it is. That is a wonderful salary.
And it's a step in the right direction. Jeremy says they've centralized education to the lunatics in DC, and now we have a nation of idiots. That is a
switching
fact.
over. Enjoy the rest of your show.
Bye, Siobhan.
Every step you take.
Bye, Kelly.
I agree with Brad.
The shade of him calling me Michelle. I don't know much about Common Core, but I've heard terrible things about it, and not just from Donald Trump. Shout out to Wes. Common Core making common idiots. Does anyone here have children that are learning the Common Core system? Because I had cousins who tried to show me how you get there, and Common Core is nuts. Where did it even come from?
I haven't been on this side in EVs. Hey, what's up, you guys? I'm back. I'm your host right now, Kevin.
He's been gone for a minute, but he's back like the jumper.
You're burner, right? Is that what you call Bernie? Burner, right?
Michelle said it's a load. Yeah, Michelle. So you have 3 kids. You said family of 5. As a mother of 3. We're here, Michelle. I got you, girl.
Michelle, girl, come talk to me because you sound like you have a lot on your plate, girl.
Yeah,
5 kids.
Anna teaches life. She's going through it.
Well, she probably loves kids. Probably love her though. I feel like women like that, the kids love them at the school. I still remember my first grade teacher, Mike Gonzalez.
Sorry, this is going to piss you off, but Jeremy made me laugh. He said, no one told Bernie that we're a capitalist country.
Oh my God.
Sorry, guys.
See, HTC advertising wants to still get his loopholes. He wants those laws to stay where they are because he gets those big breaks, right?
Socialism doesn't work. Socialism doesn't work.
But capitalism either.
For thousands of years.
So it should be something between.
Star my boy Kirill right now. He is speaking
capitalism regulation.
Well, capitalism is definitely more effective than socialism. I think that's proven.
Yes, it's true. It's true. But I used to live in socialism, and it doesn't work. But what I see here in the US, excuse me, it's also no. It's a broken system.
Bernie better work.
It's not capitalism. No.
Bernie gonna work.
It's not capitalism, right?
It's an oligarchy that we have in Russia right now, but much worse. But
Brian, we can't hear you.
Hello.
Oh, there you are.
Hey, Brian.
Hi. Why don't you just make a capitalism regulation? It's all like government. How you control government by a power to be a force that will, constitutionally speaking, you serve the people as close as possible. I mean, it has to be regulated by the person that authorized to be governed by something called a constitution.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you. How are you going to use socialism from all these other countries to define something that hasn't even been like made yet in America? Like, we haven't even done it yet. Like, why are you using that as an example?
Do you guys realize what real socialism is? Worker-owned production. Okay, what Bernie advocates is state socialism, which basically means that a handful of companies get to partner with the government to provide the services that the government deems that they want to provide, and everybody else who would like to compete gets fucked out of it. Okay. Real socialism is worker-owned production, where the workers own the means, okay? Bernie's talking about democratic socialism, and it's really just putting an extra fluff around what is state socialism, which is really the worst of both worlds. It's the worst of capitalism merged with the worst of socialism, and it's a total absolute racket of a mess.
Well, even the fallacy seems kind of unclear to me. What you just explained about, on one side you have people who control it, and then you have a government entity that controls it. I think what I'm talking about is, how do you define a system of our government of the United States? Because it could be easily misinterpreted as socialism. Yeah, in other words, how do you regulate the government, even though we, the people, have the means to do that? And people might say, well, that's too much. What you're talking about is too much, because you're saying that the people have the power, and that, yeah, we do have the power. And so what I'm saying is, we have to be careful how we define
a system of this government of the United States. Because it is true that the people have the authority, but the way we mitigate those authorities, and you see it clearly with our constitutional government, how we regulate it. So the question here, how do you regulate it? That's the question.
You have to be smart enough and aggressive enough to regulate it. And we're just, we're currently not. We're spoiled, we're fat, we're a fat ass nation. Okay. We're spoiled, we're fat. Entitled. And, you know, as much as people want to talk about, you know, and listen, I think the economy it's not in a good shape because of corruption, right? But I mean, overall, we're certainly not living in third world status here or anything, but you know, the people have to be smart enough to manage it. And it doesn't matter what ism you put in this country at this point. You can put whatever ism you want here. The people are going to fuck it up, because when the people who manage it, the government, fuck up, we don't do anything about it. We put them back in power again. Same two parties over and over and over. Don't give anybody else another shot. A 10% approval rating with a 90% re-election rate, okay? Tell me what the hell kind of ism is not going to end up completely fucked up and corrupted when that's the level of accountability that we hold these people to.
You make a really good point, but that's a point that I think is echoed by many Bernie supporters.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't understand where
Bernie's rolling with the Democrats. Now, listen, I always liked Bernie. Bernie was a, quote, independent. Now he wants to do something, so he's going to hop in bed with a bunch of war criminals? And he already said he's going to endorse Hillary if he doesn't get the endorsement. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, what was the point of all this, Bernie? Because all you did was you sent everybody out. Instead of building something new, it's actually reflective of people. You just sent everybody out and you registered all these people under the Democrats all over again. You're going to be out of it in a few months. And then what do we got? We got the same two shit options that we always have. You know?
Bernie is going to be a vice president under Hillary, you see.
No.
I don't think so.
I believe so.
That would contradict Bernie's whole stance on corporations. Like his word would mean nothing if he does that at this point. If he were to back up Hillary,
how upset would you be?
I wouldn't be upset. I would be more disappointed.
He already said that he's going to endorse her. He already said it. I mean, like the minute somebody says that, I'm like, huh?
But I think that they do that. That's more. And again, goes to complete what you're saying, but that's more towing the party line, because you have these people. Yeah, it's the same old politics as usual. It's the same way you have people. You have Chris Christie endorsing Donald Trump. You have everyone showing their support for Jeb Bush when he backed out because they want his money and his influence and his supporters. Like it's at that point you're just playing the game. I think.
Yeah.
Bernie Sanders knows how to play the game. I don't know if that.
I'm just looking at a scenario. If Bernie hadn't have jumped out here and said, "Hey, guess what? I'm a Democrat now. I'm going to run with the Democrats." If Bernie hadn't have done that, like say he didn't do anything, right?
He wouldn't even get on the ballot. How would he be able to debate? That's the thing. They wouldn't even allow him to debate, and that's where you win. You have to have the people to hear you, and the government sets that up that way. That it's only Democrats and Republicans that end up showing up in those debates. It's because that's how the system is rigged.
Kevin, you have to realize, first of all,
on behalf of the LaRouche Board Production Committee, I'd like to welcome.
Oh, this is by Brian.
Yeah, it's from Brian.
Oh yeah, let's watch this. This is a post from Brian. Sorry, I didn't know where that came from.
My name is Dennis Speed, on behalf of the LaRouche Board Production Committee, I'd like to welcome you to today's dialogue in the February 27, 2016. There have been many important and extraordinary, in one sense, events, of course, of the last week.
This video is an hour.
That have to be considered here today.
For a minute.
I'd like to say that this begins a process here in Manhattan, operating
where he
our organizing and deployment. We'll be doing a conference coming in April.
He said Bernie Sanders.
Brian, what is it about?
Yeah,
Brian, can you summarize?
Participate in the upgrading process that we're going to begin.
This is our Manhattan project. What we're doing is every Saturday, LaRouche through a webcam basically tries to organize the population who goes to this facility. And what happens is activists who literally attend and engage and intervene in institutions' events. In other words, these activists or any citizen who has met us on the street in Brooklyn, Manhattan, New York area, we invite them to this Manhattan Project event. And it's just a group of citizens organizing themselves to take this country back from the hands of just corruption, basically. But we do it in a very specific manner, is triggering the human soul to think. And so if anybody would like to follow the link, you'll see for yourself what the discussion should be about. And I think a lot of people have to understand that for several years now, we've been under a fascistic or oligarchical system. And so what happens is that we have to literally snap the minds of people right now in trying to get them out of a cycle of a system that's continuing to get worse. So how do you stop the Bushism, the Obamisms, all these
Obama are worlds different in terms of isms, but continue.
This election in itself is a small speck of what's really going on in this world. This is literally like trivial. Like this election is just a tiny speck of a bigger picture that's going on. Like I don't like these people that are chosen. Like I only endorse Bernie Sanders right now because we're in a political like race thing right now. But my whole encompassing view is that we're just voting for the same snake with two different heads.
That's true.
But at this point, I have to go by people's word. Like if you're going by your word, he hasn't proven me wrong. He hasn't gone back on his word yet, or proven himself wrong or contradicted himself at this point. So until he does that, I have to take his word for it. And Hillary's flip-flopped her whole entire political career. Trump.
I have a question.
She already almost reached her destination point.
But when do we stop referring to it as flip-flopping and start calling it maybe evolving? Because I think what we hear a lot about is on gay marriage, how she wasn't for it, now she is. Like I think people are
conveniently evolving.
Well, maybe it is convenient, but maybe it's also a real evolution.
Can you believe in this? 84 black voters choose Hillary.
I do believe it because black people in the South are majority Christian, and Hillary Clinton speaks to those ideals, and Bernie Sanders is a Jewish agnostic who hasn't spoken about religion at all, and people like
because religion has no place in government. Period.
You're right.
Hands down.
But we don't make those rules for those.
I just feel like I feel like people want Bernie to follow the regular political rules of like when you're racing. Make sure you're smearing the next campaign person. Make sure you're bringing up all the faults that the other person has. And Bernie doesn't do that. Like he just says what he wants to do, which is like get rid of corporate America out of the government. And I think that's his stances. I think that's a good.
I agree too. I think that you also need to play the game if he wants to be a serious contender. And he was a serious contender, and he got too comfortable, and now he's at 18% in South Carolina.
I don't think he's too
comfortable. And he lost Nevada, and he lost Iowa. And if he loses Super Tuesday, it might as well stick a fork in him.
I don't think he's going to lose Super Tuesday.
He's going to win Massachusetts.
All I know is that if it's Hillary, then I'm voting for Trump, hands down. I'm not voting for Hillary.
Well, Donald Trump's gonna be
Hillary to me is just Hillary is a Clinton and Bush. All of them are related. All of those people are related anyway. So it's just like they're all just working for themselves.
Sorry, I haven't seen guys' comments. I'm gonna scroll up
because if you really want to get into it. Let me not. I'm not even gonna go.
So Michelle just said some of us that Michelle, were you referring to Bernie Sanders is not speaking about
I'm still trying to find that quote
religion
from
Michelle said some of us that do not practice a mainstream faith appreciate that a great deal. It must be annoying. I mean, I'm Catholic, so whatever. I like it. But it must be annoying when you hear God bless America or if you don't believe in that and it's sort of forced down your throat. I mean, the heartland runs this country, right?
Politics is not the NFL, people. Stop getting so excited and thinking this is a contest and a game. Like, I feel like that's what it is when you're dealing with politics with people that just don't view the I
agree with Jeremy. Bernie's cooked.
But that's due to old processes, man.
Let's wait till his speech.
Yeah, I really want to hear. We're going to do a speech.
Yeah, I want to hear what he says.
We'll turn it on as soon as he gives the concession speech. But the bad news is for some of our viewers, Bernie Sanders lost South Carolina. If you are a Bernie supporter, you're sad tonight. The good news is he's already in Minnesota, so he's already laying the groundwork for Tuesday, and Tuesday is significantly more important. Super Tuesday is where the majority of the delegates are cast for both parties, and they need to reach a number. If they don't reach that number, all this is moot.
If you put for me, it's just you have to go by human instinct. Honestly, if you had Bernie and Hillary in front of you, who would you feel most comfortable to be talking to?
But what does that have to do with having a leader?
It has everything to do with the leader because I feel like if you're a leader,
if you ask me,
like
I
that's
think
like
George
any
W. Bush,
like any emperor, you have to go out to your city and talk to the
but
peasants.
George W. Bush was one of the most. George W. Bush was one of the most charismatic, presentable, friendly people. I always said I would love to have a beer with him. He's so
Are you
friendly
speaking about
and
these
so
Republican states that love him? Because everybody that I hear
I just-
has the opposite to say about him. They think he's obnoxious. They think he's dumb. He has no sense of like.
Well, friend, the majority of this country is DUMB. I think we're finding that out at these rallies. And yeah, I said it, and I mean it. The majority of this country is dumb. Y'all choose not to educate yourselves. Not our viewers, though.
Our dinners.
Guys,
I love our
it's
dinners.
almost everywhere. It's not only in this country.
Thank you, Kirill. The majority of the world is dumb.
Should I should tell you something? It's not only happening in America. Like, who's really running the world to begin with? I mean, we're seem to have the same type of issues happening in every single part of the world.
Wait, and no, I don't. You do racism like a lot of people think of Norse paganism.
It goes higher than that, man.
Michelle, can you clarify this? Are you, I just don't understand it, but I'd like to. That sounds like an interesting premise.
America's like America. United States is like a workplace. I view it like, and then you have these families that come in to check how their building is doing, which is America, United States of America, and then we're the workers basically.
Well, what do you think about
we're a corporation? I have a social security number. I'm an asset to America.
You are.
When I die, they can write me off and get some cash, get some money from that too. So it's just like, who are they really invested in? Us?
No.
Or the corporations that
you
dictate?
I think it's the potential.
Dictate what I eat. I can't even ask what is in my food at this point. I have to sign petitions to ask the company to tell me what's in my food. And these are the same people that are backing Hillary and backing all these other Republican candidates in their elections. Like, please don't, like, for me, it's just like, I just go by people's...
They also will sell you pills to separate you from after that food.
Well, Kevin, and what do you say to people like, I think Jerry made a really interesting point. I liked Bernie a lot, but he has left me scratching my head this last year. So when he's shifting from his, independent, far left ideology to sort of this mainstream,
as you stated before, he has to play the game, and for him to be able to even be a contender, he has to choose a party, and he decided to choose run as a Democrat. That's what he's running as, and he has to, because if he runs as an independent, he'll never be able to debate. He will never get a chance to debate. He will never get a chance to get his word out, and that's how you win. You need people to hear your stances and your policies.
Okay, but check this out. So what exactly does the DNC bring to Bernie when he's doing all of these things? What benefits? He's not taking any pockets.
Nothing.
Right?
Deep pockets and small rooms.
He could be having 6,000-7,000 people rallies if he was running as an independent, because people that are coming out and supporting Bernie have always liked Bernie. I was one of them, right?
When's the last time you saw independent at a debate for any presidential election?
Ralph Nader.
What's that?
When was that?
2000.
2000, and how much debates was he in?
And Ralph Nader is the reason that Al Gore didn't win. If you guys remember, running as an independent is so tricky because remember, 2000 it was George W. Bush running for the Republicans and Al Gore running for the Democrats, and Ralph Nader had similar ideological views to Al Gore, just a little more to the left. And so the people who were with Ralph Nader took away votes from Al Gore, which then allowed George W. Bush to win. So we had 8 years of Bush essentially because of Ralph Nader's campaign. So independence, you're right. It's a really tricky game.
Yeah, a lot of Democrats voted for George Bush too, especially in Florida.
Yeah.
I think there was 16,000 Democrats voted for Nader in Florida, and 220,000 Democrats voted for George Bush.
That's amazing.
In Florida, so. I've done a decent amount of political organizing and shit, and that's.
Who are you? Who's the best fit candidate for you, at least in your perspective? Who are you?
Honestly,
streamlining.
Obviously, I like Jill Stein. I think she's a nice person, a decent human being. I liked Rocky Anderson last election. Gary Johnson's a pretty decent dude, but I don't know, man. I did so much political organizing stuff, and it's just company policy trumps the individual, And when you are rolling in these same two companies, because that's what they are, it doesn't matter who you run in them, because guess what? If Walmart hires me, and I start fucking Walmart up too much, they'll just fire me.
You're out,
right?
You're out. And
So,
that's how
I mean,
Walmart
it's not-
persists. Or
Yeah, at some point we have to build something that represents us that's pure from the ground up. You have to. That's how it's supposed
But
to work,
I think
right?
that's going to be the hardest thing because America wasn't even founded on purity at all.
Well, it
Honestly,
wasn't. That's how we regulate the government.
it was literally built on blood, sweat, murder. So I mean, I'm not even surprised America is the way it is right now because it's karma. I feel like
Every single
We've done some
every
really
nation you
effed up
see
stuff,
that has borders,
especially to this world.
It was through war. So I mean, it's not like we're some anomaly. I mean, the world's been at war, beating the shit out of each other pretty much since day one, right? But
I just think whatever you live by, you die by. So that's probably America's story going to be like.
preachers here today.
That's what I feel like. Anything that, however you start something, it's how you're gonna finish it in some aspect. That's how it's gonna be finished. And I feel like America, like any empire, it rises and it falls, just like Rome. People didn't think Rome was gonna fall ever.
Yeah.
You're existentialist. You always seems to be commenting on the death of something. I'm always trying to counteract it by speaking on the beauty of the future.
Why do you think death is a bad thing, though?
No, the death. I'm looking at it as a divine aspect of humanity. When you
Death is pretty divine.
When you actually die in such a way that you gave your all to mankind. In other words, the meaning of your life shouldn't be when you die. It should be what you gave during the days that you were given.
And who judges whether or not what I did in my life dictates to being something of an importance?
Your morality.
My morality.
I agree.
So if I believe I did the best that I can in regards to the world, then okay.
Well, that's the problem. Is you, me, and others. We each have to challenge ourselves to do more, to do better, and to confront each other when we feel that there's a lack of sort of like, how do you empower the person to do better? Some people, sometimes they stop doing what they're doing, like they're doing something great, and then all of a sudden they procrastinate or do something that literally makes them stop pursuing the object to which they were thinking of. They know that they were supposed to seek that object, but they failed to do it. And so I think people have to be around to challenge themselves and each other to constantly be vigilant. And this is what a republic is. When you challenge your citizens, or not just yourself, but the citizens around you, to listen to because when I say Obama has murdered, some people say no. But then when I say Bush has murdered, they go, yeah, that's true. Yeah, but they're the same damn, assholes of a system. So people have to really think about that. And this is why you're getting Trump. This is why Hillary's there, with all of their history. And so people have to really be challenged. They have to think, not just, on a level of, whatever, but they have to leap out of themselves whatever thoughts they used to have, or whatever it is.
But it's not something you can force out of somebody. You give them the knowledge, like
evolution.
Like you give the person the knowledge and
what they do, what they will.
Yeah, if you resonate with them to that point where they're like, wow, Brian is telling me something that's really like waking me up to something. I want to go out there and tell everybody else, and that's it. Like you shouldn't be like somebody who's policing and monitoring somebody. Like, okay, well, you only did 2 tweets today. I need 10 tweets of you like going out there and preaching the word. Like, no, like I feel like it's just something that you pass on. If it resonates, it resonates.
I think what you're saying, like, it's true. I think that's true. You have to regulate the situation. You can't force them. You cannot. In other words, you cannot force anyone to commit to anything. However, what I am saying is you have to really follow through. Yes, I mean, sometimes you might call the person an idiot, a moron, this and that, but it's only to make them good. Yes, it's true. You cannot be a fascist and all this stuff. You have to be caring enough to really change the person and themselves. We within themselves.
But you should engage in what you're talking about. Like, you're not trying to influence anybody, you're trying to inform them about something. It's like, take advice. When I ask you to give it, I don't. Like, don't force something down my throat.
Right, and that's the thing that people have to do. There has to change in such a way that you're emphasizing. And we don't sound like hating it. You have to really think about what is the thing that changes your outlook on life. In other words, you cannot just say no, that's the philosophy of, standard this and that. But I mean, that's great in life. I can give you an example.
Your ideas are awesome, but the majority of your college is not ready for this yet. We need to slowly transition into this.
No, that's not true. Because what you really want to do is hit the nail on the head. And every time when I do that, people get mad at me for doing it. And that's a good thing because it means downward thinking. One of the ways that I know that people are thinking is when they believe that what I'm saying is not the moment to say it. When it is the moment to say it. You know why? Because when people tell me you're not supposed to do that, you're not supposed to say that. Well, isn't that a revolution when you're doing something that nobody wants?
Well, I mean, in your particular stance, it's like me yelling out, Michelle Obama is racist, like just a random spot like that. Like because you have knowledge on things about the past or things that you've read up on, you can come up with that like assumption, right? But people that you present that to, they don't know what you're talking about. So when you say that, you say your assumption right off the rip. All right, Bernie's talking now.
But Bernie's talking, and I want to see Kevin cry.
I will not cry today.
Thank you. Representative Tina Liebling, thank you so much.
Michelle, you're out here preaching today. I'm so glad you're here.
Thank you. I feel the same way, Michelle. You must be an Aquarius. You must be Aquarius or Pisces. Tell me if I'm wrong or right.
Not just electing a president.
Wes just repped this set, but no, I heard you, Wes.
Yes, we need to be voting for Trump.
That is, and as Tina just said, it is about transforming America. It is about thinking big in the kind of country we want to become. It is understanding something that the media will not tell you or talk about much.
Yes.
In the last 30 years, there has been a massive redistribution of wealth. The problem is that redistribution has gone in the wrong direction.
I don't want to hear his strategy for what he's going to do going forward.
Yes, thank you, President Obama. We are better off today than we were 7 years ago, that's for sure. You know, it's amazing to me that our Republican friends suffer from serious illness, which seems to be all pervasive.
I guess assumptions are not facts are important these days.
The number says otherwise, like the real facts say otherwise. Worse.
Okay, when President Obama got into office, everything did not just reset and start over again, okay? He had a lot to deal with.
Kevin, we have less jobs. We have less people working.
We have ISIS.
Due to the circumstances and choices by the previous president.
By Obama.
He's had 8 years.
8 years to change decades and hundreds of years of corruption.
8 years. It's not hard.
Hundreds of years of a broken system that just keeps being band-aid with every single president.
It's not.
Presidents are getting a potato with the economy right now. It's just like which president is going to get the bad end of the stick, basically. So it's just like
Trillion.
If you understand how it works, it's real easy to do.
Financial system was on the verge.
If it were that easy, then we wouldn't be sitting and talking and being like in this situation right now in the economy.
First thing you need is a backbone.
Talk about
What you're saying, Bernie Sanders doesn't have a backbone?
None of them do.
That's what he's talking.
Bernie doesn't. Rubio
What Trump does.
The only person who's actually done something in this economy
reality is
has the backbone. He ain't saying nothing. He ain't backing down from nobody. Seriously.
Under Democratic.
But Bernie hasn't backed down from anybody either.
Bernie's been there for 30 years. Why don't you blame him for the problems either?
No, because the changes that he's been fighting for aren't the same ones that the people.
He's been there for 30 years.
You do know that you need people to vote for your stances. If you
You just made my point. You just made my point exactly. Nobody likes to hear what he has to talk about. Nobody is listening to this man. He has no pull. He has
because
no power.
his stances and his stuff are very social. They're very about the people. It's about equality and stuff. That's what he pushes for, and people don't want to hear about that. But they don't want to stance. They don't want to back up that stance because
let's listen what they
This is a very good turnout tonight. Thank you very much, Rob.
Sorry, Kirill. I think we got a little bored with it because what Bernie Sanders did here is like a typical political move and is sort of shooting himself in the foot.
Well,
I thought he was done.
No, he's still talking.
And sometimes, truth is not.
And Michelle wants to post.
It's like you go to the doctor and
stats that have already been doctored by
you got to know what's going on.
as if they mean something.
Better. And that's kind of what it is with our country today. We have to face some very unpleasant truths.
What is this supposed to
Let me give you a few.
I'm gonna ask Michelle.
It's probably supposed to be unemployment, but
living
again, when you count fewer jobs and the way they take people out of the workforce, push that number of work out.
Is undermining American.
If you know economics, you understand what they're doing. This is in the papers. This is in the reports. Look, these old ones. I know who the BLS is.
These corporations who depend on fuel, depend on coal.
I wish I could.
People to mine coal.
If we really buy this, really, we're in a better place. Look around, we're not.
Billions.
Obvious.
Wait, Bernie Sanders needs. Sorry, we'll get back to this. Focusing on Sanders. Bernie Sanders needs. You guys remember
millions of dollars into the political process. That is not democracy. That is
he's saying the same thing over and over. He's going to lose.
Let me just hear what else he's going to say.
It's over. Fork.
And together we are going to stop that oligarchy. You know what democracy is about, and I really do love democracy, is one person, one vote. It is you disagree. You got a better idea than me. Fight for it.
Not say that if you want.
That's a beautiful thing.
Hit back at
But what democracy is not.
Hey, Kevin, do you still got those charts I posted?
Of billionaires buying elections.
No, you're gonna have to look further than
because she wants to post something from the BLS, which means absolutely nothing. It's
and
not a
I'll
measure
tell you
of
something
anything.
else that democracy is not about. It is not about cowardly Republican governors trying to suppress the vote. You know, I've been in politics for a while. It has never occurred to me to figure out a way to make it harder for people to vote because they might be voting against me. So I say to those Republican governors and legislatures who are trying to make it harder for poor people or old people or people of color to vote, if you are afraid of participating in a free and fair election, get out of politics, get another job.
Is that a dig I heard?
No, I think that voter registration problems in southern states and disenfranchisement, blah, blah, blah. And he's saying if they do that, they shouldn't be politics.
Today,
tell me something we don't already know.
We have one of the lowest voter turnout rates.
I gave you those charts again.
I want to see us revitalize American democracy. I want to see us have one of the highest voter turnout rates. And in my view, we're going to make this very simple. And we're going to tell the Republican governors, either through a constitutional amendment,
this is 8 years,
legislation, that if somebody is 18 years of age and a citizen of this country, they have the right to vote. End of discussion.
knows that the 18-year-olds are who are voting for him. This is pathetic. Sorry.
How's that pathetic? They're the future. Eventually, 18-year-olds grow up to adults. Like, why is that crazy for them wanting to vote?
Revitalizing the strategy. He's coasting on his laurels, and they're no longer working. He's embarrassing because people want him to win it. He's not changing it.
The needs of ordinary people and not to the needs of billionaire campaign contributors. And that is a real difference. And when we listen,
I'm not disagreeing with you, Peter, at all.
What we hear,
I'm listening.
People coming up to me and saying, I can't make it on $9 or $10 an hour. That is a wage that I can't live on, and certainly my family cannot live on.
Why is that your fault for not?
Federal minimum wage of $6.25 an hour is a starvation wage.
So if everybody wants to get educated, Wes, the workers that
people in this country are working 40 or 50 hours.
You know what? There would be. When I was in high school, I worked in Starbucks and all through college. And it was families, other students. We worked so hard. We were full-time. Everyone was so nice.
Sometimes end up at the emergency food shelf because they need food.
So
there should be an age limit on people making minimum wage. Like if you can't,
that is why.
Oh, that's a good stance on it.
Like if you're 23 years old going to apply for a minimum wage job, we really need to reevaluate the situation to put you into something that's going to make you better.
Jeremy's like, let's talk sports. I'm over this right now.
Now, what this campaign is about, and it's not easy, is trying to force discussion on issues that Congress chooses not to.
Some of us that get an education still go into vocational fields.
Absolutely.
Reality,
but you have an option. I think that's important. It's nice to have the option, and everyone deserves it. If you have some people.
All over this.
It's easy to say go get an education, but then you got bills to pay, you got babies to feed. You like, how are you gonna do that? You need a minimum wage job to at least like counteract.
It goes back to simple supply and demand right here. If you're teaching people only how to do a job, go to school, get good grades, get a job.
On 11,
who are the people that are creating the jobs?
Absolutely.
We're not teaching people on how to even create jobs. And even better, we're not teaching the people that we're teaching these skills in school how to at least take their schools and turn it into their own little entity. We're not even teaching people how to do that. I mean, anybody can go down and fill out the application to get an LLC.
Why would I want to like try to make a better education when I'm the first industry that gets cut? Anytime there needs to be money.
You're not the first industry that gets cut if you know what you're doing. If you're going to look for if you're dependent on other people to pay you, of course you deserve to get cut. But if you cannot create your own income from with the skills and knowledges that you went out and got, there's a good disconnect in that. That's why capitalism is failing. Because nobody knows how to go out and create their own jobs. If you got something that you can do, if you can cut grass and you can make $300 a week. I'm just gonna say this: $300 a week. What do? You take your $300, you pay somebody $100 while you teach them what you can do to make $300. Now you have two people making $300 a week. What do? You take 100 and you do it again, and you have them take 100, and you teach two more people. Now you have four people making $300 a week cutting grass. That is what we don't know how to do. Nobody wants to pay anybody anything because they're so uptight about money. They don't understand that you have to put your money into the marketplace to get it to come back to you. You think by putting it in a 401k and a 403b and an IRA and a Roth, that's something. No, you just giving your money away.
Who that child is?
Grandparents.
Just giving your money away.
Veterans, we will with them.
Well, she made good points, but she sounded very
It's not as easy as you're saying.
It's very you make good points, but you sound very unempathetic. It's fascinating, really. Almost so.
It's just as I've met people like
young people.
Their personality.
No, it's because he's right.
Because it's aggravating. Everybody wants to say I can't do this, I can't do that, but yet and still we have time to do everything else. When I say this every time, when we have all the information we need in the palm of our hands.
To get a higher
nobody wants to exercise
that. Makes no
we can
sense.
all complain. We all have the easy to complain, but we don't have the easy to explain and actually focusing our strengths and our weaknesses and combining that. The real problem is we don't know how to work with other people. You don't know how to recruit other people into the things that we're trying to do, and you don't want to get involved with the things other people are trying to do.
So what?
You want a secure job in a secure company. That's non-existent, and that will be non-existent really short, really quick. It's really going. Okay.
Ask yourself a simple question.
I'm just gonna stop.
What kind of world?
Why are you stopping? I'm listening.
Is this when we are severely punishing millions of people for what crime? The crime of trying to get.
It goes back.
I think of people's like
that is
circumstances. That's what
and
I.
we're gonna
and a lot of people, if they're told this stuff, they have to be told over and over again because of their environments that they grow up in. Like some people grow up in some crazy shit, you know, and don't really have time to be thinking about like how am I going to make money. It's more or less like how am I going to survive for the next day. Like,
well, people who need to be worried about surviving for the next day are Bernie Sanders. Get off this stage, this auditory speech that no one is listening to. No one cares. He's not saying anything new. It's all been done.
Stop! He just landed.
He's tired.
Give him
like
a moment.
Bernie, you're tired.
Why does it
Go
happen
home.
that
You're
when
drunk.
we go to work and we're working alongside of some guy doing the same job,
Wall Street is not the problem. People giving their money to Wall Street is the problem.
that guy?
Yes, really. They don't jump off the shelf and just shoot somebody. They don't load themselves up.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Wall Street. Wall Street's seduction.
Wall Street is not the problem. You giving your money to them people is the problem. When you don't know how to put your money to use for you, that is the problem. Everybody it's all a psychological trip because people don't know when they stare at the TV, they're honestly in a psychological trance. These people have spent years and years and years and millions and millions of dollars and millions of man hours to figure out how to get you to come up with a
Project Paperclip to make all of this possible.
Happen in this country, the wealthiest country.
That's when they got like
Bernie.
secret Nazi
How does it happen?
just to come over and study like
In jail.
We're watching us on Periscope, Meerkat, or Blab. We're watching a 30-minute Bernie Sanders diatribe. That's really just reiterating what he said.
Wall Street is not the problem.
Tired.
People taking too much debt that they can't handle is the problem.
Nominee.
And the people in jail, you know, are disproportionately African American, Latino.
People giving their money away because they don't know what to do with it is the problem. People don't understand that you can be a bank just as well.
We all
You can lend your money out just the same and charge an interest rate just the same.
He's 74, Jeremy.
And they broke it.
He's 74. It's 8 from Newton. So he's got to go to bed.
So then the question is, if he's already tired now, what is he going to do by the time he get in office?
Do you remember that people were concerned about John McCain is a year younger than Bernie Sanders, so he's 73. In 2008, 8 years ago, he was 65, and they were saying he's too old to be president, especially with a vice presidential candidate like Sarah Palin, who had no experience. Bernie Sanders, if he wins, which isn't happening, and there's 2-year terms, which isn't happening, he'd be 82 years old by the time he got out of office.
And locking up fellow.
Brian, you shut down Wall Street today. You shut down everything. All companies are gone. All companies are gone.
Yeah, let them go.
Everything you use.
Just go. If you want to leave America because you don't like the rules of it,
The internet you use is gone. The phones that you use are gone. Everything.
That gives new competition. Yeah, perfect. Bring them some new competition. These corporations feel like they would need them. Let's shut down.
Then it goes back
Brian, we're agreeing. I mean, Brian,
are we equipped as a country to be able to do that? No, we're not. Like I said, we're not making our own damn.
It's fine. We will make our own draws. I will make my own draws. If it gets the future going, if I have to sacrifice my life in preparing for the future people to be able to have a better sustaining life, then why not? I'll do it because somebody's gonna have to do it, and America needs to figure this out. Like a generation is gonna have to bite it and just really deal with the situation. You know, it's not gonna be an instant thing. So it's just like for me, it's just like you gotta suck it. If I have to live in a post-apocalyptic world, I'll do it. Like, why not? Why not? I've watched enough Walking Dead to deal with the situation.
You got the Kanye line. You're good.
Different.
I'm fine. Like, I'm fine with no electricity, walking around the world with my crew and just like taking over different spots. I'm cool with that.
But you have to be able to charge your iPhone.
That's fine. I'll go back. Like, I want that type of situation. I want to sit around a fire and talk about the good old times when I used to go on TMZ.com and stuff. Like, I don't.
And I think if Bernie Sanders was sitting around a fire, he could knock it out the park. but he's now trying to appeal nationally.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like the government tries to coddle us way too much and baby us with every freaking thing. So I feel like maybe we need a whole restructure on it. Why not? I'm down for it.
The one person who could have done it is no longer in the race.
Who's that?
No president.
It's your boy Burn. I'm not feeling the burn. It's actually freezing in here.
I'm feeling the burn.
This campaign is as cold as a dead body.
You need to go get that checked out if you burn them, bro.
Nah, that means it's working.
Like, that sound good, man.
This is you guys. This is important to note that Bernie Sanders is giving a concession speech. He lost. What loser? Literal loser. He lost. Can't spend this much time to explaining why they lost. You lost. Suck it up and move on.
Well, Peter, have you seen what's been going on the other side? It's like the competition is really for second place.
And it's really embarrassing. Ted Cruz said after he won Iowa, he said
we had a good show.
I'm really tired of hearing about Marco Rubio's impressive third place finish because there's nothing impressive about finishing in third place. And I was like, correct. We are America. We like to be first. Bernie Sanders, this should have been a 5-minute speech where he said, we will see you on Super Tuesday.
As I said it before, this is not an NFL game, and people need to take that mindset out of politics. Like, it's not a game. This is people's lives. This is people's future. These are kids that haven't been born yet that are going to reap the repercussions of our decisions now. Like, this is not a game, people. This is like people's lives and future lives.
If people care that much about their lives, they wouldn't depend on one person. They wouldn't be so up in arms about one person if they cared that much about their life. Totally.
Huh?
Incredible.
I didn't hear what you said, Wes. My bad.
If people really cared that much about their lives, they wouldn't be putting so much faith in the one person. And that one person would be
I think when you have nothing else to lose and you feel like down, people when you feel like you have nothing left in life, you just hold on to that hope.
I'm actually, Michelle, if you're still on, can you?
That's why religion is the way it is right now.
About this Bernie concession speech, am I crazy or is this?
Why do you think of it like this, Wes? Religion strives on people's hope and faith, right?
Yeah, it feeds on their
all right, and fear too, and that's the government. Too.
Fought and died for American democracy, and we are going.
I didn't hear what Peter said. What did you say, Peter?
Michelle's also.
We are going to have a government which represents.
Yeah, Michelle, we're on the same path, girlie.
A handful.
I'm crossing my fingers. I'm hoping Bernie gets on fire.
The only people who are voting for him are college students, and they're not enough in America to do anything. They need to take their ass back to class and learn about economics.
And the thing is, it's college kids who, and I hate to say this, but I'm just going to say it, and fight me on it. You have these 18, 19-year-old kids who, like, I'm sure
on some key
60% are super into it and super pumped about being able to vote in this election. They realize how important it is. And then there are 40% who are like, whatever, is trending. Who will not go to the polls if it's raining, or who won't caucus for him if it's like, if there's a new scandal on it.
Because you know what it is? It's like we're super in tune when it comes to like
1 second.
The government, and we feel like because we don't vote, like it doesn't mean crap. We feel like the government is rigged to begin with. It's just like, why am I going to put forth effort into voting when I know that, like, in the long run, Hillary is going to win because the system's rigged to be like. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, because you've heard me say it from before. I feel like Hillary is going to be president. I've said it before, only because Trump is just there for the person to vote for the other person.
Well, he just needs to stop pandering to this one base. I know he does well with millennials. That is amazing.
Trump doesn't want to be president.
Is important.
Trump does not want to be president. Trump wants to capitalize on this race. He capitalize on the aftermath of this race.
That's all. I always figured out. He just wants a bunker for the fallout. I get it. He wants his spot in the bunker. I know what he's doing. But at the same time, you still gotta understand economics and how to better yourself.
I tell people all the time, you guys prepare. It's something I don't even think there's gonna be an election.
Hi, Elisa. Welcome.
I think Obama might do another term.
We're streaming live from Bernie Sanders' concession speech in Minnesota. We're a minute 23.
Till this point.
Yeah, he really hasn't said anything new. And this is a Bernie Sanders supporter talking.
And do you know,
alien supporter? Let's get some other species.
Jeremy, what does this mean?
We suck. Humans suck.
We need to say something about Trump. I decided to openly ask for masters. What is this? What are you referring to, Jeremy?
No way we're gonna lose.
Jared, what are you referring to, bro?
Jared. So next season,
I was dude. I was short because I did that to Amanda and she almost flipped out.
I
said, hey Mandy, she's like, nobody calls me that. Only my dad calls me. I'm like, girl, calm down. I don't even know your life like that.
It is $27. And to paraphrase
He's still
Politicians.
God damn.
this campaign,
I mean, have you guys been watching all those FEMA camps popping up in America lately? Nobody's talking about those.
Those FEMA camps been here for 50 years.
No, but they've been transferring some more of those caskets around. What do you need all those caskets for? Those plastic caskets for?
Secretary Clinton has chosen.
Prepare.
Hold on.
Get your
Talking
cans.
about Hillary Clinton.
She has several super PACs recently. One of her super PACs reported raising 25 million in a filing period, 15 million on Wall Street.
Wow. That's
now
crazy.
Every candidate, Democrat or Republican, throughout history, has always said, "Oh yes, I received millions and millions of dollars from Wall Street, the drug companies."
I guaranteed your win. Most of the time, the person got the most contributions ended up winning.
The only reason the population is being killed is because they won't wake up and go with their government back. It's because they want to vote for people like Bernie and they want to vote for people like
Bernie
Hillary.
is sitting here bragging about the fact that he doesn't accept money from these companies, as if that's something new. Like,
So everybody, but listen. Example.
I called Hillary a host.
The sad part about it is like we have everything in place that we need to have a successful republic.
Hi, Elsa.
Nobody wants
Thank
to
you so much for
educate
joining us.
themselves on that. Nobody wants to read those bills. Nobody wants to read the Constitution. Nobody wants to read the Declaration.
I say we rewrite the Constitution at this point. We live in a world now that
How you gonna rewrite something you probably haven't even read? Well, you haven't even read it.
You're right.
Michelle said
You just gonna rewrite something. That's what's wrong with liberal thinking right there. You just want to do some shit. You have no clue what it's based on.
It's based on fuckery. That's what I think.
Goddamn freedom. That's what it is. As terrible as
it is. When have we had a good
the foundation is a hell of a document to have as the foundation of this country.
I mean, obviously it's not working. I mean, look at the countries.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Peter.
The Constitution is a pretty great document.
You think so?
Thank you, Peter. As terrible as this,
if it's so great, like what's going on here? Why are we explaining?
Because the people are not aware. The people don't read. The people don't educate themselves, and the people do not uphold.
Hey, Jason, keep on trying. Jason said Bernie Sanders fought hard. However, it is more important at this time to ensure Donald Trump is not elected as the Republican nominee. Please consider this alternative plan. I'm not going to look on your link.
Because you can't control that. It's hard. Because if he becomes that, then you know they're going to come out in droves and vote for this man. In their trucks and their trucker hats, and their beer guts.
I think maybe, you know what? I just got an idea from Jason's post. Because something must have happened with the party.
I'm sorry.
That was not Bernie Sanders that I've seen. That was not.
Bernie's like Trump. If you think about it, Trump's traction is the same as Bernie's traction.
It's not.
I think so. I think so.
Trump has a W by his name, and Bernie has taken 3 L's.
What? I don't get that.
Wins and losses.
Oh, okay. For me, it's just like, I don't know. Like he. That's what I'm saying. Something is going on when it comes to Hillary and like the whole system.
I agree.
You get what I'm saying? Because it's just like Trump and Bernie and Trump have that same type of like millennial traction where these like younger adults and younger teenagers are voting for him.
Trump is being smart with it, and he's going beyond the millennials. He's also getting. Over 65 and the boomers. He had the boomers. Trump is killing it across the board. Bernie Sanders is like,
he's got everybody that's pissed off about the situation.
On his fridge, that article that says millennials love Bernie Sanders from Time Magazine. He probably has it on his fridge and hasn't moved it in the past 3 weeks.
So we're dealing with bitter old people who don't like the fact that millennials are getting the shine.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that Bernie's and to
millennials saying shit. We doing the worst.
In sports, you learn that like no matter whether you win or lose, it stays on the field or the court that day. And the next day, it's as if nothing happened. God. Bernie Sanders is resting on the laurels of this millennial.
Period. I'm so over it. I'm really over it. I'm really over old people. Like literally, I feel like once you get to a certain age, you become so bitter with the younger generation. It's just like everything irks you. Like I've seen people who are just like, how that 14-year-old making millions of dollars and I'm here
not
struggling.
Not Steph.
Curry just sprained the ankle. Ouch.
Oh no!
You probably heard Bernie's speech and just tripped.
Exactly.
What the fuck's going on, dude? You know, Jeremy, we host different sports events here. Like we watched the All-Star game here. We had 2 sports fanatics here, streaming it and talking about it.
You had 1 sports fanatic and me.
Well, you sounded like a sports fanatic. So
I do my
that's what
research.
counts. So you definitely
Jason, keep commenting. You had some good links. I like them. Keep them coming.
Barry needs to become more radical if he can.
Stop trying to make Bernie a mean guy. I like him. I like Grandpa Bernie. Grandpa Bernie makes me want to.
He'll be just like
He just says he taught all people.
Well, not Grandpa Bernie. Bernie's like
Bernie,
that hippies. Bernie's like that hippie that like was born in the wrong time. He's like,
but he's still old.
Yeah, but he's like young at heart. He's like a Dennis the Menace. I feel like he just has that childhood type of vibe to him.
Now you see what's wrong with everybody. This is how they vote.
Okay. I mean, is it wrong for me for my president to have like some sort of empathy or like some sort of human characteristic about himself?
But you also need your president to
like. I don't want a president who. I don't want somebody who generalizes everyone. Like all Muslims need to go. Like these people are bad. These people are bad. Like I'm a Christian now because I'm running for president and I know that's what is going to get me votes. So I'm a Christian and I'm pro-life now. Like all of a sudden, like this, like. For me, you're playing on human emotions to gain votes, and that's really effed up. I think
that's what politics is.
That's all.
Everybody does that. What are you talking about? What are you doing?
And just because everybody does it for 30 minutes,
I don't get it. It's like, just because everybody does it, that means you have to do it. Bernie's not following that track, and why are people on him for that? Like, why are people like, why are you not screaming at the person?
Losing.
Kevin.
Like when is it over yet? We still have Super Tuesday.
Okay, you think he's outside of Massachusetts, which he will handily dominate? What do you think is going to win? But it's not going to be.
Probably going to lose in Massachusetts too.
If he lost in Massachusetts, he should really kill himself. And I'm not even trying to be funny.
Oh damn!
He should have New England on lock. He should have New England on lock after being in Vermont for 25 years as a politician.
With Trump, okay, I think Trump is definitely radical. I don't know. I don't think he has the empathy to be able to speak for the human people here in America. He can't speak for me.
While we're talking about Trump, so Jason made this video. We're going to play out 30 seconds.
He can only speak for suburban Becky's. Suburban Ivy League people who go to Ivy League.
How can you say that? That's he can only speak for 1% of the population. Because
I feel so because he's part of that 1%. What are you talking about? People are like, oh well, he's not taking corporate money. He is the corporation. He's beating the middleman. Why would people understand? He has donated and said it out of his mouth to some of these candidates that he's running up against.
Like business.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm just saying, like, people are like, well, he's not accepting corporate money because he's a corporation.
I mean, why? He said on Thursday, at the debate on Thursday, I watched the rerun, and Ted Cruz was like, Donald Trump, donating campaign. Donald Trump was, I gave you money. And literally threw that. It was amazing. It was amazing.
Because people like shade. People like seeing drama. Doesn't mean he's going to make a good president. He has good one-liner. He's a reality star. He knows to grab that moment and make you look at him.
You know whose star is fading?
He's like Jocelyn Hernandez. He's a Jocelyn Hernandez. He is a reality star. People know. Like a Union Yates. Like he grabs people's attention.
Others.
You guys have to stop me when I talk too much, okay?
Well, I want to play actually Jason's video. It's all called United Against Trump. We'll play about 30 seconds of it, and then Jason can explain the premise if that's not too much.
Hi, Jason, by the way. I'm sorry I can say hi.
Guys, how are you?
Good.
I'm great.
We're going to screen this, and we'll be right back. Or do you want to give an intro?
Yeah, give him an intro, man.
Well,
I'm digging his vibe.
I think the priority in my mind is that I think that Donald Trump has a rather dangerous mind. And I think we've seen in history what can happen if we let those types of mind actually come into power. I believe that as much as I like Bernie Sanders, I don't think he's going to get the nomination. So I had a little bit of an alternative idea because most of us, you know, when we think of democracy, we think about going to the polls, they add up the votes, the electorates, all that, we have a winner. But I think democracy can come in other forms as well. We can maybe go outside the box sometimes if we're faced with, you know, a situation that I perceive to be as threatening as Donald Trump. Some other people do. I could be over-exaggerating. I'm really not sure. But I just didn't want to take that chance, so I thought I'd put this idea out there.
Let's check it out.
United Against Trump. I like it already.
Wes is going to have an opinion. I'm so excited.
You going to speak?
No, I'm just going to I'll be ready. I see people talking this craziness all day.
I'm going to read this out loud.
Jason, very good point.
I'm going to read this from Meerkatters and Bladders and Periscopers. Utilize an unconventional yet ethical democratic process to accomplish this, to politically annihilate the most dangerous mind in politics, Donald J. Trump. This is for our viewers who are not on DINtv.com.
Because sadly, a lot of people think like Trump. I'm telling you, the majority of Americans think like Trump. They're just scared to talk because you have millennials like myself who, if you say something ignorant, I'm going to call you out on it and say like you're saying ignorant shit, like you need to stop and make you look stupid. And that's why they don't talk. And now they have a mouthpiece, which is Donald Trump, to speak for them. And they love that shit. They love it.
Yeah.
But if the majority of the country is like supporting that,
that's why I'm just telling you, we need a whole restructure of the government. Let's get an EMP attack. That's what I think. Maybe we need to turn off all electricity so we all united.
That's why he's handling these idiot politicians.
I'm over it. Like I'm so over it.
Wait, Jason, for some reason it's not right.
Let's try.
I think it's when people live in fear and come up with ways to defeat somebody, as opposed to having their
looked like it was moving on
and the values and principles they run on in order to win.
Let's try again. All right, you guys, we're gonna reload the video again. It should work now. Okay.
I'm clearly not a professional graphic designer, by the way.
Fine. DINtv is raw. We like people bringing in news and being able to talk about it. So we appreciate you bringing this content for us.
Cool. I appreciate you guys disseminating.
GOP candidates need 1,237 delegates. Donald Trump is on, I think they said he's on track to get 1,283, depending on how he does on Super Tuesday, which makes him the presumptive nominee.
I feel bamboozled. I feel like I knew what was going to happen from the beginning. I knew Hillary was going to get the nomination. I knew Trump was going to get the nomination, and Hillary was going to become president because Trump's nominated too. It's just the whole rig. It's a rigged system. They already know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. I'm telling you this, though.
Tell you this.
Something's about to pop off in America. I feel it.
I agree.
In my bones. I feel it.
Oh.
Even Obama seems so chill. Like, I feel like he seems so chill now. Like, he's too quiet.
So you're a Bernie supporter.
Well, I'm actually I'm a Democrat. I've been a registered Democrat for a number of years. I've been kind of undecided. I know, we're still a ways away, especially where I live in California for the primary. So
Wes,
behave.
Wes.
No, that's Jeremy. I can see that's the menace smile. I can tell. I do that smile all the time.
My number one concern right now is just ensuring that Donald Trump doesn't have a chance to.
I'm with you, man, Jason.
Yeah,
100%.
And then I think we can.
It's going to give Americans the wrong idea.
Yeah. And I think the reason why he's got such a base right now is I think in general people are emotionally reactive. Mm-hmm. And as we know, Donald Trump is a brilliant salesperson. And the first thing that you do in sales is you point out where that person's pain is so you can exploit it. Mm-hmm. And then you emotionally get them to make a decision to accept whatever assistance you may be offering, whether or not that makes any sense or if it's going to actually help the person.
Wait. Did you just have a slide about sacrificing Bernie Sanders?
Yeah, the analogy
that's what happened tonight.
Is that in a game of chess, probably the most general rule of thumb is you don't give up your queen. But there's certain rare situations where it actually makes sense to sacrifice your queen in order to not lose the match. I do not believe that Bernie Sanders has an opportunity to get the nomination. So what I am proposing is that Democrats actually switch their nomination for the primary only in order to block Donald Trump from getting the nomination by voting for another candidate. I know it does sound pretty crazy. I know.
It's sad that we have to do that now. It's so sad.
It makes my stomach turn. But sometimes a root canal is better than a facial abscess that can infect everything. So,
for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
I like what you said. The other days of a Trump-Clinton general election are that there are too many Sanders supporters who would support Trump over Clinton, and we can't take that chance. And Jeremy said that's a lot to ask idiot America, and I have to second it because this, like I said,
I'm telling you, I said it before. The millennials,
my country folk.
If it's Hillary, the millennials are just going to vote for Trump.
They're not going to vote. That's what they're going to do.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I can see either one of those scenarios happening.
And it directly impacts them. That's why they fucking hate kids. I'm 29. I sound like an old man.
29 in this century is like you're 20.
Don't do it.
You're like 20.
Oh, I thought you were.
I'm serious. I feel like kids mature faster but grow older later, like slower. It's like they know about stuff from like the awkward stages happen in elementary school now, and you're full blown yourself in middle school.
Can we discuss this deep? Choosing masters does not make you free.
Yeah, because you're still enslaved.
You better
calling it a master
coin that.
to begin with.
I want to hear what David Axelrod said because he's a political genius. We'll be right back.
Says he did, but his basic message.
David Axelrod engineered President Obama's winning in the 2012 campaign where he won the primary.
But he's not.
I mean, there's a long way to go.
But he's not ending it. And if I were sort of a poobah in the Democratic Party right now, and I heard
wants to be a strategist.
I can't stand this Sarah Palin like template haircut that all these girls have.
and I heard Bernie Sanders say, "Look, she makes $225,000 for a speech. Share it with the American people." I would go, ding, ding, ding. Okay, somebody is going to be talking about that. Some Republican is going to be calling for her to release her transcripts, and the more he talks about it, the more it will become part of the Republican conversation, which it already is. And New York Times called for her to release. Are
they having a state of address tomorrow?
Fight to continue on those terms because it may get more and more rough.
The Republican candidates, Cruz,
compare.
Of course, there isn't a party in America. The party didn't stand up and say Hillary pees in her pantsuits. That's what Marco Rubio said about Donald Trump the other day. Hillary's not tweeting F-bombs like these guys are. They're not just roller derby. I don't know what they are. They're self-immolation. And
here's the problem.
They're the true essence of the Republican Party.
2016 campaign. People are so busy talking about the dramatics, they're not talking about how we fix it. Like Jason, I think Jason is the first person on any platform to put together something that's like a real concept, something that we can see, that's tangible, that we can see on how to make effective change. They would rather rehash stuff that's happened 2 days ago, or 3 days ago, or 4 days ago. They're not
People like
towards
drama.
They do like drama.
You
Like,
can't
this is not reality. You said Donald Trump is a reality TV star. This is not reality TV. This is real life, and they are treating it like reality TV. And that is why.
That's what the masses like. We like instant gratification. We like memes that give us to the point right away. And then
Jeremy said for Scopers, Meerkatters, and Blabbers, Jeremy just wrote, it can't be fixed at this point. It needs to fail. Unfortunately, the people will get scared and do another bailout instead.
The people or the government in itself. I don't think we have any choice when it comes to that anyway.
Well, the budget almost didn't pass
It's
this
what
year
these
too.
people at those Bilderberg meetings, those secret meetings in the woods, running around naked, deciding our lives. Basically, these rich guys. These people are just like, I just can't. I really just can't. I really just can't with these politicians.
The only thing that I can honestly say is it feels like, I think traditional politicians, in the way that we've sort of grown up with them, I think someone like even a psychotic Ted Cruz or Marco Rubio, John Kasich for sure, Hillary Clinton likely, Bernie Sanders for sure. I think they get into politics for the right reason, regardless of what happens when they're entrenched and when they're part of the machine. I think they get into it for the right reasons, and it feels like, and I'm just saying this as someone who also likes attention, that Donald Trump isn't doing it for the right reasons. Whatever, he's winning, and at this point, like it's his to lose.
You're seeing these little actions that the government versus the little people in different aspects of the industry too. When you look at the music industry, you have this huge issue now when you have traditional record labels having an artist, and artists now becoming their own platform and becoming their own distributors and own stuff like that, and them trying to pass laws that regulate that. You get what I'm saying? So everybody's experiencing this with this big corporations dictating how people create art at this point now. So it's just like, I don't even think we're dealing with humans at this point, because there's no sense of humanity coming out of these corporations at all. Because they don't have
politics, I think, is always going to be the last frontier. They're so, you said the music industry
never worked.
To change because it had to. The music, I think this is goes back to Jeremy's point about something needing to fail. Remember in the mid 2000s, the music industry had Napster, and that almost brought the music industry to its knees, and then they had to rebuild from there, and that's when you got streaming, and that's when you got artists taking control and 360 deals and stuff like that. Politics is like the last frontier. We're going to see it next with movies. With this Oscars So White thing, like there's going to be a huge infrastructural change with the Academy in the coming. They have a 5-year change that they put out. But Jeremy's right. Politics has to fail for it to start over, and I don't know when the failure date is.
Fail
but
tremendously.
I think the ultimate failure will be Donald J. Trump, but he's the.
Let me tell you. Oh my gosh.
Where's Wes? Where's Wes?
You guys, we can go into some really deep stuff. You guys might think I'm crazy. I'm scared of scaring my users because I have some crazy theories about the government. Yeah, of course, that's inevitable. Yeah. That has to happen. That has to happen. I feel like, can I not hear them? Is this really quiet?
No, I don't think anybody's talking.
Can you guys say something?
Hello.
Oh, okay. I thought you guys were I thought we were muted or something and we couldn't hear you guys.
No,
okay.
I just double check. All
right, so yeah.
No, it's a mess. So, but let's go back because we spent so much time on Bernie, and he actually made me very angry tonight. I don't know if you've noticed.
I don't think I'm angry. I'm just disappointed. I'm just
I'm angry that you're disappointed.
I think that's what it is. Bernie, man.
Let's talk about who needs to drop out of the Republican race, because I've heard that
Rubio.
People think it needs to be Kasich or Carson. I think it needs to be Cruz or Rubio. The two of them can't coexist anymore because they're essentially splitting the vote. It's the top three with them and Trump.
And I would choose Carson over Rubio because I feel like Carson, he's unbothered. He's just you ask me a question, I'm going to give you a straight answer with logic in it.
But what happened on Thursday is he's such a non-factor that no one asked him the questions. At some point on Thursday, he literally said, because if you guys watch the debate on Thursday,
this is for the ads. These are for the ads for the commercial. They're not asking questions
to say at a televised national Republican debate with your competitors who are competing again. When you have to say, "Can someone please attack me so I can have a
let's have a YouTube debate. Let's have a Vimeo debate. Let's have a Periscope debate. Let's have a DINtv debate." Why are we giving these big news stations this political pull when it comes to asking the questions that America really wants to ask and they're not asking it?
By the time they make those debates, Sanders will be out of the race because Super Tuesday is going to be the death.
They need to move with the times, honestly.
You're right.
You really do, because
but politics
old media doesn't work anymore. You can't lie to us anymore. The internet is too prevalent. Everybody has a camera phone. We're taking pictures. We're having receipts. We're saving our receipts. We're gonna bring up these stuff.
It's figurative receipts, guys, not literal receipts.
I'm just saying. It's just stop trying to sugarcoat stuff with us, and then do these false flag situations, and then distract us from these deals that you're signing with the TPP and all this other stuff.
This is stupid. If we go back to CNN, David Cruz said that Donald Trump is scared to hand over his tax returns. First of all, that is not a requirement to running for president. We have been, to use Marco Rubio language, followed by this notion that presidential candidates are required to. It is a suggestion that they all adhere to. It's not a requirement. Second of all, I guarantee you his are pristine. When you run that many businesses, I guarantee
McDonald's?
Yeah.
It's pristine because it's supposed to look pristine, but it isn't pristine. I bet you he knows what he's doing. You guys have to remember, he's the one that helped delegate these loopholes that are in the corporate laws to begin with. So he knows how to work around it. That's why he's filed for bankruptcy so many times and been on all this type of stuff.
He knows that everything that got passed, he had a hand in, so he has the literal receipts, not figurative. Keep up with us, of what he paid these politicians to get things passed.
Mm-hmm.
So he also knows that he has them in their back pocket, which is why Cruz can attack him. Notice no one else is.
Mm-hmm.
Because Cruz has been consistently going against the Republican Party. They hate him, which is not.
Oh, who just posted this image of Bernie? I'm voting for a man who to a fellow human who was denied housing.
Bernie likes black people.
So I think he just likes people, and seeing a particular race of people being ostracized is disgusting.
Yeah, but I don't think that. See, this is disingenuous to me because I think that him chaining himself to someone to support is wonderful, but that doesn't mean that. Who else was old enough? 53 years. Donald Trump didn't care about black people. Didn't mean that Hillary Clinton didn't. I don't think you need to be super leftist and go. I'll tell you what. I'll protest all you want to. I will sign to change that. Or I'm not getting arrested. I'm not getting arrested for anybody.
I'm thinking of the time period when this happened. You're talking about a time where, if you were seen with a black person, you were shunned from your family. You weren't even associated or considered a person. And he did the ultimate thing and actually chained himself to a minority, a black person who at that time was seen as a lower class citizen.
Well,
that's a huge.
Not even paying. That's a huge.
Even vote in South Carolina. But I mean, then yeah, that's what you have to read up in your history and stuff like that when you're voting for people. That's why you're saying like I stand behind Bernie because everything that he said hasn't contradicted himself. He hasn't everything he said he's done. Like I don't.
Michelle, your thoughts? I miss you.
Yeah, anybody have thoughts? I've been talking a bunch. Jason, Jeremy,
yo,
you still watching the basketball game?
No, I put CNN on.
Are you watching that? Is it driving you insane? Is CNN driving you insane? Because it's making me want to pull my hair.
I mean, it kind of is. I'm such a political junkie, man. You know what I mean? Like, I know it's all fucked up and all that, but I still have to watch. I still watch a lot of the news and stuff for some reason. I don't know why, honestly, but I do.
What, when it comes to like,
I do too. I think we watch it now, but we know that like there's a slant on everything.
It's called tragedy porn. My mom's addicted to it. She's addicted to the sadder the story, the bigger the high. I'm so serious. Like my mom will literally call me, "Oh my God, Kevin, I saw this story. This woman's child died and she left." Can
you read this?
But this is Danny Fetra.
Just it's really interesting inside.
Mm-hmm. So this is from a friend of mine that was in South Carolina canvassing and has been there for the last week. Hearing campaign folks talking about the disenfranchising voters all over the state, literally turning away young people, don't know how true it is but that's what sources are saying. Lots of media here talking to the campaign staff and volunteers. Previous Hillary 08 campaign manager who's working for Bernie says she has never seen this many out of state and first time campaigners in any election.
See, and this is why I'm gonna thanks Kirill for bringing this, but I'm gonna call bullcrap on this because Kevin just said it's 2016. We have camera phones, we have Twitter, we have too much information to let stuff like this pass. We would have known if the young people. I understand senior disenfranchisement with voting because like they're fragile, they don't, whatever, they're old. But you're not going to tell some 18, 19, 21, 22-year-old that they can't vote when they pretend they know their constitutional rights because they know what they're doing, and they'll flip their phone out in a minute so that they can be on a Vine star or a YouTube star. Or
I think we listened to a lot of the predictions beforehand. So I feel like a lot of people, it was always predicted that Hillary was going to win South Carolina. So it's just more like, why?
It is, but this just seems like and this came out an hour ago.
Mm-hmm.
This is a spin that the Sanders campaign is putting out to make their loss look more palatable. And it's like, give it up, hang it up, flat screen. It's over.
I mean, he has to spin it in somewhere where people don't, because people are all about image and visuals, especially the majority of America. Spin. So you get what I'm saying? So people will view this loss and look at his stature, his attitude, and see how he's taking it. But you want to know
what he could have done?
What could he have done?
Donald Trump, because Megyn Kelly was moderating the debate before the New Hampshire primary, opted out of doing that New Hampshire primary and went straight to, or opted out of Iowa and went straight to New Hampshire. Because of that, he came in second or third in Iowa, but then won New Hampshire. He redoubled his efforts. He decided to sit one out because he felt the tide against them anyway. He didn't want to do it with Megyn Kelly. He didn't want to do it with the bad press. And he went to New Hampshire and he knocked it out the park. Bernie Sanders, the tide, I've been reading about him planning to lose South Carolina for 2 weeks. So why wouldn't he just go to all the Super Tuesday states ahead? But he spent a lot of time in South Carolina. And then to put this crap statement out about people being turned away at the polls when you have no proof. In 2016, you can't say anything without proof. It's too easy. You have this right here. All you have to do is flip up your camera and hit go. So,
well, I guess he has that dirty little person you're looking for. Oh no, that was Siobhan.
It sounds like I hate Bernie Sanders. Let me ease up off my mic for him tonight.
For me, like it's because you have high expectations for him. So when he doesn't set them, it just disappoints you and you get angry. And I understand. But the thing is, it's just like we're dealing with a really rigged system that if you don't play your cards right, you end up effing yourself up.
Sorry, I just saw this from Michelle. I'm
sorry, I'm way too high. Girl, can you pass the blunt? Pass the blunt. Let me get a puff or two.
Michelle, that made my night. Thank you. Sorry.
I might make up a show like that. High politics talk with Kevin. Come through.
Oh, that's so. Kirill, where'd you find that link? It's just in like a Bernie Sanders.
Jason, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
Make sure you come back. We broadcast every day and we always talk about different stuff too. So we hope to see you in the future. Okay.
Definitely. What times are you guys on?
Tomorrow we'll be on from 6 to 11 because we'll be covering the Oscars.
Okay,
So
that's
we'll
Eastern time.
Correct.
And
Okay.
Super Tuesday,
Super Tuesday too.
7 to 11. It's
Also
gonna be
Monday
nuts.
too. Monday through Friday,
Cool.
5 to 11.
Super Tuesday, actually, yeah, it's
Super Tuesday, we're gonna light them up. I'm ready.
Yeah. I'll be here, guys. Take care.
Awesome.
All right, bye,
Thanks,
Jason.
Time zone.
Where you
Eastern
going?
Standard
You're not going
Time,
nowhere,
Michelle.
Johnny. You staying right here.
And you're in Phoenix, so you are in Mountain?
Mountain. It's on.
Yes.
I don't know. Bernie, I don't want people to. Bernie is a cute Pikachu. I don't want him to go to Raichu level. Like, he needs to stay at Pikachu. People want him to get all mean and crazy, and then he's gonna look like a senile, old, drunk white guy at the mall. If he goes too angry. If he gets too angry, like, I feel like that's the impression he's gonna give. Just like old, senile man.
I would love to see Bernie just freak out, man. Like, just completely lose it, kick over the podium, you know what I mean? Just throw a freaking king-size temper tantrum up there on the stage.
I would love for Larry David to actually just be his stand-in for the rest of the campaign. I would
want to see Trump and Bernie in a debate. I feel like Bernie would crush Trump, honestly.
I want to read some. We got something else from Facebook. First of all right, and I'm going to have opinions on this because I always do. NPR interviewed some African-American voters in the South who are Clinton supporters. One of them, a college student, said she didn't know that Bernie wants to make education free and that she viewed that, unsurprisingly, as a very big issue. My questions are, 1, how does she not know? Doesn't she follow the news at all? And 2, how does the campaign make sure that prospective voters like her do know what Bernie stands for? Where'd this come from?
I believe it. This is probably
It comes from Facebook. Let me find it out.
And this is reported by NPR, so like it's legit. Let's stick with it.
Mm-hmm.
NPR interviews South. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'll read it.
I'm sorry. No, I read it. I'm just really angry. This is ridiculous. And this is what I was talking about. The college kids, they want to care because it's like cool to like Bernie. On college campuses, Bernie is it.
But they're saying it's Clinton supporters.
Yeah, because she didn't know that that the college would be free because she's not really like. They're not really engaged. You have to really engage. You have to really know
these are generational voters. Her mom probably voted for Bill Clinton in office, and her mom probably told her, honey, I remember voting for Bill, and now you get to vote for his wife. Isn't that exciting?
First of all,
that's probably what she did, and that's what she voted.
She's talking when I was like a child. Okay.
Kirill, you're gonna send anonymous against this guy, really? His first last name. Rubio versus Trump. It's getting ugly. It's been ugly since they showed their ugly faces.
Yeah, but Rubio, like, finally, and I can't think of, excuse my language, he sacked up on Thursday. I was actually very impressed with him.
He gives me a very, DL vibe.
That's so funny because I posted an article.
He gives me a closeted Republican person.
Wes, you're still trying to get in, but we went in on Donald Trump, and now we're off him, so you can't even defend your boy. Just kidding. Rubio finally got nasty. Cruz, they were all kind of, and I guess they had to, right? Mm-hmm. Trump it up. Poor Kasich, though. For those of you who don't know, I was vociferously supporting John Kasich. I think and Kevin kept reminding me that no one knows who he is. But he does have the most political experience. He was in Congress for 18 years. He is also a governor, so he does have legislative and executive experience. He knows politics. He knows the back ends of Washington. But no one cares because Donald Trump is putting on a show, and Ted Cruz is born in Canada, yet we're still pretending like he can run for president or be a sitting president when he wasn't born in the United States. And Marco Rubio.
Carson reminds me of the guy from Broad City. Just popped in my brain just now. Literally, same aesthetic. Same aesthetic. There's this black guy on Broad City, and he's literally the same thing. Put black guy Broad City. But yeah, I honestly, Carson's just there because he's like comedic, like effect. Like who said it's funny?
The whole race will get absolutely. Brian said the race is going to get ugly. Someone said that Carson would be a great vice president, which I agree with because they're conciliatory. Their job is to really smooth things over. To work directly with Congress, although he doesn't have the congressional experience and relationships that are necessary to make those deals happen. That's why Joe Biden was the perfect vice presidential pick.
Yes. It will be the same Joe Biden, just another color.
It needs to be because you need to have someone who knows these people.
Just another color.
If you want to get a deal passed, and especially with Obama, who in 2008 was
same
a first-term senator.
Same
No, it has to be. Sense of humor, maybe.
So are these people manufactured by the parties themselves, and this is just a whole play for us to watch? We're the spectators in a play that's already has an ending.
We know how the story ends. Look, Barack Obama was a first-time national senator, 2008, running for president, and now we have Ted Cruz. He was a first-time minority senator running in 2008. In 2016, we have Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio, who are two first-time minority senators running for a different party. It's like the book's been written. We know how it ends. Only this time, your story is different because you did it wrong. Because you thought that you could do the same thing and you didn't evolve it. You have to take the baton and run with it. You don't just take the baton and stand there like, well, I got it, because then you lose. And that's what's going on.
Politician, full disclosure. I want disclosure. Tell me what the hell's going on in the world for real. I want to know that. Like this political race to me is just a play that's going through its act 1, act 2, act 3.
I agree.
With the corporations already knowing who they want backing them up, Hillary, and she's going to be in office. It's going to be another Bush Clinton type of situation again. Yes. You know what? I want to see what our Hillary supporters say after that when that happens.
Well,
because that's going to be a mess.
Nobody will remember all this things.
I mean, even Clinton knows where the hell he is too. Every interview I see him, he's just spaced out like, what's going on? Like
people still brainwashed very easily, so nobody will remember.
There's people like why is
medicine?
The machine will destroy. This is a really good point. Mm-hmm. The machine will destroy Trump with the ads if they want, or they'll just shoot him. So the Republican Party, everyone knows that they have like in their back rooms, which is what we talk about, the thing that you want to change, the thing that most people want to change. In the back rooms, it's been decided that Marco Rubio is the best candidate. I think everyone knows that he's gotten the most money and he's still losing.
He's silly. He's stupid.
He is. I mean, it's true.
He's perfect. Maybe he's perfect candidate because of that.
Exactly. He's a puppet. I mean, and I want to say this the right way because you have to be very smart to be president, but you also have to be malleable, right? You have to be able to like.
He's manageable. He's manageable. Very easy.
Exactly. And
I want to know what
Trump's like a bull in a china shop.
I want to know what Trump knows about the future, why he's allowing himself to be a puppet at this point. Because for him to allow himself to be used like that, I feel like he knows an end game and an end plan, and he has a safety net that's going to be covering him when it happens.
He is losing. What Trump is losing?
Nothing. Yeah, he's winning.
He playing a game, and how he going to lose? What he going to lose? Except that he already has. So
I think he's the only person that they try and say all this bad stuff about him, but it's all like he talks crap. He says crazy, inflammatory things. Sure.
Yeah, look at your high school. When you went to high school, you had that obnoxious jock who just said whatever he wants, but people still liked him, even though he was a jerk.
Yeah, and that's all they can say about him. But I think there's bad stuff that can be said about Cruz, Rubio, probably Kasich, probably Carson, definitely Clinton, most likely Sanders. But Trump, what are they going to say besides he's incendiary? What are they going to say besides he doesn't act like a politician?
He runs a fake school that scams thousands of students every year.
It wasn't a fake school. Like, if depending on how you look at school, if you're looking for something accredited, then go apply at public school. But if you're looking for a real estate business investment school, that's what he did. It's the same thing Grant Cardone is doing. It's not
exactly, and that was another example, I think, of like a Rubio robot thing.
Hi, Michelle. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi. My browser cracked out. So.
Oh my!
Is this Michelle from?
Yes.
Michelle. Hey girl, I feel you, girl. I feel you. We on the same team.
No,
I'm mad at you to pass that blunt to me too.
No, dude, I make edibles.
Oh my gosh, gummies. Those are my favorite.
Well, I'm very. So let's put headphones on.
Michelle, do you have headphones by any chance? Or earbuds?
Not that work.
Okay. What we'll do is, when you want to talk, can you just put your thumb up so we can unmute you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to ask you a question, though.
Yeah.
I'm pissed at Bernie. How do you feel after tonight? You were so strongly supported him earlier.
Yeah, I'm disappointed.
That's what I said too.
Just every guy.
He's gonna watch it back and see it. He's gonna watch back his telecast, see his speech, and see what everybody's talking about. He's gonna check Twitter because Twitter's blowing up right now with the same thing that we're saying, Michelle. So he's gonna realize he's gonna have to really restructure his situation and find another thing. And it just irritates me because Hillary made in her speech for winning made a huge point when saying that she's not a one issue candidate, and Bernie just proved what she was saying just now when he keeps bringing up this corporation situation. Yeah, we know it's corrupt. Like, what else are you going to bring to the table in regards to that? So hopefully he reads into that and changes up his stances.
It reflects very poorly, I think, on his team, because what you want to do is you want to have contingencies, and I'm not talking like option B and option C. You need like Z to double A to double B to double C. You need to have contingencies when your initial plan does not work. And his initial plan hasn't been working for the past couple of weeks, and he has not changed it. It's insane. It's insane to me that after losing Iowa was great because he did really well considering, and Martin O'Malley was one of them. New Hampshire, if he had lost New Hampshire again, bullet to the head, because it's his backyard. And then Nevada, that was tough, but that should have been that
was really close.
The times we're going,
but that was kind of close though, Nevada.
And look how much time he spent there. He didn't spend that much time in South Carolina.
That's why. That's what I'm telling you. This South Carolina.
They lack the vision of the future.
This South Carolina primary is just really iffy to me. Like, these numbers are just not correlating to what I'm seeing on social media, what I'm seeing with online traction when it comes to the Democratic candidates. So I'm just waiting for something to pop off.
Well, I think Bernie, if I were Bernie, he needs to hire at least either fire half or fire his entire campaign team.
For the Republicans to pick that up and say he fired half of his staff?
That's what you have to do sometimes. You have to evolve. And his campaign hasn't evolved in 3 weeks. And this is a fluid campaign. I mean, the death of Scalia.
Why do we have to even go through all of this? Just on election day, just pick who you like. Why do they have to run against each other? Just whoever wants to run, if you read the prerequisites in a sense of being able to even run to begin with, then you should just be able to run for president all the way.
No, because these queens will put Beyonce as president. I'm probably one of them.
I'm sorry, no. You need to break that structure. That's an old school way of frame of mind thinking, and give everybody a chance to want to run. That meet the prerequisites that are now put in place. You get what I'm saying when it comes to you have to be over the age of 35?
Oh, interesting comment here.
At Russian Star on Twitter said, "Are you a black millennial who's voting for Hillary Clinton over Bernie Sanders? If so, at me. I'm working a story." And again, this goes back to that article.
It needs to be investigated because.
Good luck. He needs to go to the dark web. Maybe he'll find something in there.
Traditionally did not have the support of the African American community. Just because of what she said in '94, which, I mean, whatever. I'm over that because it's 22 years ago. Get over it. But what she said in 2008 with the Barack Obama campaign, and she would make these subtle digs that, again, it's what you have to listen out for, but it says something to people.
If you still called blacks colored, you got the joke. If you get what I'm saying.
Jamie wants to see Bernie flip the hell out. I don't know if Bernie could literally survive a flipping.
Stop! He is not that. Okay, he's old, but damn, he's not gonna croak if he coughs too hard, man. I mean, the guy's keeping up. He's keeping up. He's doing a pretty good job.
I hope he's taking his ginkgo biloba.
If Bernie flipped out on stage and literally dropped out of a heart attack, I mean, that would be freaking. That would be something.
Oh my God! Hey, Jeremy, come on.
It's just. CNN is replaying Thursday night's Republican debate because it was, and I say this
it's good TV
in the most respectful way possible. It was trash. It was trash. It was three grown men screaming at each other and not allowing each other to finish their sentence.
It's weird for me. It's just becoming an adult now and hearing about politics when I was younger. Being in it now, it just isn't what I thought it was. It's not as pristine and as knowledgeable as I thought it was.
Don't you feel everything's been ruined? It's sort of like that with Hollywood too. You have old Hollywood that's glamour, and you have old school politics and it's serious and debonair, and they know what they're doing. And now you're it's probably run by 5 people who decide everything, and everybody else is just kind of a puppet.
More like 13 families, but that's another story.
Yeah. And I don't think it's gonna change, Brian. Sorry, I don't think it's gonna change. I think that
Brian doesn't like any of them. Can you blame him?
This is a terrible pool from which to choose.
Brian is just all about making sure that the population knows about China's nuclear warfare and the thermal bombs and stuff.
Maybe you're right. We are jaded.
But it's interesting, actually. No.
But we're jaded because they force us to be tired.
Listen, guys, I tell you what, if you want to talk about jaded, I mean, go out and start actually getting involved in some of the campaigns and stuff and start trying to do shit. You only think you're frustrated now. Go through that nightmare for a little while, man. And
I've called some of the offices. They're just over it. We've called some of the offices and just like, dude, like, I don't know what to say. I can't say anything on this. Like,
and honestly, that's why, like, you know, a big reason of why I'm really not big into socialism and stuff like that, because I've done enough of this organized. Like, I run the marketing business now, and I got a bunch of properties that I manage on the side and stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I've done enough of it to just see, like, people who are really talented, they go out and make shit happen in the private sector for the most part. You know what I mean? Yep. So you literally have these people that are just horrible organizers for the most part, that are in charge of organizing all of these humongous freaking things. They're not very good at it. You know what I mean? Their leadership skills are pretty suspect. And it's just, it's kind of why I think that all that shit with the socialist stuff always turns out like shit. It's not because it can't be done. It's because the people that are doing it are always like the worst that society has to offer in terms of those skill sets.
Or well, the Republicans have to offer to maybe secret sleeper cells. All right, we're part of the Trump campaign. I want you to try to sneak into the Bernie campaign because those people are idiots. Go in there, set up the event, and wear a Trump shirt. Boom. Now we have Nevada and that whole scandal. They're wearing Trump shirts. They're carrying Trump pens. It's not fair.
That would be fun at least.
Well, Michelle said they try to hurt us like cats, but it's I think to a certain point.
This is the message
allowing ourselves
from the future, Madam President. We don't need to do anything with America. Everything is fine.
Kirill, that's a spin that you did because you work for the Bernie Sanders campaign. We figured out
I never worked for
because that statement is a direct contravention to Donald Trump's.
Believe me, I can bet. This is her direct message. She's not going to change anything.
She is not wrong, Kirill. America is great for the 1%. What you talking about? They love it. Well, this is the America of their dreams.
What she's doing, you guys, is Donald Trump's campaign slogan is "Make America Great Again," and she's now effectively ignoring Cruz, Rubio, Kasich, and Carson. She's saying "F them." They're not even in the conversation anymore because Donald Trump has taken it so far that like they're not coming back. So now she's directly attacking him by saying we don't need to make America great again. America's never stopped being great. That's what she's doing. She's stepping into the future, Bernie, and Bernie's still talking about corporations. It's tired. And that's why
I think the Republicans know what we're doing too. Because if you notice during the debates, anytime,
bye, Michelle. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michelle, for coming through. Make sure you can come back. We're always broadcasting from 5 to 11 every day. So just come
Kevin
through.
Kills
and Super Tuesday too. So come.
Super Tuesday. Bye, Michelle. Thank you so much. You had awesome commentary.
I lost my train of thought. What was I going to say? Hillary sucks. I know that was in a sentence, but I just can't remember what was around it.
I said that Hillary was looking towards the future and Bernie's tired.
Okay.
Feel the burnout yet?
Nah. I'm feeling warm. I'm not burning up. He just warming me up right now. He warming me up right now.
Reno, and I just want to take a quick minute of your time. How many of you are going to go out and caucus for Mr. Trump tonight? That's awesome.
I think it's Jamie.
But we know we actually got to go and do it. We know there's been some shady tricks going around.
I want to hear this actually.
Yeah, I was like listening to it.
Wait, where'd it go?
Just unmute him.
I did.
Are you hogging all the good video clips? You know you're supposed to share this stuff with us, Jeremy. Don't hog all the good stuff.
What's that?
I see you're watching all the good videos, hogging it for yourself. Put it in the DINtv so we can watch it all together.
Share with us, yeah.
I think it's just scary, like how the world is right now, man. I just want to be 15 again and just have to worry about like high school. I just can't. I just want everybody to just love each other. Like, what the hell is the big deal? Like, you're rich. Like, some people are rich, some people are poor. It doesn't make you better than them. Doesn't make you worse than them. Just like converse, get to know each other. Like, Get these corporations out of the government. Like, bring the people back.
What is this?
We live in an America that gives the same rights to corporations as a human. Come on, like, what the hell?
Well, that just means you can't sue. You have to sue like a.
And who's that protecting?
Well, because otherwise people would try and get. Because our system is also very. But I agree.
Because I feel like, don't sue me for not cleaning up that water properly.
Yeah, but you also have Curry's back in the game. Sorry, this is not politics, but Steph Curry had what, a sprained ankle?
Yeah, he twisted it up, but it looks like he's back.
Oh God, he's doing the Kobe.
And that's a good game. The Thunder won 2 years ago, and the Warriors won last year, right? So that's yeah.
I love how the NBA is like prepping him to be like the next Kobe. So he's doing like the internet circuit.
I know, but I hope
he's doing the promo circuit. He's like the loving dad with the kid. Hopefully, he doesn't beat his wife up.
And his
so that
kids are
ends
so
up messing it up.
cute.
Way up by Field West. Yeah.
I hope that like he doesn't mess it up the way Kobe did.
Because he needs more meat on his bones. I think he's too skinny.
He is really skinny.
He needs like some lean muscle.
And again, I think we say the same thing politically, just to go back there, because I'm trying to stay on track. But the Curry news is important. They build you up, and then I think it's where you take it when their platform leaves you, right? And I think Bernie had his moment, and he didn't take it far enough. I think that they build everyone up to let you fall. I think that's how the industry works. Every industry works. So you have to have Bernie must change the exact.
What are they prepping us for? Something is being prepped for. I'm telling you guys.
Bernie must change the
This stuff is just too crazy.
Kevin, stop preaching. You like, I don't know.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you.
Bernie's just not very good at PR either. I'll be honest with you.
Because he doesn't understand and have PR. And
social media has killed Bernie.
It could have made him if he leveraged it the right way.
It killed him because the way people have looked at socialism, nobody wants that.
You breaking up really bad, Wes. Could you sit closer to the Wi-Fi or something? Or do you have an Ethernet cord?
I said nobody wants socialism.
Exactly.
That's what killed him. Everybody
Good point.
That's what Vermont is like known for. That's what they do.
Actually, yes.
I feel
it's like he's running from who he is. It's like the same way.
Just talk about it. Don't do that.
Mitt Romney was like
you're gonna hear
amazing governor. I went to college in Boston.
How dare he light that joint on stage? But you guys, in front of children,
you can't run from who you are, and that's what I mean. I wouldn't go that far, but he needs to sort of embrace politics of it because, like, that's what Vermont is, and that's what New England is. That's why he'll win.
Like progression.
They're super progressive. Mitt Romney, as a Republican governor of Massachusetts, passed universal health care in 2004.
Wow. I see. I have to read up on our other states. I don't really read up on.
Yeah, I was in college in Boston.
Yes. Not himself by himself, but surrounded by. Yes.
Especially because, and he could, and here's why they need me. Bernie Sanders could do that, could use Jeremy's idea with normal people and let them smoke on stage with them, and then transfer that into a discussion about mandatory minimum sentencing requirements and its impact on African Americans, and then go into Black Lives Matter, and then go into equality, and then go into women being paid less. Like, he's stupid. He's stupid, and who is running this campaign?
Next day, every student will know about Bernie.
Exactly.
Bernie.
Jeremy, he just wants a light show. That's what he wants. He wants like a light show,
all other stuff. All students will know.
He's holding a blunt. That's what he wants.
Too many issues, but it's not the issue. It's not the issue, but Bernie's issue, the Sanders campaign issue, is that
you guys want Bernie to go on stage
in January,
with a baby in his hand, a blunt in one hand, like. You guys want him to just hit all cornerstones of all, like, everything, just smoking a blunt and just be like.
If you go to the website and look at his issues, it's too convoluted. Really convoluted.
Wes, we're gonna have to work on your internet connection, bro. I can't.
He said that Bernie's issues are super convoluted, and that's what he's trying to build from scratch. You need to dismantle. You don't just throw it out. Listen, he should hire felons as campaign managers as well.
He should hire felons as a campaign manager as well.
With you.
That's a good PR spin.
Oh, yeah.
Uh huh.
I mean, They can't vote.
Bernie, hopefully you're watching DINtv so you get some pointers.
He's not, and that's the problem.
Maybe he is. Hey, Bernie, what's up? Get your shit together.
Bernie, if you're watching,
we try to reach him out, but we never get back anything.
Well, Bernie, you really, I hate to swear on, but you really shat the bed tonight. I was very disappointed in you, Kevin. No, I was angry. Kevin's disappointed. And I'm angry that Kevin's disappointed. You broke a little boy's dream.
Not at all. I'm just like, well, in my dream, you guys don't want to hear my dream because I feel like it'll scare you guys, but if I had to choose a candidate, it would be Bernie. But I know it's just the same snake, two different heads, and we're dealing with a bigger power at hand. We're not dealing with the government.
Kevin, don't give up so easily and so fast.
Don't let me dissuade you with my negativity.
It's not even that. I don't give up on Bernie. It's just that I know the bigger picture. I know this is not a political race. This is an intermission to something bigger that's happening. This is a distraction tactic. The political race now is just too crazy for it not to be like a fake thing, I think, honestly.
Look at this. And I'm not going to show you the clip.
You sent a message in America when we stand together.
And the blurb that the Clinton campaign put out is Hillary Clinton takes swipe at Donald Trump in South Carolina victory speech. Not the Republicans, not Ted Cruz because he's second, not Marco Rubio because he's third, not John Kasich and Ben Carson because they're literally battling for fourth and fifth. Everyone trying to take down number one. And once you kill the snake at the head, the rest of the house crumbles. That was a terrible analogy because I went to like 3 different things. But, you know.
Listen, what also talk about if you just got like 76 or 80%? Of course, not about Bernie Sanders, but about Trump. Brilliant. This is what she was supposed to do.
Because she knows how to do it. And Bernie, and the thing is, I think there also needs to come a point where you need to. I don't know who's on Bernie's camp, so I can't even speak on that. Never. I was going to say because Hillary Clinton has Bill Clinton, and she's Clinton advisors. And
have you seen Clinton lately? He looks like he's one sneeze away from dropping down.
He's also still an iconic president. He's a
literally every appearance that he makes, it's like he's a zombie. Like he's been programmed. I'm not even gonna get into that.
And he's just sick and he under some drugs. That's it. I mean,
Hillary is like what's that movie? What's that movie with Ben Affleck with the crazy chick? Oh my God, Gone Girl.
I never saw it. You just,
Hillary Clinton gives me a Gone Girl feel.
So that's creepy.
Like you're giving me a nice girl, but you're just really crazy inside, just like psycho.
I don't think. See, and here. Why is this bitch always yelling? Who? Me? It could be me.
No, he's talking about me. Am I the bitch, Jeremy?
I thought it was me. And I was fine with that. I was like, who are you? Right? I do. Oh.
He's always yelling.
You know what's interesting, though? And just because I'm super lesbian. If Hillary Clinton were a man, it wouldn't be a problem. Like her being, because she's not a psycho like the Gone Girl. She's calculating and she's methodical in her steps and her movements. And everyone's like, "Oh, she's so out of punch. What kind of grandmother is she? Oh my God, her pants are ugly." When really, like, if she were a man, she'd have won. She'd have been given.
No, but it's her stance. Like I don't know. Like I don't like. It's just her. Like I can respect a confident, well-spoken woman. It's not, but that's not what Hillary gives me. But Hillary gives me female car salesman that's trying to sell me a dream when I know the hunk of junk she's trying to get.
Well, isn't politics sales? Politics is sales. You're selling yourself, right?
Yes.
Oh my God, I don't even know anymore. What is politics? Is it for me? Is politics helping me? Is it to help me, or is it to advertise these corporations and advertise these candidates to these corporations? Hey, I'm running for president. You know, you could throw some money my way. You know, baby, I got you. That's basically what it is.
It's Fetty Wap. I think politics is for you.
Sales and
it's sales and marketing. That's all it is. I didn't work nationally, Jeremy, but I used to work on a bunch of local campaigns when I was in Boston and in Massachusetts. And when I would apply for marketing jobs after college, they would say, "You have no experience." I was like, I worked in politics. Like, all you do is sell. You're selling a campaign. You're selling an individual. You're selling an issue.
You're selling
You're
policies.
selling dreams. You're selling dreams.
You're selling
You're not selling anything else.
You're selling
dreams, feelings, hopes, nothing else.
Selling checks.
It's true.
Oh my god.
You should sell something bigger.
Like
hopes, dreams. Yeah.
Well, I think the great politicians can sell that. Like Barack Obama sold change. Do you know what I mean? John Kennedy sold like whatever it is he sold. Like he changed the trajectory of like.
He looked
modern
like
politics.
he was melting while he was walking. He looked like he was melting, literally.
I love JFK. We had the same birthday. Don't do it.
Well, not JFK. I mean, the guy who was running against Obama last election, with Sarah Palin.
Oh, John McCain is an American hero. I will not stand for slander of him.
He looks like he's melting while he's
Donald
walking.
Trump did it and got away with it, so maybe people don't care. But John McCain is a hero.
I think it's all about delivery. You can say whatever you want. You just have to be confident enough to say it, and then people will just bitch about it for a little bit and then get over it.
And that's what we're finding with Donald Trump. He knows he is a master of this modern day.
I tell people, Trump,
everyone knows this, after 3 days, no one cares anymore.
Trump is me going to the dark side if I wanted to. Because I say I say a lot of crazy stuff to people, and people are like, Kevin, how have you not been smacked in the face? But it's all about delivery.
I mean, I told one of my friends, I was like, I could never be as rich as Donald Trump because I would also be garbage. Like I completely get it because I would be trash with $1 billion.
What do you mean?
I'd be a monster.
What do you mean? Like you just buy everything? Like pick up my shoes.
Jeremy knows I would be a monster.
Here's $50. Tie my shoes. Do this.
99-100 Thunder with 30 seconds left. That's a good game. I kind of want the Thunder to win because the Warriors are having like too much of a storybook. And
who are the Warriors again?
Golden State, California, Bay Area.
What are their colors?
I think navy and gold.
I don't like that combination. You need to change that. Hey, Jeremy. I always know when it's you, man. I always know when it's you. You're like me. Anytime I do something wrong, people can always tell because I have a little smirk on my face.
Brian said, make sure we check out his link. Is this wait. Did you post it up or down?
You guys, Brian is like one of these people that actually go to these different town hall meetings and stuff and stands up and asks these past politicians the hard-hitting questions. He actually posted one of these videos the other day and showed us how he like stood up and this guy was just like, are you really asking me this question? And he didn't even know how to answer it.
Brian wrote this to you. If you don't know, you haven't checked out the video I put in the DIN feed.
Speaking of Obama and the security of the planet,
Why is this on? This is
Rachel,
Thursday.
like Roochback Policy Committee.
Oh, is this?
Report down to us here.
The government is regressing everything, I swear.
Couple of sections.
They hide everything. I feel like if it weren't for the corporations like owning America, I feel like we'd be in such a different place right now.
Harvard,
like energy, we have a different form of energy. We would have a different form of everything. There would be no shortage of jobs.
And MIT.
Because you're introducing new industries, new technologies that inherit new jobs.
Rachel writes.
My name is Dennis Speed on behalf of the government. Today's title welcome you to today's dialogue. 2016.
Brian, for next time, if you go on YouTube and you click share, if you pick the moment in which you want us to watch, it'll actually add it to the URL and it'll just automatically take us to that moment instead of having to watch the whole beginning. Okay?
When you're funding,
so go to the YouTube video, look for the part that you want us to see, click start from here, and then give us the link, okay?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Din Live is muted.
Okay.
You're not. It just takes a while to like catch up.
It's getting so angry. Well, folks.
I feel like DINtv is like integrate.
I'm sorry. Bernie Sanders has worked my last nerve.
Like it's in my body. Like I know what's happening to it. Like, oh, something's wrong with DINtv. We need to refresh it.
Brian, I can hear you. Is this old? Testing 1 2 3. Brian.
Brian,
can you hear me?
Yeah. Well, guys, this was our coverage of the Democratic South Carolina primary.
I think it was an awesome discussion.
Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. On what is the beginning of, I think, a long coronation for her. Tuesday is going to be when the rubber hits the road, though. I'm very excited. We'll be broadcasting from 6 to 11. We'll have nothing but opinions.
When she touches that Bible and she says,
let's gather for Super Tuesday for sure.
Yeah, no. So because this is where it matters. This is where we either say that Bernie is like a phoenix rising from the ashes, or if Bernie is a literal street pigeon that's
Jeremy's like flexing for the Instagram right now. Jeremy, are we gonna see you on Super Tuesday? And he's muted still, I think.
Oh. No.
He's not?
No.
Try to double click it again, maybe.
Fine.
Okay. Can you hear? Okay, Jeremy, can you hear us?
Yeah.
All right, are you gonna we better see you on Tuesday.
You got it, man.
All right, we're gonna be here from 6 to 11. So
all right. Thank you, everyone.
I found you guys through Blab too, by the way.
Awesome. Thanks for the love, man. We appreciate it.
So I put
You guys put your social media stuff in here so people can see it if you want to like cross market.
HCHC advertising. I picked it up. What were you saying, Brian?
Yeah, I put the where people. Well, if you play it, that's where you could hear the question and Lynn's response to existentialism.
Brian, by the way, when you go on some meetings, as Kevin told, you can broadcast on DIN from through Facebook application, Facebook Live streaming. We can embed your live stream from any place and just put it in the DIN, and everyone will see this. So
Facebook has a feature where you're allowed to live stream. So if you actually live stream from your phone
on
or
your
your
mobile,
we can embed it, and people on DINtv can watch you. So that
doesn't have to be in the studio.
it's like a little camera that broadcasts through mobile on the platform. So yeah,
I'm gonna play this out. This. Oh.
My name is Dennis Speed, and on behalf of the LaRouche Political Action Committee, I'd like to welcome you to today's dialogue with women February 27th, 2016.
I think the period is 1 hour and 23.
Important and extraordinary, in one sense, events in the course of the last week. And there are many things that have to be considered here today. I'd like to say that this...
It's not going to start it from there.
My name is Dennis Speed, and on behalf of the LaRouche Political Action Committee, I'd like to welcome you to today's dialogue with Lyndon LaRouche, February 27th, 2016. There have been many important and extraordinary, in one sense, events in the course of the last week. And there are many things that have to be considered here today. I'd like to say that this begins a process here in Manhattan of an upgrading of our organizing and deployment. We'll be doing a conference coming into April, and you're all invited not only to participate in that conference, but to participate in the upgrading process that we're going to begin as of today. I think you'll experience it, so you won't have any question as to what that refers to. So Lynn, I want to ask you if you have an opening statement, and if so, we'll take that, and if not, we'll go right to questions.
At your command.
I think what we should do is go right to questions and get our people here properly upgraded.
Oh my God, caffeine pills are like my favorite thing now. They make me like not hungry at all.
Too high.
I literally haven't eaten anything all day today.
Hi, Lynn. Kay from the Bronx.
Good, yes. I'm well aware of you.
Very good. I'm too close. Okay.
What are we looking for, Brian?
I'm having a terrible time.
I'm
having a terrible time wrapping my brain around what's going on in Syria, and I'm here today to have you help me out with it.
Oh, this is so awkward.
There appears to be two factions in the government.
All right, Brian, we're gonna have to sign out, but thank you so much for joining us today on DINtv. I hope we see you on Tuesday, right? You're going to be there?
What draws my attention
I'll make sure you get at least 10 minutes to get your point across, okay? I promise.
China.
And I like that was a good episode.
Creating a working
relationship. Thank you for sending us that media.
With the U.S., Putin, and China. I have been prejudiced against Harry, and now see him working for a ceasefire in Syria is very confusing to me. What is Kerry's position with Obama? As Secretary of State, he's not expected to, he's expected to represent the president. What is Obama's position with this cooperation of Kerry with Putin? I'm under the impression that the agreement Kerry signed was created by Putin. It's
my
hard
gosh,
for
you
me
left him out
to not
there?
wonder if there
Sweetheart?
isn't threats going to Kerry.
Oh, I'm about to say, I thought you left her like.
Does this weaken Obama to the degree that will give someone or some group the courage to remove him? How do you see the British dealing with this?
Well, that's quite a package of complications. The complications, however,